Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you very much for coming to join me again today for a little bit more Iron Oath. I decided I needed to take a little bit of time with this game off camera to familiarize myself with just how it worked. So I spent a little bit of time yesterday, and I've decided to start a new save file. Well, more or less new today. I went through all the tutorial stuff already in this file and brought it right about up to where we left off yesterday. Because I feel like I kind of backed myself into a corner in the previous file and left myself really without that much recourse. So we're going to try again today, and I'm going to try to do a bit better and not run out of money and not end up constantly on the ropes and not have enough leeway to recover. I kind of wish that completing contracts earned a little bit more money. I mean, I understand the game is balanced to be unforgiving, but it would be nice if at the very least you'd earn a little bit more money from contracts, because money is fairly hard to come by, and it seems as though it's pretty much necessary in order to just not completely get a game over or have your entire party become unable to fight. So I'm going to try one more time today from more or less from scratch, and hopefully we will have started off this time in a slightly better position. But yeah, Reloaded, to your question, part of the idea of the weekend streams of Elden Ring was that it was something that we wanted to do kind of just together as friends, and not necessarily make it an open event or have random people drop in or out. And along with that, there are a whole bunch of other issues about bringing viewers in that make it more complicated and more difficult to arrange. So our intent was to keep it small and to kind of keep it between us and to stream it as just sort of a fun thing so that people could join and watch us screw around. But we never intended to make it an open event necessarily. And Patojiri, yeah, I used to work third shift for a while, and it seems to work best with my natural inclination in terms of when I'm asleep and when I'm awake. I liked it. It worked out very well for me, except that if you're on a third shift schedule, you have to do your grocery shopping at a time when you would rather be in bed. I mean, unless you live in a really big cosmopolitan city and you're lucky enough to have grocery stores that are open 24 hours, but even in a big city like Berlin, you can't do that. Everything here closes at 8 p.m., so if you're in a position to be able to live that life, then you're pretty lucky. Although, if night shift isn't necessarily your preferred sleep schedule, then I certainly understand that it's a difficult adjustment. I mean, most adjustments are difficult. Hello, Monotone. Welcome. I am all right, thanks. I actually had time to prepare some tea before the stream today without rushing, which was nice. And then, of course, the pre-stream ran a little bit longer than it should have anyway because I got wrapped up responding to people in chat, and I forgot that I could just start the stream and respond to people on mic. Oh, you're in Latvia, Reloaded. Okay. So you're not too far, really, all things considered. Yeah, I grew up in the United States, Reloaded, and grocery stores there were usually open until at least 10 p.m. too. Even grocery stores in rural Nowheresville, where I lived, were open till at least 9 or 10 p.m. Just everything in Germany closes early. Nobody likes staying out late. And on Sundays especially, forget it. Stuff usually isn't open at all. Well, Warrior, there are many potential perks to working third shift as well. One of my favorite perks is that it's usually, well, some people say boring. I say peaceful and quiet. Usually if you're on third shift, you're just making sure that nothing is exploding or catching fire. And there's usually only a skeleton crew, depending on what kind of job you're doing, I guess. But a lot of jobs, especially the job that I was working third shift at, which was at a group home, I'd be the only staff member on shift, which meant I didn't have to worry about supervisors breathing down my neck. I had total freedom. The residents were usually asleep, or if they weren't asleep, I would basically just, help get them to bed, maybe keep them company a little bit before they turned in for the night, which was enjoyable. Listen to them rant about their days, that kind of thing. But it was nice because it was peaceful and quiet. I could just keep an eye on things and, get a little bit of cleaning done, which was the bare requirement for third shift staff. But that was really only busy work, mostly, that the company wanted third shift staff to do, just so that they could feel like they weren't paying people to sit around and do nothing. Which, on one hand, I get, but on the other hand, it was kind of stupid. But still, third shift was really nice because it was quiet. I could have a little bit of downtime. I could get some other work done while I was, keeping an eye on things at the facility. It was really nice. I enjoyed it. Yeah, Monotone, I bet it did. Where you're just standing there with nothing to do until 10 p.m. because there are only a few people there. I'll tell you what, though, Monotone. I always appreciated that those places were open that late because I would just do my shopping once everyone else had already gone home. And the place wasn't packed, and I didn't have to wait in line for half an hour because the store insisted on only having enough staff to run one register at a time. I mean, I always use self-checkout when I can, but... Yeah, Reloaded, it's funny how that works, isn't it? Mantis Man, it's more common than you might think. I did grow up in a rural town, and living in that town, living in that kind of setting even, not just that specific town, but just living that far out in the middle of nowhere, people get really bored. And there's not a lot of stuff to do, and for the kinds of kids who are inclined to get into trouble, there's not really a lot of trouble to get into without getting kind of creative. I was never really a troublemaker, although because my parents forced me to basically stay outside a lot of the time after I got home from school, I had no choice but to wander around town, and there wasn't a lot to do, and usually the only kids who were out were the kinds of kids who were looking for trouble to make. So they ended up being the ones that I basically inadvertently ended up spending time with. And as a result of that, I found out what kinds of stupid trouble kids get into when they're bored out in the middle of nowhere. And often enough, it involves sneaking onto somebody's farm and pushing over a cow in the middle of the night. Or, in the case of some of my father's friends, driving your pickup truck out into the backwoods of town in the middle of the night with a CO2 cannon and firing the CO2 cannon and waking up everyone within a 5-mile radius. And then packing up your CO2 cannon and driving away before the police show up. So, Halo Kitty, welcome! Jesus, Monotone. That sounds pretty hardcore. Yeah, Reloaded, in the US, depending on what state you live in, some states still have what are called blue laws, which are a holdover from the Prohibition era, that forbid the sale of alcohol after certain hours or on Sundays. Well, Mantis Man, the CO2 cannon is really just the adult version of the stupid things that the kids in town would do. The only reason the kids weren't doing that kind of stuff is that they didn't have driver's licenses or cars or CO2 cannons. Mantis Man, being outdoors in general at night in a rural town can be kind of a bad idea, and not even because of the people necessarily. Sometimes it's because of the wildlife. In the town where I grew up, I heard at least a couple of the other residents on different occasions talk about how they'd been out walking at night and they'd seen mountain lions, or like a bobcat had run across their path. A couple of them had been driving on the back roads. This happened to my mother on one occasion, actually. A couple of town residents in that town had been driving on back roads and had near misses with moose or deer. And, like, you got to be careful at night. I mean, I'm just glad the moose and deer don't walk around with 9mm handguns looking to hold people up. But it's bad enough just hitting one with your car, you know? Recently, a black bear broke into a bakery and ate like 60... Well, okay, Mosasaur, but nobody got hurt, right? I hope not, anyway. Hopefully the bear never came back, although, I don't know, if I were that bear and I figured out that they were cupcakes... Yeah, Foo, exactly. I mean, when you're a kid, this is another result of living in a rural town. Kids in my town, because there were so many farms, and because farmers almost invariably have guns on hand in order to hold the local predators at bay, farmers also, by the way, at least in Connecticut, are allowed, if you can prove that you own a farm, like if you have agricultural land and you have the documentation to prove that you run an actual agricultural operation, you're allowed to buy M80s. M80s are, they're essentially a military-grade explosive. Farmers use them for scaring crows out of fields and for other things. They're used in the military for training exercises to simulate artillery strikes and grenades, but they're powerful enough on their own. I mean, they're quite destructive, and if one goes off in your hand, you will lose your hand. They're powerful, but farmers can just buy cases of them. And in some parts of the U.S., I believe farmers can still just buy dynamite as well. But as a result of that, some of the kids in my town who lived on farms would occasionally get their hands on M80s, which are, you know, in the hands of a kid, those things are pretty dangerous, especially in the hands of a dumb, uneducated country kid like the ones in the town I grew up in. So every now and then, in the middle of the night in that town, you would just hear an explosion from off in the woods or from the direction of the farms. So, yeah, Mosasaur, it was quite an adventure. It was, I mean, it wasn't exactly the Australian outback, but it was an adventure nonetheless. And New England is sort of its own wilderness when you get that far from civilization. I mean, the outback has a lot of dangerous and terrifying things, but even, you know, the mountains of the east coast of the U.S. have some pretty dangerous and terrifying things. You don't want to run into a mountain lion in the middle of the night. They're not friendly. And they're pretty big, and they can mess you up pretty badly. Coyotes can mess you up pretty badly if you cross paths with one and it's not in a good mood. Bobcats too. Bobcats are no joke. You don't want to corner one. You don't want to run into one when it's hungry. So there was always some of that. Oh, we still get that, Mosasaur. Matter of fact, Mosasaur, I don't know if you've seen pictures yet of it. I did share some a while ago. But, here we are. Mosasaur, my father, a few months back, actually, I think this might even have been last year, last summer. It feels like it was ages ago. My father sent me pictures of a visitor that my parents had to their backyard. There he is. And there he is. And there he is. He got some really good pictures. Hello, Elron. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in, Elron. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to message you yet. But I intend to, about cooking. Ah, gotcha, Mosasaur. Yeah, they're noisy little guys, but at least they're not really dangerous. You know, they're cute. When you see them running around your backyard, you're like, oh, look, the cute little fox, not, oh god, it's a mountain lion. Or a bear. Get the dogs inside now. Worst wildlife-wise you have to deal with where you are is an upset badger or an adder? Okay. Yeah, you're... In a lot of ways, Mantis Man, you're lucky that you don't have massive flesh-eating carnivores wandering around the UK. I don't know about loud monotone. In the case of this particular fox, from what my parents told me after the fact, he just showed up in their backyard, took a nap, and then kind of wandered off. Adalakis, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. And unpaid intern, I don't think so, no. This version of the game, you can kind of see down in the lower right corner here, there's a version number, and it's 0.6 point something, which tells me that it's probably not close to release. If it were close to release, I imagine that version number would be closer to 1.0. Like it would be 0.9 or something around those, something like that. True, Warrior, they did, which is unfortunate, but... Oh, I can only imagine, Monotone, what it was like to live in the jungles of Hawaii. Massive spiders in the bed, but the scary ones with the boar. Yeah. Well, Mantis Man, you just have to know to protect your food when you're eating from a street stand. You don't just hold your paper container of cod and chips where the birds can swoop down and yoink it. Yeah, Batojiri, that's why there aren't any large predators left in the UK. Is because humans pretty much eradicated them. The worst you get in New York is other humans. Honestly, intern, other humans are the worst you get anywhere there are other humans, frankly. I understand. Oh, gotcha, Fu. Well, I mean, that's bad enough. Elron, let's see. Oh, that sounds like a cute outfit, Elron. Oh yeah, they will, Low Kitty. They'll take anything that's not nailed down, and even some things that are. Ah, Mosasaur, you're in suburban Connecticut. Interesting. Well, part of me is curious as to what part of Connecticut. I'm curious as to how close you are to where I grew up, but I don't want to dox either of us. I mean, I'd be doxing my 17-year-old self at this point, but so I won't inquire, but yeah, the rich weekenders were definitely a thing in my former hometown as well. Mountain lions are still a thing in Kentucky up in the eastern... Yeah. Yeah, they have a pretty wide range, Batojiri. They're pretty adaptable. Any place where there are squirrels for them to eat, or rabbits, they can survive. Well, Reloaded, I mean... Seals are basically carnivorous, but I don't tend to think of them as predators that you really have to worry about. A seal is a predator you have to go out of your way to interact with. Like, you're not going to be out in the middle of the woods hiking or camping or, you know, doing whatever you do in the middle of the woods and get attacked by a seal. In most cases, you're not even likely to be attacked by the seal when you're at the beach because they move slowly enough that you can just kind of walk away from them if one is getting too close. Unless you're talking about something like a leopard seal, because those are a whole different animal. They can move pretty quickly, and they're not very friendly. But harbor seals, you know, other kinds of seals, yeah, not so much. Well, Monotone, I meant more their habitat range, like throughout the North American continent. But yeah, they travel a lot, even within their local territories as well. I imagine there's always good entertainment, Mantis Man, yes. Yeah, Monotone, I genuinely would not want to mess with a leopard seal. They get pretty big, and they bite. And they're a little bit more agile than a harbor seal. 12-foot killer sausages. Yeah, Mantis Man. I don't think leopard seals are native to the parts of New England where I grew up. That's mostly harbor seals, but I've seen a few things and heard a few things, and enough to know that leopard seals are not. Yeah. Roam in from the neighboring countries. Reload. Ah, right. Okay. There are pictures of a leopard seal that kept trying to feed the photographer a penguin. Mosasaur, I want to see those. If you can find those, feel free to link them in chat. Yeah, same, Monotone. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I was going to say, I thought they were more, more of like a tropical species. I know that they live in Australia and New Zealand. I'm not sure where else. But intern, I've been told it tastes like chicken, but I've never had the opportunity to try. I'd like to. The Arizona wildlife in your neighborhood. Let's see, Warrior. What do we have here? This post may contain erotic or adult imagery. Yes, I'm over 18. Wow, Imager. Great job identifying. Wow, Warrior. That's, a whole bunch of wild boars and then just a cat. Oh, wait, no, that's a bobcat now that I get a closer look at it. In the first picture, it was a little tough to tell, but in the second one, I can see the tufts of fur on the ears and the big paws. Let's see. Oh, you have had alligator. Monotone. Mosasaur, this is incredible. Just a leopard seal offering a cameraman a dead penguin. Well, I mean, that was awfully nice of the seal. Viking Lunchbox, I love that username. Yeah, I've always wanted to try alligator, but I've never had the opportunity to do it. Because the last time that I visited any of the parts of the world where they live was a good 20 years ago. And back then, it didn't occur to me to go out of my way to try alligator. Peruvian coast sauces. You know, intern, reptile meat does have a lot in common with poultry. It's really lean, and what little fat it does have is on the surface of the meat rather than marbled in, as it is with red meat. So I imagine if you treat alligator like poultry, you could probably get a pretty good result. I mean, I would honestly... Well, Auron, there's a fine line between wildlife and food. If you can catch it and cook it, then you can eat it. That doesn't necessarily mean it tastes very good, but... Yeah, exactly, Monotone. It's a Venn diagram. I couldn't have put it better. So, intern, what I recommend is if you're... Like, if you actually live in Peru or you're from that part of the world, treat alligator the same way as you would treat chicken. Like, use those sorts of seasonings. Use that sort of cooking method, you know? Oh, I know, Viking Lunchbox, and I know that there's a problem with them in Florida. Well, there's a problem with the pythons in Florida, but the alligators are kind of inextricably tied in with that whole complicated thing. But if you live there, then you already know. But yes, that's what I meant. Like, the last time I was in Florida was like 20 years ago when I went to Disney World with some friends of mine from high school, and it did not occur to me back then to look for some place that served alligator so I could try it, and I haven't been back since. Oh, that sounds really cool, Lokitty. I would have loved to try some of that. Oh god, intern. Well, Mantis Man, I think that's just because seals in general have this sort of huggable appearance. We talked about this at PAX last year, Mantis Man. Remember when we went to the aquarium? How, seals have these adorable, big, innocent eyes and those schnoofy noses and whiskery faces, and everything about them is kind of distinctly friend-shaped, and you just want to walk up to them and cuddle their fat, blubbery little faces. But that if you do that, there's a 50-50 chance that they'll cuddle you back or just eat your face. I mean, with harbor seals, there's a 50-50 shot. With other species of seals, your odds are probably not as good. You know, leopard seals, you're lucky if you meet one that just wants to offer you a free penguin. Alligator needs to be tenderized a bit, but cooks okay. You used to live in Florida. Gator nugget. Gator nuggets, that's interesting. Although, Viking Lunchbox, it makes sense that they'd serve it as nuggets because... Again, if it has that many similarities to chicken, you would treat it like chicken, right? So, I could see that. One of your D&D buddies and his character cooked almost everything you killed and turned it in. Oh, okay, Lokitty, so there's a backstory to that. I gotcha. Well, Katamai, seals more resemble dogs than cats. They have a similar sort of dentition. Like, if you look at a seal's teeth, it's almost entirely canines and, like, bicuspids. Their teeth are designed for tearing and chewing and catching fish, and basically eating fish is their preferred food. So they have lots of sharp, pointy teeth for catching fish and for tearing fish. That's true, Mantis Man. I wonder how that cameraman reacted. I wonder if he accepted the penguin from that seal. That's what I've heard, Adelakis. But even a meat that's tough and not very flavorful, you can still prepare it in a way that gives it flavor. You know, I don't doubt that alligator needs to be tenderized a little bit, but hey, that's what marinating in citrus is for. Or, you know, in some kind of acid, vinegar, or maybe even pineapple juice. All of the bromelain in pineapple juice is great for tenderizing meat. So, you know, I can think of about 6 different ways that you could prepare alligator that would tenderize it and give it a whole bunch of flavor. I kind of feel like alligator might be a good candidate for Cajun-style preparations. Ah, gotcha, Adelakis. Okay. Like your dad and marinate your meat in Coke Zero? Oh, God, Monotone. I've heard of people doing that. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. Intern, that answers the question of whether or not you're from Peru. Okay, yeah, because I know you guys, cuyes you call them. Cuyes, right? I'm probably pronouncing that terribly. Alligator is a Cajun staple. Oh, it is! I did not know that. Did I accidentally guess? I mean, I don't think I consciously knew that. Maybe I'd read somewhere that alligator is common in Cajun cuisine and just subconsciously thought, hey, that would be a good combination. Is it? I don't remember reading or hearing that anywhere. Really? Cajun-style alligator? He likes sweet barbecue flavors, so marinating it in Coke. Oh, okay, Monotone. Monotone, has he heard of pineapple juice? Or fruit juice in general? Ah, Peruvian and Japanese ancestry. Very cool, intern. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Mosasaur, I would too. I mean, I don't tend to like my food very sweet. For the most part, there are certain dishes, like, you know, if you're doing a marinade and you're using fruit juice for the marinade, and it's like a tropical meat dish or something, okay, yeah, I get it. But for the most part, I don't like sweet marinades. Still, I mean, balsamic vinegar is an ingredient I use in marinades fairly often, and it has just that little bit of sweetness, but I don't usually marinate in fruit juice myself, but I know that there are a lot of people who like to just slather their meat in sickeningly sweet sauce. I don't get it, but, you know, who am I to criticize someone else's taste? But if I were going to do that, I would use fruit juice probably rather than an artificial product. Chinese-style pork in a reduced Dr. Pepper. Oh, wow. Yeah, Mantis Man, I think you mentioned that to me before. Wasn't that at the restaurant that you worked at? Where they made that? He also likes Coke Zero and drinks several... Yeah, Monotone, I feel like that's more just that your dad likes Coke Zero, and he's looking for more ways to consume Coke Zero. And on one hand, props to him for creativity. On the other hand, maybe I'll pass on joining you guys for dinner. Maybe I'll just treat everyone to dinner out the next time that we meet up. Well, Monotone, there are far worse things that he could have as vices. You know, if Coke Zero is the worst of it, then genuinely good on him. But Coke Zero on barbecue... not sure about that one. Well, intern C, that's a different matter. Slow cooking a hog for a whole day, that I can get on board with. I mean, you need either... You need to dig a barbecue pit, or you need to have a permanent one to use in order to do that. But I mean, real barbecue takes time. It takes patience. It takes dedication. I mean, I've done all-day cooks on my kettle grill. And if you want an authentic result, you have to put in the time. You know, you don't have to spend absolutely all day outstanding at the grill. You can go check on it and add additional coals every couple of hours. But, you know, you have to monitor it at least for the entire day. Or, you know, for a good 8, 10, 12 hours at minimum, depending on what you're cooking. Like, if you're barbecuing a whole brisket, that can be an 8 or 10 hour job. You know, you'd better have the whole day free for that if you want to do it right. Yeah, that's a little bit more, Low Kitty, that's a little bit more standard. Hoisin sounds like a good marinade. Honey, I know, is a popular one. Where I grew up, Low Kitty, people would marinate meat sometimes with maple syrup. Not exclusively with maple syrup. Like, they'd make a marinade and they'd add some maple syrup to it. Because marinating meat in pure maple syrup is like you're just going to end up with meat candy by the time all is said and done. But people would often add it to their marinades in Connecticut when I was living there. And I mean, they probably still do. But when I was living there was when I found out about it. I think that's an all right idea. When I make marinades, I usually like to start with a base of some kind of vinegar for acid. And I am fond of balsamic vinegar because it has some really good flavor. I'll use some balsamic vinegar and usually some extra virgin olive oil in the marinade. And then I'll just cook the meat in the marinade and use the remaining marinade to baste it if I'm cooking it on the grill. I'll also, if I'm doing an Asian-style barbecue, I will instead use like a Chinese black vinegar, like a Qinqiang vinegar, and usually sesame oil for that, or peanut oil. Oh, that's cool, intern. It's nice to get together and have a big barbecue every once in a while. It's usually a good time. Yeah, Adelakis, exactly. Exactly. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Low and slow. And with nice hardwood to get that, that delicious smoke flavor. Oh yeah, Mantis Man, I don't touch artificial sweeteners myself. I keep my sugar intake to a minimum, but if I'm going to have sugar, I'll just have natural sugar, thanks. Maple syrup is too much for you, Low Kitty? Really? I mean, I can understand. Maple syrup does have a fairly strong flavor. So I guess I can understand that. Honey is at least a little bit more... the sweetness is more front and center rather than the actual flavor of the honey. Yeah, monotone. I can understand. My vice these days is tea. And on the rare occasion that I feel like having some sweeter tea, I'll just throw in a cube or two of Demerara sugar. And that'll be all I need. Oh, you did, Alron! How are you liking it? Did you have a chance to play it since the stream the other day? Speaking of which, I probably should actually try to play the game a little bit. Yeah, Mosasaur, it's one of those kinds of things where all I can say is to each their own. You know, I'm not going to tell someone else they can't or shouldn't. But for me personally, I'll stay away, thanks. Your occasional... When you say fat Coke, Mantis Man, I take it you mean just a regular Coke with regular sugar. I mean, Mantis Man, doesn't the Mexican version of Coke use actual cane sugar rather than high fructose corn syrup? Because I thought that was what was special about Mexican Coke. Remember at PAX, I think it was the last couple of days that we were at PAX, I went to that pizzeria and brought back pizza, and I think I brought some Mexican Coke from that pizzeria because it was operated by a Mexican family, and they just kept Mexican Coke in stock in the cooler case. And I remember when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's cool. I didn't expect them to have that here. I bet Monotone and Mantis Man would like to try that. Almost all Cokes outside the USA. Oh, okay, it's only the US that uses high fructose corn syrup. Well, that makes sense, considering the agriculture industry in the US and the prevalence of high fructose corn syrup in pretty much all of your food. My condolences. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Some places are using high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, okay. Got through the tutorial in the betrayal. No deaths. Yeah. Alron, I lost the pugilist. Yeah, well, you were here for that, probably. The pugilist was the only one who didn't survive when I first did the tutorial. Inability to create custom Alron, I discovered something. Check this out. Alron, you see this little wrench icon next to the character names? I was messing around with this yesterday off camera, and I discovered that if you click this wrench icon, you can customize your character. You can even customize their pronouns, which is... It's a really cool addition. It's not what I expected to see, but I appreciate that it's here. And the dialogue does actually reflect this. So you can customize their clothes, their appearance. You can customize their face, their hair, their character portrait. Yeah, so you can, Elron, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad that I could tell you about this. Yeah, Batojiri, exactly. So you have to check labels. You have to be constantly vigilant and read ingredients. Okay, intern, thank you so much for hanging out. It's great to see you. Enjoy your painting, and we'll catch you later. Have a good lurk. Sugar Crow, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Yeah, Alron, I'm glad you mentioned that so that I could share this with you. Good to see you, Sugar Crow. Okay, Alron, I'll try to remember that. I am all right, thank you, Sugar Crow. I would ask how you're doing, but I have a feeling I already know. And I'm very glad. All right, let me actually pour myself some tea. And you know what? I forgot to update the tea command. I have a different kind of tea today, and... And I was so focused on other things before I started the stream that I forgot to... update that. I'm sorry, everyone. For the 1 or 2 people who would have actually used it. There's that. Let's see. And... custom commands... I can't believe I have 2 pages of custom commands now. I mean, most of them aren't even active, but... There we go. Today, I have... Let me just make sure it works. Today... Yes, okay, good. Today I have some Earl Grey. It's Harney & Sons Earl Grey Supreme, which is the It's their nicest Earl Grey. It's got silver tips, and it has the largest amount of bergamot oil in it of any of their Earl Grey variants. And I've cut it today with a little bit of Dragon Pearl Jasmine and a very little bit of Lapsang Souchong for the smokiness. So it's, what did I use? I think 5 scoops of Earl Grey Supreme, 1 scoop of Dragon Pearl Jasmine, and like half a scoop of Lapsang Souchong. You bought some new teas. Oh no, the moths got into your old stuff, Sugar Crow? I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, you'd think that moths wouldn't like tea. You'd think it would be a bit pungent for them, but... Ginger curcuma tea with cinnamon. That sounds a couple of steps away from masala chai, Sugar Crow. Very cool. How is it? Mantis Man, with Earl Grey, you don't really need lemon because it's already got plenty of bergamot. Ham glazed or exotic dessert. I still... Every time I see that username... Every time I see that username, I can't help but, I can't help but laugh. You prefer Lady Grey over Earl Grey. Okay. Lady Grey, if I remember correctly, is the, it's the variant of Earl Grey that has cornflower petals in it, isn't it? Or like citrus peel instead of bergamot. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that Lady Grey was... I think it's trademarked. I'm pretty sure Twinings trademarked that tea. It's fantastic. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Citrus peel. Okay. Oh, God, Monotone. Why are you like this? Ah, very good, Low Kitty. You've got some actual masala chai. Very nice. Oh, Ron, I'm glad to hear that I've been able to show you a feature about this game that you really like. Monotone. Well, let me actually pour some tea for myself, and then we'll get to the game. Oh, dear. And it's even still warm. How about that? Ah, that's much better. I'm glad you guys reminded me about my tea before it got cold. Thank you. Actually, it's just about drinkable temperature now, which is perfect. Yeah, Low Kitty, it's a really flavorful tea, masala chai. I'm a big fan of it, too. And I have to say, this is my first time trying the combination of Earl Grey, Jasmine, and Lapsang Souchong. It was just an idea I had that I thought would go together nicely, but it does. It turns out it's really good. Ah! Monotone, is that the same lavender tea from that place that you sent me the lavender stuff from? Ah, Genmai-cha. Very good, warrior. Excellent. You guys all have great stuff. Mosasaur, you don't need your tea to be fancy. You just need it to be good. What matters is that you enjoy it, that you like it. Which National Geographic video, Mantis Man? Hey, Magnus, welcome! Good to see you. How are you doing? It is. I had a feeling, Monotone. You have lavender chamomile and lavender white peony. Very nice. I quite like lavender. Oh, and thank you for the shout out to Magnus. Yeah, guys, go check Magnus out if you don't know him. He's a horror game streamer, mainly, but he does other stuff as well. Oh, okay, Mantis Man. I'll have to check that out after the stream. I didn't realize there was actually a whole video. I only saw a mention of the photographs. Doing all right, thanks, Magnus. How about yourself? Yeah, Batojiri, where you are, it's probably a little bit hot for tea right now. And some people like to drink tea when it's really hot. My grandparents were that way. My grandparents on my mother's side, the ones from Ukraine, I guess in the old country, or so it was passed down to me, in the old country, they used to drink tea during the summer on really hot days because supposedly the heat from the tea made the heat of the summer feel less hot. Or that's how they explained it. I don't believe it. I've had hot tea on hot summer days to test that theory, and I don't think it's true. At least it didn't make me feel any less hot. Well, Mantis Man, that's the problem with a lot of pop culture, isn't it? Is that pop culture often depicts animals that are dangerous in real life as cute and cuddly and fluffy. We get a very, very biased view of those kinds of animals in pop culture and modern media, Mantis Man. Very skewed. Well, Alron, I'm glad somebody thinks so. Monotone, I've heard that too, but those Korean stews are spicy. At least if I'm thinking of the same ones. I think the idea is that the perceived heat caused by the spiciness of those stews helps to... I mean, I have to think that in actual practice, all it does is distract you from how hot the air is during the summer. 75 where you're at? 75 isn't bad. Unless it's Celsius, Viking, in which case you're dead, but you said you were in America and in Florida. So, yeah, 75 is cool for Florida. Yeah, it's interesting to hear that apparently quite a few of you also enjoy hot beverages on hot days. I've tried it, but it definitely doesn't make me feel any less hot. Spicy and heat hot, okay. I mean, I'm happy to eat a spicy stew any day of the week, Monotone. Especially a Korean spicy stew, because, boy, that country knows a thing or two about how to make a good stew. Well, Mantis Man, I mean, you're from the UK, you're kind of obligated, and I'm right there with you. I'm a year-round tea drinker. I'll drink tea during the summer regardless. It's just... For me personally, I don't notice any cooling effect of tea during the summer. Oh, you're in Oregon. Okay. So a little further north, Viking. Gotcha. 75 is a little bit more normal for Oregon, then. I mean, I guess depending on your elevation. because Oregon's got some mountains. Yeah, Low Kitty, for me it depends on the time of year. Although really what that amounts to is I'll either have hot tea or iced tea. Either way, I make it myself because it's just better that way, you know? Drinking hot coffee on a warm 70. Well, you know, 70 is an okay temperature to have a hot beverage, Elron. It's probably about that here right now. And I'm drinking hot tea. It's just, you know, if it's like a 90-degree Fahrenheit day, I probably will be reaching for my pitcher of iced tea rather than brewing a pot of hot tea. Yeah, Low Kitty, which is why I like living in places that actually have winter. Because there are a few things in life that are quite so cozy as enjoying a nice hot beverage while looking outside at the snow falling. Or, you know, even just looking outside at the autumn atmosphere, because, boy, where I grew up, there is sure some autumn. New England is one of the best places in the world for autumn foliage. And for hot drinks while you enjoy the autumn foliage. Ah, Alron, there used to be a Pete's Coffee somewhere in the North End in Boston. I think during one of my my trips to PAX, I ended up just hanging out at the Pete's Coffee shop in the North End while I waited for my table reservation at a nearby seafood restaurant. It looked like an okay place. It looked like they were kind of trying to be a Starbucks type place. Excellent, Mosasaur. Iced tea is perfectly sensible this time of year. Ah, very nice, Low Kitty. It has been ages since I had hot chocolate. But I would not turn down a nice cup of homemade hot chocolate. I mean, I wouldn't turn it down. I say that. I'd be the one making it, so it's not like I'm going to make it and then refuse to drink it. But, you know. Low Kitty, from scratch as in you start with actual cacao powder? Or, I'm guessing cacao powder. Probably not, like, bars of chocolate, I imagine. But I'm guessing you start with the raw powder and then mix in your own sugar and your own milk and whatever other ingredients, maybe some cinnamon. I'm actually a big fan of the Aztec style of hot chocolate, where they use dried, smoked chipotle and maybe other kinds as well of hot peppers and cinnamon in their hot chocolate. I really, really like that. Don't have it very often. Again, it's been ages since last time I did, but interesting, Mosasaur. I can't tolerate mint in pretty much anything because where I grew up in the United States, all of the toothpaste was mint flavored, and that kind of ruined mint for me in food that you actually eat. Which is why the toothpaste I use now is not mint flavored. Aw, thank you, Sugar Crow. I appreciate the cat pic. Look at him. He's got his own cat tree now. Or, well, he's got his own space in the cat tree, I guess. Look at this boy. He's looking comfy. Well, Vic, it's kind of a, from what I understand anyway, this is what I've been told, and my experience is consistent with it, but in the United States, mint is probably the most common flavor of toothpaste, but not so much in other countries. I mean, you can get mint toothpaste in Germany, obviously, but, I don't. And as a result of that, like, I can eat peppermint candy, although I don't really eat candy anymore. Very, very rarely. That is mint flavored. but I can't. I cannot tolerate mint in, for example, regular food and most beverages. Something like a mojito, like that drink, which I always order without alcohol because I don't drink alcohol, but like a virgin mojito, I guess you'd call it, which is just what is it? It's mint, soda water, and agave syrup or something like that. Where it's very light and it's fresh mint, I can tolerate, but like mint flavoring or dried mint, I can't do it. It's too much. Used to have toothpaste with... Oh, it's funny you say that, Sugar Crow. Yeah, I use cinnamon or citrus toothpaste now. Because I just couldn't do mint. Yeah, Sugar Crow, if I'm going to go someplace where people are drinking alcohol, my go-to is either a Virgin Mojito or a Virgin Mary, which is the non-alcoholic version of the Bloody Mary. I think the Bloody Mary is a fantastic drink. I think it's brilliant with tomatoes and horseradish, like a savory drink that's not sweet. I think that's fantastic. I love that drink, especially when it has olives and, celery. And I've seen some places add a strip of bacon to it, which is a little over the top. But yeah, that's all right. Bacon, tomatoes, horseradish. You're basically having your breakfast in a glass. Yeah, I used to order Shirley Temples when I was a kid, Vic, every once in a while. I would order those when the restaurants that we were going to didn't have pina coladas. The Virgin Pina Colada was my favorite drink as a kid because it was sweet and it also had a really nice touch of coconut and cream to it. And it came with maraschino cherries and a wedge of pineapple, which to me as a kid, that was perfect. Like that, I was all over that as a kid. Nowadays, I like more savory stuff, but... Well, Batojita, you're better off. You know, your liver will thank you, and your health in general will thank you. And especially as a trucker, it's good not to be in the habit of drinking. Yeah, Vic, my father is a big fan of hard cider. It's funny you mentioned that, actually, Vic, because when I was a kid, one of my father's friends, who is unfortunately now no longer with us, who passed away in 2014 or thereabouts, but the two of them would get together and they would brew their own hard cider. They'd get apples from a local farm, and the farm would press them into sweet cider. And my father's friend ran a sawmill, and so he had some property, he had some space, and in his basement, he had, I don't know where he got them, I believe what I was told was that there was a brewery in a neighboring town that was going out of business, and they were just getting rid of these enormous oak casks that had been used for making sherry, and my father's friend got his hand on like 10 of these like beautiful oak casks that had been made, I don't know, 100 or 150 years ago and had been used at this brewery for that entire time. And he had these gigantic oak casks that he then turned around and used for making hard cider. And he would fill them with local cider from one of their other friends' farm. There was a whole group of friends there that were all, they were those kinds of people. The backwoods kind of... They were self-described as redneck hillbillies. That was their term of choice for themselves. And they were very proud of that. And they were this whole group of friends that had different agricultural connections. And, a lot of them were machinists or fabricators by trade or farmers. And so they would all get together, and my father was sort of the brains of the operation because he had studied winemaking and making other kinds of alcohol and fermentation. And then the others all had the facilities and they had the equipment. And so between them, they would make these gigantic casks of hard cider in oak casks that had been used to make sherry wine. And I never tried any because I don't drink, but they said that the casks, because of what they had been used for, added a really great flavor to the hard cider. And they would brew it every year. They would get together and they would brew the cider, and then they would bottle it. And apparently they liked it really strong. There were a couple of stories that came from that group of friends that I heard through my father about how strong the stuff was. For example, one of them, I guess, worked on the town crew as a plow driver during the winter. In fact, several of them did, but one of these guys in particular, he drove a plow for the town when, during the winter months when it snowed. And apparently one day he had been down at my father's friend's sawmill drinking hard cider right before he went out to drive the plow. And somehow the cider that he had was strong enough that he somehow managed to flip the plow truck on its side. It's not an easy thing to do that in those plow trucks. They're big, stable, sturdy trucks. Flipping them over is not easy. But this guy managed to flip it. And all they were able to get out of him when they pulled him out of the truck was that he had been hanging out with my father's friends and drinking that cider. I believe they ran a test on it at some point, and they worked out that it was something like 12 or 15% alcohol by volume. It was a really, really, really hard cider. Yeah, Mosesor, there are all sorts of different flavors of toothpaste. No problem, Elron. Yeah, no mint juleps for me. Thank you, Karaga. Now I have to catch up on chat. Tomato juice is bad for you, Sugar Crow? Oh, I'm guessing reflux or something. Or possibly an allergy to tomatoes. I'm really sorry to hear that, Sugar Crow. You don't have to answer. I know that's personal medical information. Sugar Crow, I had a friend back when I was living in the U.S. who she could not eat tomatoes because she was allergic to them. Like, literally, if she ate tomato products, even marinara sauce or something, like on a pizza, her tongue would develop hives. Which was, yeah, I could see a very good reason for not eating tomatoes. You used to have this toothpaste. Marvis, I've never seen or heard of this toothpaste before. Cinnamon mint, fascinating. Yeah, Mantis Man, cinnamon is just a flavor that I don't associate with toothpaste. And the kind of toothpaste I use now is basically like, it's a tooth powder rather than a paste. And I mainly do that because it keeps a little bit longer, and it's just easier to use, and I find it more pleasant. The texture of wet toothpaste I've never really liked either. Doesn't have any bad aftertaste either. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow, I see. Yeah, that's another thing is, like, commercial toothpastes leave a really unpleasant aftertaste for me, and the stuff I use now doesn't. Yeah, Batojiri, my father's friend who made the hard cider explained this to me once, actually. I was talking to him one day when I went down to visit with my father, and he was explaining to me that if you have a commercial driver license, which he did, because he also drove trucks for the state, and he had previously been a commercial trucker like yourself. He was explaining to me that if you have a CDL, there are much stricter rules, laws actually, that govern what blood alcohol level you can have and still be considered drunk. He was telling me that after one beer, he is considered legally drunk because he has a CDL. So, yeah, I remember that actually, Batojiri, yes. Yeah, Mantis Man, which is one reason I don't, I don't prefer mint toothpaste. Oh, you just can't have too much fruit sugar. Gotcha, Sugar Crow. Okay. Well, your username is kind of ironic then. Yeah, Vic, and I'm just not a fan of anything that has artificial chemicals in it anyway. Yeah, Miscreant, I can appreciate that. Sugar Crow, you might be interested to know. I'll show you what I use. I use this stuff. And it's kind of an unusual product, but it works really well for me. I like it quite a lot. It's effective. It doesn't have any unnecessary ingredients in it. And I love the name, although it's not actually made here in Germany. It's it's got a kind of a funny backstory behind it. The woman who runs the company is a bit of a nutcase. She's one of those like soccer moms who started off as a health nut, but then got lost in the sauce and went a little too far. But the product is really good and it is effective. Yeah, Vic, I prefer powdered toothpaste because it's a lot easier to store and it pretty much has an infinite shelf life. Not to mention that the packaging is 100% recyclable. So that's another thing I appreciate about it, that the packaging it comes in can be completely recycled, whereas tubes of toothpaste are a little bit trickier. And I just find the flavor a lot more pleasant, and there's no real aftertaste. It doesn't last very long. It's a really good product. But yeah, the ingredients are very simple. There's nothing in there that's unnatural or super chemical. Every ingredient has a purpose. Nothing in there is super processed. And they have a really pleasant flavor and a texture that, for me anyway, is not off-putting. So, yeah, there are tons of different kinds, Miscreant. Not a discussion I ever thought I'd find myself having on stream, or really anywhere. But it's just funny how these things come up, and that everyone has their own different preferences for a long list of different reasons. Vic, the advantage, or one of the advantages to powdered toothpaste is that if you're traveling, or at least if you're traveling to the US, because the TSA has very, very strict rules about what you can and cannot fly into the country with. Powdered toothpaste you can carry on a plane with you, and it's not subject to the rules about carrying liquids. So you can bring a whole, a whole full container of powdered toothpaste, enough to last a couple of weeks if you're going to be staying a couple of weeks, and you don't have to worry about getting it through security because it's powder. It's not liquid. They're not going to think that you're trying to bring in explosives. Well, Miscreant, it's just I don't see any reason for it to get awkward. These are things everyone uses. They're common experiences that we all share. And, obviously there's a line that we draw somewhere. But, yeah, no, it's just, to me, it's fascinating to hear how other people do. Because I have my own way of doing things. I have my own preferences, but I don't live in somebody else's house. I don't know what toothpaste somebody else prefers, or what considerations somebody else might have to make when they're choosing their toothpaste. It's just fun things to learn about others, and maybe other people find it fun to learn these things about me. I don't know. It's just neat. That's why I love streaming, because you meet people from all over the world who have all kinds of different experiences, who come from all different walks of life, and you learn things that you never would have learned if you just gone out into your own town and hung out with people who live near you and have basically the same experiences, you know? So to me, this is fun. And I presume it's fun for the rest of you as well, because you're still here, even though I'm supposed to be playing a game that I've forgotten to play now for over an hour. Technically, peanut butter is a liquid. Are you sure it isn't a non-Newtonian substance? Actually, I am pretty sure it isn't a non-Newtonian substance, because it still more or less follows Newtonian rules, I think. But peanut butter is more of a paste. Technically, it's peanuts ground into a paste. So is a paste considered a liquid? Well, I don't know. I think technically in culinary terms, peanut butter would be considered either a suspension or an emulsion. And that's possibly in scientific terms as well, because the culinary terms borrows from science in that case. So I want to... Oh, the TSA. Gotcha, Batojiri. So the TSA considers peanut butter a liquid. We're not talking about its scientific classification. I see. I gotcha. Well, thank you, Mosasaur. I enjoy having you here. Well, Miscreant, you might as well be playing your own game while listening, because this is essentially just a podcast at this point. This is just an AMA about food and toothpaste and whatever. I gotcha. You know, Mantis Man, that's a good question, and I'm almost not sure I want to know the answer. Yeah, no, technically, in scientific terms, I believe peanut butter is considered an emulsion. Because the difference between a suspension and an emulsion is that one is permanent and the other is temporary. If you have a bottle of orange juice with pulp in it, and you let it sit, the pulp will settle on the bottom. And if you shake it up, the pulp will temporarily become suspended. It will be evenly distributed throughout the watery part of the juice. And that is called a suspension. An emulsion is basically a suspension that does not separate. It's a suspension where whatever the solid particles are permanently suspended in the liquid matrix. So, technically, I think peanut butter would be considered an emulsion. If there are any chemists in chat that would like to weigh in and clarify this, feel free to do so. Yeah, they are, Mosasaur. I genuinely did intend to play a game here, but you know me, I have trouble focusing on both at once, especially when chat is active as it is now. And I mean, I like it when chat's active. I like it when people are engaged, and I like being engaged with chat. But yeah, Fu Manchu, you might as well play your own game while listening. But yeah. Peanut butter is scientifically a liquid per an article by The Atlantic? I wonder about that, Vic Weave, because peanut butter is made of peanut oil and then solid peanuts that have been crushed or, in some cases, pureed to a uniform consistency. And because it contains the solid part of the peanut, which is basically fiber, fat, and some protein, in a matrix of oil that naturally emulsifies, I would suspect that it would be more considered an emulsion than a liquid, because it's not really I mean, I'm not sure that it follows all of the rules of a liquid chemically. So I'm very curious, yeah. This is the stuff always on your... what do you mean, Shaggyfoot? And that's a good question, Batojiri. What sources are they citing? Did they do their own experiment? Or did they consult with a chemist? Or, like, what... yeah. Wonder where they get that info. That's possible, Mantis Man, I guess. Oh, get the Atlantic online. They've got some explaining to do. Yeah, I'm curious about that. There might be scientific definitions I'm not aware of that maybe create loopholes through which peanut butter could be classified as a liquid. But if I had to take just a layman's guess, well, the guess of a layman with a little bit of a background in basic biology and a little bit of environmental science, my guess would be that it would be an emulsion. Freaking thanks, motorcycle guy. Semi-solid material, both solid and... Yeah, I'd be curious to see the definitions that the Atlantic is using in this case. No, Vic, an emulsion is a... Let me find the exact definition of emulsion, because I think that's a little clearer. An emulsion is a stable suspension of small droplets of one liquid in another with which it is immiscible, which is basically, immiscible means that they're not mutually soluble. So basically with an emulsion, you need something to emulsify the liquid and keep it mixed, keep it stable, which is what emulsifiers are. So the example that's given here is that mayonnaise is an emulsion because egg, which contains a lot of protein, is used to keep oil and water mixed. Of course, they use mayonnaise as their example. It's also a colloid in which both phases are liquid. And then there's a photography definition, which isn't really relevant to our purposes here. I think it might be the colloidal definition that we're looking at. And colloids are a stable system of two phases, one which is dispersed in the other in the form of very small droplets or particles. Okay, yeah, it is the colloidal definition. So in the case of peanut butter, you have the particles of the peanut suspended in the matrix of peanut oil. So I guess peanut butter is a colloid. Yeah, okay. An intimate mixture of two substances, one of which called the dispersed phase, or colloid, is uniformly distributed in a finely divided state throughout the second substance, called the dispersion medium. So, yeah, I guess peanut butter is a colloid. Alright, that's interesting. Yeah, what a world we live in, Shaggyfoot. Yeah, I guess that's also possible, Vicweave, an amorphous solid. Yeah, there are probably factors at work here that I'm not aware of, so I'm just going to run with that, and if there are any chemists in chat who want to clarify it, feel free, because I'd be really curious. Karaga, that's the last thing I need, is to be encouraging Echo Drop to talk any more about mayonnaise than he already does. Katamai, that is an incredible emote. That Lilich Nodders emote. What channel is that from? Oh, Lily Charles. Okay. That explains it. I've heard of her. Alright, well, anyway. How about them video games? How about them? You know what, though? I'm gonna have a little more tea before it gets cold. Yeah, just a regular German spy stream, Mantis Man. Nothing to see here. Literally nothing to see here. 2 hours of menu screen. And podcasting it with chat. I wouldn't have it any other way, though. And here I thought I might actually make a little progress today. So much for that. Fine, I have no complaints. No regrets. I chose this life. Nothing, Echo Drop. Nothing at all. Literally nothing. I've just been sitting here talking to chat for the last 2 hours. Phantom Blade Zero? What is Phantom Blade Zero, Miscreant? I've never heard of it. I'll be able to answer that question when I know a little bit more about what it is. Sorry. Yeah, go get some tea, Mantis Man. I will never discourage anyone from going to brew some tea. Mantis Man, I'm going to have to send you some tea this time. It'll be my turn, because you were so kind and you brought me that lovely package of tea at PAX. It was announced... Oh, okay, at the PlayStation Showcase. Looks like Neo/Sekiro. Huh. Who makes it, Vic? What team developed it? Now, don't tell him that, Mantis Man. Miscreant, don't get it from Amazon. Get it directly from their website. And... Miscreant, when you order it from their website, use either one of these codes. Try one of these codes to get a discount on their website if you order it from them, Miscreant, because there are 3 codes there, and I'm pretty sure at least 1 or 2 of them still work. Well, I appreciate it, Mantis Man. I'm really glad that you came to PAX. It was great having you guys, you and Monotone both. It was super fun getting to hang out with you guys and to show you around Boston and to bring you to the show. Especially seeing how much fun you two had hanging out at the World of Horror booth. That was, like, you two really seemed to hit it off with the devs over there. Developed by Cruel Man Studio and S-Game. Interesting, Vic. Okay. I'll have to go check it out. Nah, I wish, Shaggyfoot, I wish I could get them to sponsor me. I tried. I met with Mike Harney a couple of times when I was visiting the US, and I talked with him, and nothing ever came of it, unfortunately. I don't think they understand video games. They're not from a gaming generation, and I'm not sure they really understood what it was I was trying to do. And I never ended up hearing back from them, unfortunately. Action RPG, let's see, title developed... Oh, by a Chinese studio, that's interesting. Published by Cruel Man Studio, alright, that doesn't really tell me much, Miscreant. I'll have to do some research on my own, but interesting to know. It sounds like it's an indie game. First game for Cruel Man, okay, yeah. Maybe Sony will try to buy them if it's a hit? Yeah, okay. I would love that, Mantis Man. That would be fantastic. Yeah, Monotone, we were just reminiscing a little bit about PAX last year. And about how much fun it was to hang out with you and Mantis Man. And how glad I am that you came with me. You're going to miss PAX, Mosasaur? What do you mean? You're going to miss it as in you can't go? Or you're going to miss it as in you can no longer attend? Yeah, Sugar Crow, I might try contacting them again sometime, but, And Anon, Echo Drop, thank you very much for the gift sub to Tub of Mayo. Dear God. Yeah, I hope it helps, Miscreant. It's a lot easier to order directly from their website, and they do free shipping on orders over $50. And if you order directly from their website, Miscreant, they send you a lot of really nice free samples in the package, which you won't get through Amazon. Oh, you miss going. Okay, Moses. Yeah, one of my... Of course, you're in Connecticut. PAX East would be the easiest one for you to get to. That's part of the reason I go to PAX East, is because it's the shortest flight from Germany, and my parents... My parents still live in Connecticut, so I stay with them before the show. What do you mean they're broken, Echo Drop? They were playing fine for me. Did they not show up on stream? Hack and slash RPG. Chinese Kung Fu, Steampunk and more converge. Fast-paced sword combat. Bleak and punishing semi-open world. Oh, okay. That tells me a little more, Vic. I gotcha. Okay. You saw the notification but didn't hear anything? Hang on. Let me try that again, then. That should have come through on stream. Echo Drop, is your stream muted? No, it's not muted if you're hearing me talk. You had no sound for that one? Nothing. It doesn't. You saw it but didn't hear. No, that's okay, Elron. Don't worry about it. It's not like we made any progress. Listen, Mantis Man, I might have been talking on autopilot, okay? Leave me alone. Let me see.
Well, thanks for that.
How about now? Your first trip out of the country, you stayed... Oh, no kidding, Shaggyfoot. Went to a holiday... Oh, Berg Frankenstein. I see. Nice. 11:10. Yeah, you know, Shaggyfoot, Germany, we do have a few things to bring tourists in, but I'll tell you what, one of the things that brings a whole lot of tourists are the castles. And you stayed in Frankfurt. Yeah, Frankfurt is a pretty cool city. Okay, it's fine that time. Interesting. Spent 3 hours critiquing someone's noodle-making process. Yeah, Echo Drop, I bet that was a pain. Okay, well, let me see. So... what could... Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. Alright, let me replay that notification one more time, and let's see if you guys can still hear it. Was that still audible? It is. Okay. Yeah, I see the problem now. So the problem was, in advanced audio properties in OBS, my alerts were set to monitor only, mute output, and not monitor and output. So they were being output to my headphones, but not to the stream audio. And I know I didn't set them to that. So how the hell did they get set to that setting? Huh. Okay. Oh, it still is, Elron. But I have specific sounds for different types of notifications. When somebody subs, I have different voice lines from the Souls games. When someone donates money directly, that's what the Fat Minister laughs are for. So if I go back and play a monetary donation, this is from like 2 weeks ago, but that's what you're thinking of, Elron. Okay. Well, Echo Drop, I think that's the problem, is every time I update OBS, something changes behind my back, and I don't find out about it till I start streaming again. Oh no, Sugar Crow, your phone is spying on you. Yeah, just OBS being OBS, Batojiri. I haven't updated it recently. I don't know how those settings could possibly have been changed. Well, anyway, at least I have enough experience to know basically what the problem probably was. Thank you guys for letting me know about that. Oh, yeah, of course, Sugar Crow. It's a Huawei phone. It's definitely spying on you. Oh, God, Elron, no, not you too. Echo Drop, did you think I would put options for food with mayo in Treat Stream? Did you really think? No, of course not. I specifically chose dishes that did not contain mayonnaise for Treat Stream. Do you think I would be that careless, Echo Drop? No. No, nothing in Treat Stream has mayonnaise. Why? Why would I do that? Echo Drop, I'm going to be honest. When I was setting that up, your username did cross my mind. And I did have the conscious thought that, you know, there are people in my community who would deliberately go out of their way to send me food with mayonnaise. But also, Echo Drop, I just don't want to eat food with mayonnaise, so I wouldn't put any in the Treat Stream menu. Why would I do that? Why would I let you guys torture me? Well, I appreciate the thought, Echo Drop. I will say thank you for thinking of it. Even if it maybe was a little bit trollish. Alright. I never did pour that tea. Elron, you know better than to ask me this. It's worse than the sum of its parts. It's when they're together in the form that they become that I cannot stand them. And it's not cream, it's eggs and oil, generally. And what it becomes when you mix them together, I cannot stand. Separately? Yeah, I cook with eggs frequently. And I cook with oil frequently. But when you emulsify eggs and oil together, the substance that they turn into is anathema to me. I can't. No. And no, Echo Drop, that's not the solution either. Mayonnaise, just being what it is abominable to me. We've had this discussion, Echo Drop. Okay, tea poured. And look at that, it hasn't even gotten cold yet. It's only lukewarm now, but that's fine. I can't stand aioli, Vic. Anything that has mayonnaise in it, even, I avoid. There's Echo Drop just sitting over there drinking it. Freaking gross. Well, it's a substitute, Vic. For people who, for whatever reason, can't or don't want to consume animal proteins. Maybe or maybe not, Alron. I get the feeling you're about to go into more detail about mayonnaise. Someone else posted it and not you, Echo Drop? Yeah, Vic, vegetable oil is a thing. I mean, most oils come from vegetables. There are some animals that produce types of oil as well. There's whale oil, which was used as a fuel for lanterns before people realized that maybe we shouldn't hunt whales to extinction. And there are other kinds of animal oils as well, but most oils come from plants. And I mean, even in regular mayonnaise, the oils that are used for it still come from plants. It's usually like, I mean, depending on how cheap it is, it's usually either olive oil or, you know, some other kind of plant oil. Don't worry, Vic, it happens. I find that the older I get, the worse my memory becomes, and it was never really very good to begin with. Yeah, you just use a non-animal emulsifier, Vic. Basically what it amounts to. Yeah, sunflower or safflower or canola oil from Fromage Fiend are the cheap ones. I've never cooked with tallow, Echo Drop. And I only ever cook with lard incidentally. Lard is just basically pork fat, and if I've cooked some bacon or something, I may save the bacon fat, or, you know, I'll cook something else in the pan that I use to cook the bacon, but I don't go out of my way to buy lard. Same with chicken fat. You know, if I'm cooking chicken, I'll use what's left in the pan, but, you know, I don't use so much of the stuff that I have to go out of my way to buy it separately. Ah, multiple personalities, Aaron, I see. I can only begin to imagine what that experience must be like. And it is certainly not one to which I can directly relate, but fascinating nonetheless. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that must be a little bit weird. That one personality likes things that the others hate. Welcome back, Mantis Man. Sugar Crow, what is... Hang on. I put my teacup where I normally keep my keyboard, and I went to reach over for my keyboard to click that link. And I grabbed my teacup, and I was like, wait, what? This isn't what I'm looking for. Let me see. Your PC decoration, Sugar Crow, have a... Let's see. Here's the link. There's the correct keyboard I need, because I have two. Oh, when you say PC decoration. Sugar Crow, can I ask, what is that thing she's lying on? Is that a porous cushion? Because you don't want to block the fan ports on your PC, but I know you well enough to know that you're probably already aware of that, and it looks like maybe what you've done here is put something breathable? Is that what you did? Is the thing she's lying on breathable so that the hot air from the PC can still escape the case and then keep Okatsu here warm? Is that what you've done here? Yeah, I don't think I've ever had tallow as a culinary ingredient, Echo Drop. I've seen candles that were made from tallow. Yeah, that's kind of how I pictured it, Alron. As more of just like multiple people in one car, and you can't stop and make anyone sit on the side of the road to get them to shut up. Corrugated cardboard. It's a cardboard scratcher. It stands on 2 feet. Oh, okay. So it doesn't really obstruct the fan port, Sugar Crow? I gotcha. Yeah, I had a feeling it was probably something like that. And of course, she likes to lie on it rather than scratch it. That tracks. Well, Alron, that's usually how people develop multiple personalities, is as a protective mechanism or a way of dealing with the outside world. It's interesting you mention it, because it gets into some Jungian philosophy, and whatever else may be said of Carl Jung, some of the other harmful and dangerous ideas that he had, his ideas about personas, he did kind of nail it when it comes to multiple personalities. He had a really interesting way of looking at them, and about how different personalities surface in response to external stimuli, and each personality is sort of a way to deal with different situations in the external world. So fascinating stuff. Hello, Nico. Welcome. Good to see you. Well, thank you for relaying that, Alron. I appreciate it. She lies there like the diva she is. Yeah. They both, Sugar Crow, her and Nako both, I get diva vibes from them. I mean, they're very lucky they have you, Sugar Crow. It was very good of you to adopt them, and they certainly found their way into a good home. Can't continue to eat the food you bought in prep for next week on the truck. Bato GD, what, did you get, stuff that travels, I'm guessing? Probably beef jerky and other kinds of stuff like that? Yeah, you'll unfortunately have to, get some fresh stuff, probably, Bato GD. I don't know, does the truck have, like, a mini fridge in it? Because it looks like it looks like that extended cab from the pictures you showed must have at least some food storage. Well, what is it, Magnus? I mean, most house cats are, Sugar Crow. They're either divas that just lie around and in the lap of luxury all day, or they're the spastic ones that are just bouncing off the walls. Well, and depending on what part of his ideas you're looking at, Fu Manchu, some of it is very much, yeah, I will very much pass on what he was smoking, thank you. I will not have any of that. Fake D&D session of an improv comedian and the two of you doing roles for... Oh, yeah, throw that in the game room, Magnus. Throw that in the game room. That's probably, yeah, there or the library. I guess either place would be fine. Elron, it wouldn't be distracting any more than me being distracted by chat in general already is. That's up to you. I'll leave that up to you. There's a moth in the library. I'll have to check that out after the stream. I don't want to get too distracted digging through Discord, but Well, Sugar Crow, that's why most people get cats, is because, you know, as spastic as they are, and as much as they might scratch up your couch or pee on your carpet every once in a while, you can't help but love them and want to cuddle them. And, you know, on the whole, the idea is that they make your life better. You know what makes my life better? Tea. But I've already had enough for now, and, black tea, like what I have today, is one of the highest teas in caffeine. And even though I've been drinking tea all these years, I still can't have too much tea all at once. Like, I'll go through a pot of tea a day, but I have to space it out. Like, if I drink a whole pot of tea all at the same time, I still get horrible tachycardia. And some tea has redonkulous amounts of caffeine. Like, you go to a Thai restaurant and you get their Thai iced tea. I don't know what the heck kind of tea they're using to make that stuff, but my God, I can have maybe one glass of that stuff before the tachycardia sets in. Your hands off, cats? I'm not sure I follow, Nico. You mean your cats don't like to be petted? Yeah, those sound like the more chill ones, Mosasaur. And of course, Sugar Crow asks for a picture. Yeah, you know what, Mosasaur? I'd like to see a picture too, if you don't mind. Oh, Alron, redonkulous is a word that I picked up. Where did I first hear that? It was a long time ago, so probably in high school, which would have been in the early aughts. Yeah, I've had yerba mate before, Batojiri. There are a few. Redbush, Rooibos, also I think has a fairly significant amount of caffeine in it. Oh, low maintenance. Gotcha, Nico. Okay. Your cat's name is Chalupa Batman? That's incredible, Mosasaur. Gotcha, Nico. Don't worry about it. I have those moments, too. We actually talked about this during the previous stream, but my brain moves faster than my mouth can sometimes, and so as my mouth is trying to catch up with my thoughts, I stumble and trip over my words. Which is something that I've been working on all my life, and for the most part I've got it under control, but every once in a while I have a slip-up. Alright, Mosasaur, let's see. I presume this is a picture of your cat. Yeah, Nico, I know I'm not the only one. It's something that I have to be consciously aware of when I'm doing any kind of public speaking, such as streaming, or, you know, even speaking to somebody in person. I have to consciously monitor my own speech and very deliberately make the effort to speak coherently. Because if I'm just speaking on autopilot and not thinking, then I start to stumble over my words. Aw, Mosasaur, he's adorable. Look at that fluffy boy. I want to pet him. Aw, he looks so comfy. Yeah, that tracks, Magnus. That definitely fits your goth aesthetic. And it rolls off the tongue nicely, Magnus. It's easy to say. I might be thinking of a different type of herbal tea, Mantis Man, then. Maybe it wasn't Rooibos. I'm probably thinking of some other herb that's used for tea. I don't have redbush tea an awful lot. I honestly don't like it all that much. So I probably was confusing it with something else. Probably something like mate, because I know mate has a ton of caffeine, but, yeah, well, that's usually why people stumble over their words, Nico, is because the brain moves too quickly. Or it's the other way around, and their mouth moves too quickly and the brain can't keep up. You wanted to name him Lucifer, but you were vetoed? Aww. Magnus, I think that was a fantastic name. If you ever get a second black cat to keep him company, Lucifer has my vote. Because, I mean, that's just the personality of a lot of cats, isn't it? Lucifer. Alright, so how about that video game, huh? Gosh. Alright. I have a feeling, Nico, there are probably quite a few people in chat who would agree with you on that. We've all met that kind of cat before. And I think now is probably a safe time to turn the music back on. I had it turned off in the beginning because I had a feeling that we might want to do a bit of catching up at the beginning of the stream. I don't know why it didn't occur to me that we would get sidetracked for that long, but... Honestly, Nico, those are my favorite kinds of cats. The ones that are, you know, that are chill, that just like to hang out, that are happy to sit on your lap for several hours and cuddle with you. I like those kinds of cats best. Oh, yeah, stray cats are a crapshoot, Sugar Crow. Sometimes they'll let you pet them or touch them, and sometimes they won't. And sometimes they'll pretend they want to let you touch them, and then they'll just scratch you. I've met some house cats that would pretend they wanted you to touch them and just scratch you. Not at all uncommon. Yeah, Shine the Diamond. Those are the kinds of cats I like. Although, I'm not so fond of it when you wake up and the cat is literally sleeping on your face and you can't breathe and you're suffocating. Because some cats will happily suffocate you in your sleep. You'll wake up and they're just sitting over you with a pillow on your face, pressing it against you with their paws, and they're like, "This house will be mine, human." Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, Foo. Yeah, some cats love to tease, Nico. Wants to be around the people but not held. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, some humans are like that. You've got a pic somewhere of him sitting at a D&D session at the table? Post that in chat, please, Magnus, if you can find it. I'd love to see. Well, Foo, that's a plus. But some cats get passive-aggressive. Like, they may not scratch you if they're mad at you, but then they'll go pee in your shoes. And they'll just let you find it. There's a cat that lives along the route you walk to work that will let you pet it? Oh, no kidding. Oh, but then it'll shout at you if you stop? Aww. Yeah, I understand those kinds of cats, Mantis Man. It's the letting go and the parting that's the most difficult part. You know, it's hard to say goodbyes, whether you're a person or a cat. Nabisco S'morios? S'mores Oreos. Ah, interesting, Batojidi. I've never heard of those. Yeah, Mosasaur, some cats only have certain people they're attached to. That tends to depend on how socialized they are. If they've been introduced to a lot of different people from an early age, then they tend to grow up more socialized and they become more people cats. Thank you, Magnus. No hurry. Yeah, Batojiri, I'm not a huge sweets person, but if I feel like having something sweet, I'd like to have something mild. You know, something without a ton of sugar. And unfortunately, usually I have to go a little far out of my way to get them, but the local bakeries are where I go. Let me see if I can find a picture. What I prefer are, here we go. Here's a good one. What I prefer are these. Hey, Alex! Thank you so much for coming to say hi, Alex. No problem. Have a good day. I really appreciate you dropping in, and we'll catch you next time. Yeah, Batojiri, somebody at Nabisco must have decided that now was the time. They sound like they were a limited run product. Vanilla cream and chocolate cream. Yeah, I mean, if I were still willing to eat grocery store cookies, I probably would give those a try. My go-to if I feel like having something sweet are cream puffs. I do enjoy the occasional cream puff. Because they're usually not too sweet, and they have lots of nice fresh cream, which I really enjoy because that also isn't too sweet. And I don't know, I adore desserts that use whipped cream. I've made whipped cream myself at home. On occasion. I have a stand mixer that I use, and it's way better when you make it yourself. Because there are all different kinds of ways you can make it. You can make plain vanilla cream, but you can add other things to it. Like if you add a little bit of maple syrup, then you've got maple cream. Or if you add a little bit of honey to sweeten it instead, you've got honey cream. But it's the pastry part that I haven't mastered yet. So if I am going to get cream puffs, I usually get them from a local bakery. Well, I always get them from a local bakery, I should say. I've never attempted to make them at home because my baking still needs a bit of work, sadly. Okay, Sugar Crow, good night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good one. Go enjoy those cute, fluffy little cats. They were a limited run thing for years. They do it once a year annually. Ah, okay. Yeah, Batojiri, those are cream puffs. They're basically just a shell of choux pastry filled with lots and lots of fresh cream. Or if you get them from a crappy bakery, they're only filled with a little bit of fresh cream. I prefer the ones without chocolate. I don't like chocolate. I also prefer them without powdered sugar on top because that's still too much sugar for me. It's sweeter than I prefer. Oh, yeah, Nico, it's actually, it's very easy to make your own, Nico, and actually... Chef Jean-Pierre did a great video on some fantastic ideas for compound butter. Here we go. There. Yeah, Echo Drop, this is quite surprisingly an area where I figured you and I would have some common ground. I cannot, like, every freaking dessert I've ever had, be it from a grocery store, a restaurant, just way too sweet, way too much sugar. Which is why I really need to learn how to prepare the pastry part of cream puffs so that I can just make them at home. Oh, Magnus, can you link that in chat so I don't have to dig through the Discord to find it? If you don't mind, you can just right-click on the image in Discord and select copy link, and then paste the link here in chat. Thank you, Magnus. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Echo Drop, just way too much. Oh, they discontinued them, Batojiri. I wonder why. Oh, Magnus, this is fantastic. Look at him. He looks like he's participating. Did you guys give him his own character sheet? Is that what I'm looking at here? Was he your DM for this session? Because that's what looks like is going on here. Look at that boy. Yeah, he looks like he's just the DM. Yeah, no problem, Nico. I've made compound butter many times myself, both before and after I watched this video. It's something I've been doing for years. Because you can buy compound butter in the store for like 8 times the price of regular butter, or you can just buy some fresh parsley and, you know, fresh garlic and make it yourself for a fraction of the cost. Yeah, Magnus, he looks like you threw him a curveball in the campaign and he wasn't expecting that you would be fighting an owl bear at the very beginning. And yeah, Echo Drop, I don't like chocolate either. It's too overpowering, especially to put it on a cream puff. Like, there's a bakery near me that makes cream puffs, but they don't make them without chocolate. Like, you'd have to order a dozen of them in order to get them without chocolate. And then you have to specify very clearly, no chocolate, no powdered sugar. Ah, gotcha, Magnus. Okay. It might be, Warrior. Let me double check. Choux pastry or pâté à choux, pastry dough, butter, water, flour, and eggs. Yeah. Instead of a raising agent, choux pastry employs its high moisture content to create steam, as the water in the dough evaporates when baked, puffing the pastry. The pastry is used in many European cuisines, including... Yeah, okay. Manner of rising. The ingredients for choux pastry... let's see. Boiling the water and the butter, and then adding the flour. The mixture is cooked a few minutes longer, then cooled before adding enough eggs to achieve the desired consistency. The boiling step causes the starch in the flour to gel, allowing the incorporation of more water. Yeah, that sounds like what you're thinking of, Warrior. It's used to make small puffs. Yeah, which is what you use for the cream puffs. Okay. I'm pretty sure you're right, then. Yeah, Echo Drop, it's the pastry that's the pain to make. The whipped cream is pretty easy. I mean, if you've got a good stand mixer, you can make the whipped cream in 5 minutes, but that's why I don't make cream puffs at home, is because the choux pastry is a huge pain. And it's really particular about how you cook it, and it's very easy to screw up. Yeah, Magnus, it sounds like he just wants to be involved where everyone is sitting around the table. He wants to be in on it. That's true, Fu. It is. Aw. Yeah, Echo Drop, that's why I just buy them. Because the amount of time and effort that it takes to make choux pastry at home is just more than I can deal with. Well, good, Magnus. It's nice that he likes to be involved and to hang out. I'm sure it helps keep morale high during the campaigns as well. Who knows? Maybe he was into D&D in a past life. All right. Well, it's been since a past life that I even acknowledged I was playing a game. The only thing you really bake is Mandelbrot. Yeah, Warrior, if you ever do, let me know what results you get, because I've tried it a couple of times, and I came to the conclusion that it just wasn't worth the time that it takes to do it myself. Because I'm just not desperate enough for anything sweet that I'm willing to put in that kind of time and effort on a regular basis to make it, but... But I don't know. Maybe I'll do it sometime just as a project. Because it is true that those things are pretty expensive. Nice, Magnus. Ah, okay, Echo Drop. Well, see, it's funny that as much as I hate mayonnaise and you love it, you and I seem to have similar taste in desserts. Because, yeah, creme brulee is a favorite of mine as well. I don't make it at home. But if I'm at a restaurant that serves it, I will sometimes order it. And when you say Japanese pudding, I'm guessing you mean the flan style of pudding that they borrowed from, like, Portugal and those countries. Yeah, exactly, Echo Drop. If you make them at home, you can decide exactly how much sugar goes into it. Which is why I try to get most of my food, or, you know, make most of my food at home when I can. The pudding in the creme brulee has the bitter caramel. Yeah, yeah. And with creme brulee, I like to have fresh fruit, too. And the fresh fruit usually helps to cut the sweetness a little bit. Because usually you'd serve creme brulee with blueberries or raspberries or blackberries. And while those are sweet to an extent, they also have a little bit of tanginess and a little bit of acidity on their own that balances it. Well, Warrior, the problem there is that you would need to be able to individually quick freeze the cream puffs if you were going to store them that way. And IQF requires expensive, complicated equipment that I do not own. You could possibly freeze cream puffs for a couple of days, but storing them long term that way is probably not good. Oh no, Mantis Man, why do you have to give him ideas? What have you done? Echo Drop is now actually going to do that. And he's going to take pictures and share them on the Discord, and then we'll all be cursed. Yeah, Mantis Man, you're a mod. You're supposed to be discouraging this sort of behavior, not enabling it. What are you doing, man? Overnight them to Mantis Man, Echo Drop. It was his idea. Make him suffer. It's only fair. Hey, Lord Luis, welcome. Good to see you. It was in your head, so you're suffering already. Now we all suffer together. Great. Fantastic. Well, thank you for sharing your suffering with us, Mantis Man. How are you doing, Lord Luis? It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Oh, you know, I'm forgetting. I think I need to actually accept a contract here because I don't have an objective at the moment. Other than that we're running low on money. Patrol the road for bandits. You approach a market stall, the man behind it turning red in the face as someone whispers ill news in his ear. He turns to you, jowl shaking as he speaks. These damned outlaws will be the end of me and my business. He sighs. I don't suppose you're interested in making a bit of coin. That depends on the job. Kira! Look who it is! Well, this is a rare privilege. Hello and welcome, everyone. Kira, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, everyone, for dropping by. Oh, it's so good to see you, Kira. Thank you. Guys, if you don't know my friend Kira, do yourselves a huge favor and go check her out. I mean it. I know I say that when any of my friends drop by, but I mean it every time. Seriously, go check her out. She is so sweet and so chill and so just relaxed and laid back, and her streams are really comfy and calm and just a great place to hang out. She has been playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, but is a variety streamer who plays a fair bit of games like Kingdom Hearts and The Legend of Zelda and just kind of chill, relaxed games that are really nice when you want something not so crazy. And she's just a really wonderful and kind and sweet person. So go check her out. Trust me on this. You'll be really glad you did. How are you doing, Kira? It's so good to see you. What were you streaming? Let me see here. Have to catch up on chat now. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am well, thank you, Kira. And I will not stop it, because you are that cool. And you do deserve it. It's true. It's all true. I mean it. Seriously. And for anyone coming in with the raid, it just occurred to me, I was scratching my head, sitting here thinking, there's something I'm supposed to do when someone raids me, isn't there? Yes, I'm supposed to introduce myself. I'm not tired. You're tired. Shut up. For anyone dropping in with the raid, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. And occasionally, I manage to play them halfway decently. You did some Tears of the Kingdom. I had a feeling. You seem like you've been really, really going hard on Tears of the Kingdom lately, Kira. Which, I understand, it looks like a really cool game. What I want to know is, Kira, have you built a Gundam yet? Have you built yourself a gigantic mech? Because I have seen some incredible, unbelievable, and just some ridiculous creations that people have made. No, that's all right. Give it time. The important thing is that you're having fun, which you clearly are, and it's been really enjoyable to drop by and hang out with you as time allows, Kira, which I can do now that I'm finally done working on the Elden Ring guide and it's off to print. I'm so happy to have my life back so I can actually spend time with my friends again. 105 hours, Nico, jeez. You're just making bridges? Well, hey, bridges are an important start. If you can make bridges, then you can probably overcome most obstacles. Hello, Dev. It's good to see you. And everyone coming in with the raid, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Dutchy, good to see you. Steph, good to see you as well. Exius, Otter, you I know. We're acquainted already, but good to see you nonetheless. I really appreciate you coming by. Thank you, everyone, and thank you again, Kira, for the raid. I really appreciate it. When in doubt, Long Bridge. Yeah. In some ways, I really wish that I could play Tears of the Kingdom just for the building, because I love that kind of mechanic. I love building stuff, especially when it's stuff that has a function. Like, when I look at other people playing Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom, I just get this itch to build flying machines, you know? I want to build an airship or something, or just this fantastical Victorian, Michelangelo-esque flying machine with propellers and hot air balloons and, you know, wings, and just fly around in it. You like building in The Sims? You know, Kira, it's funny you mention that because the last couple of games I've streamed have had similar sorts of building aspects to them. I like building too. I just don't generally play games that are more simulation-oriented. Like, I enjoy building vehicles or machines, or even sometimes bases, and that sort of thing. I'm not the greatest architect myself, but like when I watch you stream Tears of the Kingdom, all I can think is, man, this game has a really cool building mechanic. I don't even know anything about this story. Like, all of my friends, when I drop by their streams for Tears of the Kingdom, they're not doing story stuff, they're just building things. And that tells me pretty much everything I need to know about the game. Yeah, Mantis Man, I've seen ridiculous like, I'm astonished the game lets you do as much as it does. I'm astonished the Korok rotisseries are even possible. I'm astonished. I mean, the gigantic wooden statues with the exploding genitalia are also kind of astonishing to me that those are possible. But of course, when you have a game that's that free with what it lets you do, somebody is going to build artillery shaped like a dick. You know, someone is out there who's going to do it. It was only a matter of time. But it's incredible to me how much freedom that game gives you with what you build. and just the functionality of what you build as well. It looks really cool. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Kira. I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry I missed your stream. I was looking earlier at the list of my friends who were streaming when I was about to start streaming myself, and I was like, man, I have so many friends that I just want to watch right now, but I have to do it too. Because, you know, this is part of my income, and it's part of how I support myself, so I've got to keep up the hustle, as it were. Yeah, Kira, like, just some of the crazy, like, people building flying machines with missile launchers, or, like, building tanks with laser artillery. It's... I've watched some of those videos, Kira. It blows me away, some of the stuff people have made. The craziest one I saw was also one of the simplest, and it's basically a flying bike. It's like a hover bike that is literally just the handlebars attached to 2 fans. And it's the simplest, stupidest machine I've ever seen anyone build, but as long as you have enough power, you can use it to pretty much fly anywhere. It's ridiculous. Some dude made an orbital cannon? It's incredible. That's the new build you gotta try? Yeah. All it is it's the handlebars with a fan on the front and a fan on the back. And the fans are angled slightly backward so that they provide both thrust and lift. And that's all it is. It's like the simplest contraption in the game. Who would have thought? But if it were me, I would add missile launchers to it. You know, I would add laser cannons. I wouldn't just do a hover bike. I'd do a hover bike with spice. You know, like with pizzazz. and you know, with heavy artillery capabilities. Yeah, Dev, exactly. The armed hover bike. Well, I'm definitely dropping by tomorrow for your stream, Kira, because I'm very much looking forward to see you build this. Link created a carpet bombing glider. Yeah, with Fortunate Son, yes, yeah. Or the bird is the word, monotone, right? I mean, I guess, Mantis Man. Nico, I want to see the orbital cannon. I haven't seen that one yet either. If you can find that video, feel free to link it. Thank you, Dev, for reminding her. It just occurred to me that that might be a fun build to strap some rocket launchers onto. Maybe some other things as well. Those bird-shaped gliders also look like a fun one to play around with, because I bet you could turn one of those into a jet with enough fans, and they've got a little bit more room for mounting weapons on them. This is probably just a transparent look into how I think when I think about building vehicles. But the jet bike was just so stupid. Okay, Nico. I bet it has, Dev. I mean, I like games that do that. I like games that give you the freedom to customize your vehicles and your facilities and your houses. I think that's a really awesome element to add to a Zelda game. I mean, Zelda has been doing open world games, or I should say Nintendo has been doing open world Zelda games for years, you know, decades. Starting with Ocarina of Time, and I guess even before that, like, you know, the very first Zelda games were in some ways open world. They just weren't 3D. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Dev. But yeah, adding a system like that to an open world game is a great idea. I feel like it really adds a whole new dimension of fun to the Zelda series. No worries, Kira. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please go take care of yourself, grab some dinner, enjoy your lurk, and thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. You've really made my day. It always brightens my day to see you. Thank you so much, Kira. Ah, Nico, this must be the orbital cannon. All right, let's have a look. Let's see what we got here. Well, Mantis Man, I mean, usually you have to work your way up. Yeah, Dev, like, I'm really glad that in Tears of the Kingdom, they improved upon the building mechanic and put more thought into it, and more creativity and more depth. Let's see here. Orbital bombard. Oh, okay. It's a platform that he launched. Oh, that's incredible. And it just hovers and continuously fires lasers. That's fantastic. I love this, Nico. Incredible. Absolutely beautiful. But yeah, have a good night, Kira. Rest well, and thank you again. You have a resealable container that has Genmai Chai in it for 6 years. Honestly, Batrajiri, as long as it's airtight and air cannot get in or out, it'll last a good while. Yeah, Dev, just the level of creativity I've seen people use in Tears of the Kingdom is incredible, just the ingenuity. And that's what happens if you give people just the set of tools to do it, you know? You give them a good set of tools that are versatile, simple, and easy to use, and there's a whole lot of just unbelievable inventiveness out there, and tons of creativity and ingenuity that people will not be slow to put to work. Well, Nico, you don't have to be. That's the great thing, is you can just use other people's blueprints. You know, we all drive cars, but most of us aren't able to build a car from scratch on our own. You know? Yeah, Nico, and, you know, using the old engine, well, I say the old engine, the existing engine from Breath of the Wild, and not having to do all that work from scratch again. Exactly, they were able to focus the development effort on improving what they already had. You know, I'm not necessarily against reusing assets or systems, as long as it's done in a way that improves or adds more stuff that's good. Oh, well, Batrajiri, that's not because the tea has gone bad. That's just because you maybe overbrewed it a little bit or used more than you needed. But that's the great thing about brewing your own tea, is you can make it as weak or as strong as you like it. Oh, I do too, Mantis Man. I very much have that spark of mayhem as well. I'm a bit of a Panzerfaust, and I, at the very least, am upfront about that. I'm not like a closeted Panzerfaust, where I just secretly love explosions. No, I'll tell you I like explosions. But well, Echo Drop, but that's every AAA developer now, is they're all rushing to price their games as high as they can. And honestly, especially Echo Drop, that's Nintendo. So I would have liked to see the price a little bit lower, but hey, I'm not the one actually playing the game. I'm just enjoying watching other people play it. So, you know, that's me. That's the great thing about streaming, too, or even just watching streams is, hey, you can't afford to play a game? Well, now you can still experience it vicariously, at least. This game, fortunately, doesn't have to hit 30 FPS because we don't really have a lot of massive visuals to worry about here. Well, Salt, and then there's that as well. I suppose I could play Tears of the Kingdom if I really wanted to. It would not be on original hardware. And Reigns, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. 87 months. Man, I'm blown away that people have been following me for that long, or that I've been doing this for that long. And that's not even half as long as I've been doing this. That's just the Twitch half. Thank you so much, Enrains. It's so good to see you. No, Enrains, check this out. It's been a little more than 5 minutes, Enrains. I literally have not left this town since the beginning of the stream. We did get past the menu, Mosasaur, that's true. Maybe now, actually, we'll get to do a mission or two. About $50 a game, Nico. So, I'm old enough to remember the Atari and the NES era when those games were being made and were sold. And typically what would happen, Nico, is that when I would go to a store that sold video games, especially a store that would sell them new, and usually you would get those kinds of things at Toys R Us, because Toys R Us would have video games, and then sometimes other places as well, like department stores would have video games. And there were other, in some cases, stores that would specifically sell them, but those were places like Funko Land, where you could get them either new or used. And Funko Land was one of the best, because they would have much lower prices, but if you wanted one new, there were usually only a few places you could go to get it. Because when I was a kid, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, video games had not caught on in society as a whole. They weren't a mainstream thing. They were kind of niche. And so you would have to go to only a few places to get them. And if you wanted a new NES game, they were usually anywhere between $30 and $50 new, depending on what game it was. SNES games ranged anywhere from 50 to 60 or so. And so, hey, Vicinus, thank you so much dropping by to say hi. Great to see you. Oh god, no, Mosasaur. I don't need to be distracted any further. I promised people I'd be playing a game. No, I'm happy if everyone in chat's happy with me just focusing on chat, but I do actually want to play a little more of this. I hope you're well, Vicinus. Thank you for coming to say hi. But yeah, and Reigns, or, Nico, rather. Oh, Vic, thank you so much for the gift sub to Shine the Diamond. Very generous of you. Oh, and Reigns, I'll let someone else fill you in on the toothpaste discussion. We were just talking about what kinds of toothpaste we each prefer. Well, Miscreant, you have to take into consideration, though, $50 for a brand new NES game in 1989, with inflation, is probably not that far off from $70 in 2023. So, the new games and the new hardware have always been expensive. And I remember explicitly the NES console itself, in, I want to say probably 1993 or so. You know, 1992, 93, which was when I was first interested in trying to buy one. And then, of course, I found out how much money it was. But I remember explicitly, it was in 92 or 93, I was at a Toys R Us and I was looking, I mean, my mother had brought me there because I was like 8. And I was looking at the brand new NESs in their boxes. And I asked one of the store employees how much the NES cost. And I remember very distinctly, she told me the console itself with 2 controllers and the gun and, you know, everything that you needed to plug it in, all of the, you know, different cables and whatnot, that all came in the box. And then the Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt cartridge, which the console came with. That package was $149.99. And later on, when the PS1 came out, which was around the time I was 12, the PS1 was also going for about $150. Yeah, Warriors, so they were expensive. $40 to $50 was the standard price for an NES game. And $150 for the console is, I mean, I feel like the prices have gone down in terms of their absolute value, taking inflation into account. And the reason they have gone down since, you know, I was a kid is that video games have just become a lot more mainstream. They're no longer this specialty thing that you have to spend tons of money on. Well, I mean, they're still expensive, but they're more accessible than they used to be. So, Echo Drop, there are more complex factors in the price of games, but ultimately it kind of ended up being a shallow curve, because back when I was a kid, the amount of money that video games were worth, new, was maybe higher than it is today by default, but then inflation started to happen, and at the same time, video games started to become more accessible, so in some way their value went down, and then their price went up. So the amount of money that they cost increased, but the value monetarily that they had, counting inflation, kind of decreased. So there's a weird parallel going on there where the amount of money that would be shown on the price tag and the actual value in the currency of the day had kind of an increasing and decreasing interaction simultaneously, which I can't quite picture what that would look like on a graph, but I think overall, it costs a little less today than it would have in 1989. Now, that being said, I still think $70 in today's money is still a lot for a game, any game, but, you know, 50 or 60 I could maybe deal with. The thing is, though, I've been kind of spoiled as a content creator because half the games I play, especially since I stream them, I get for free because, you know, the developers are like, hey, do you want to play this game on stream and do like a promotion for it for us? And if it's a game I think I'll actually like, and if it's a developer that I'm pretty sure is not scummy and that treats their employees terribly, you know, if it's a company that I have reason to believe is a good company, then, you know, after I've done a little bit of research on the company and the offer and the game, I'll say, yeah, okay, I'll take that. I could use a little extra grocery money. No problem. And then I'll get a game for free. And occasionally it'll even be a bigger game. Like The Outer Worlds, I received a code for from Obsidian. And the Final Fantasy VII Remake, that's probably the peak of me getting codes for games. I never thought Square would actually take notice of a channel as small as mine, but I got a code for FF7 Remake as well. So, in that regard, I'm kind of spoiled, and it's really nice to occasionally get a game for free. But even still, you know, I still, when I'm buying a game to stream, I will still, as often as not, have to pay for it. I mean, this I didn't get for free. This I decided to just buy. But I'm also a lot more willing to pay for a game that's made by an indie team, which is why I was willing to rebuy Aground, because I want to support the devs of Aground. They seem like good folks, and they made a fantastic game. You know, if it's a big AAA company that's already rolling in money, like if it's a first-party Sony or a Nintendo game, well, Nintendo's another story. I'm not willing to support Nintendo anymore, but you know, if it's a first-party Sony game, I'll think twice. I'll see if there's a way I can get a code for it. I might ask. I might go through my contacts, or I might just wait till the price comes down. You know? I did Echo Drop. Yes, that's correct. That was a Twitch bounty. No worries. Welcome back, Elron. Hey, Jumbo Man. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in, Jumbo Man. I hope you're well. Well, thank you, Miscreant. I appreciate that, but I'm not actually interested in playing FF16. So if they do send me a code, I will probably pass on it so that someone else can get the offer and probably enjoy it a little bit more than I would. Looking at all the trailer footage and gameplay footage of FF16, I can't find any interest in it. So I think they would be better served by sending their code for that game to someone who's really looking forward to it, because I know a lot of people are. It's not even that, Echo Drop. It's just that the style of game it isn't so much the issue. I mean, I enjoyed the FF7 remake for what it was, but it looks as though FF16 is... It looks kind of generic to me. It looks kind of bland. It has that, I don't know, it doesn't look like there's anything distinct or special about it. It looks like 15 other 3D action RPGs that I've watched trailers for. You know, the only thing about it that identifies it to me as Final Fantasy are, you know, some of the classic summons that they've shown off, you know? It just doesn't look at all unique. And I don't know, maybe the gameplay turns out to be really good. Maybe it has a really good story, but I'm gonna... I don't know. Something might happen to change my mind about it later on, but right now, I don't feel like I have any real reason, you know? Yeah, Miscreant, at the very least, it sounds like they figured out maybe what mistakes not to repeat from FF15. And I really genuinely hope that 16 is good. I really hope they did learn their lesson. I hope they've improved upon it. I hope it turns out to be a game lots of people like. I don't have anything against it. I just, looking at it as it currently stands, from what we know of it and what we've seen, I just don't think it's for me, you know? And that may change. I'm not saying that it won't change in the future, but for now, that's just where it stands. Now, that being said, I am looking forward to the next installment of FF7 Remake. That I will definitely be playing. Yeah, Elron, I tend to find that I gravitate more toward indie games myself these days, just because AAA games, for the most part, and there are exceptions, of course, but it seems to me that most AAA games now are just all trying to copy each other, or to copy Souls, or to just chase whatever is trendy, and not doing anything new or different or interesting. They're all basically doing different takes on the same sorts of things. And that's, you know, I've kind of been there, done that. I want to see something interesting. Or, you know, something that appeals to my particular tastes and proclivities. You know, games like this with pixel art styles, or, You know, games that are more slow-paced that I can play and enjoy while talking to chat, or, you know, let's be honest, that I can forget to play while talking to chat. uh... Yeah, Adelakis. So I just, you know, I hope it's good. But I'm definitely not going to be rushing to play it at launch. Well, Echo Drop, I'm also not planning on playing Armored Core. You know, just because it's a FromSoft game doesn't mean I'm automatically going to play it. I've never actually been into mech games. Now, my friend Rachel, also known as Quelaag or Anjanou, is planning on playing it, and she'll do a better playthrough of it than I ever could anyway. So if you want to see someone from the Souls community play it, go follow her. I mean, go follow her anyway. She's just she's one of my favorite people ever. She was my first friend in the Souls community on YouTube, and just an absolutely wonderful and incredible, kind, intelligent, and all-around wonderful individual. Someone I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and who is as much a mentor to me in many ways as a friend. You guys should absolutely go check her out if you don't know her. She will be playing Armored Core 6, and I can promise you her playthrough of it is going to be fantastic. I'm sorry, Echo Drop, I know. Alron, I would be interested to see how much acceptance there is of AI-generated games. They're going to be terrible in the beginning. I mean, you've seen scripts that were generated by AI. You've seen conversations that have been generated by AI. And AI cannot reproduce human interactions. It can mimic them to a superficial extent, but it is very clear, usually when an AI is trying to mimic human speech. So I think AI games are going to exist more in the meme niche than anything else, Alron. And if they ever do become convincing enough, then I'm sure they'll just turn into their own subgenre, the way that other kinds of weird games have. And yeah, Echo Drop, my suspicion is probably there will be a lot of negative sentiment toward them, and I doubt that they will gain in popularity enough outside of the meme niche to become anything like mainstream. Yeah, Mantis Man, I'm going to be following Rachel's playthrough of Armored Core 6 with great interest. Just no interest in playing it myself, you know? Jumbo Man, I tend to agree with you even as someone who is not an artist. And I'm reminded of a conversation between Hayao Miyazaki and a group of computer animators who tried to animate a computer-generated model of a monster, or of a person, I think it was, using AI to animate it. And Hayao Miyazaki takes one look at this thing, and he said in so many words, it is an affront to life, it is an affront to everything that is nature, and it is an affront to art. Whoops. Didn't mean to... I think I might have just... There we go. I hit F1. I really need to disable that function. Welcome back, Monotone. Shush, Echo Drop. You didn't see anything. Well, Echo Drop, see where that gets them. I mean, I will always support a living artist as best I can and compensate them to the fullest extent I'm able for their services. Which is why I haven't gotten new emotes in a long time. I'm trying to save up a little bit of money so that I can actually afford to give Michelle a fair price for some new emotes. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to make artists work for peanuts, because it sucks to do that. Well, Adelakis, and some people just aren't aware of them. Some people don't think about the greater issues or the bigger picture surrounding that sort of situation. Yeah, that's the one, Salt. And there's an important point too, Mantis Man, right? So... well, Little Nova, you can't, but if you want to commission emotes, you kind of have to. So it's more finding a price that the artist is satisfied with and that they feel is fair for their work, you know? Well, no, Jumbo Man, most people aren't, because it's just not something they teach in school in Western society as anything other than an optional elective. You know, there aren't even any art appreciation classes or art history classes that are mandatory. It's all just, learn how to do math. But why do I need to know how to solve for X? I will never use that. No, shut up. Learn it. Or don't graduate. Fuck you. Thanks, public education. Alron, I don't think it's going to be ever, or at least it'll be a very long time, until AIs achieve sentience. I suspect the most an AI will ever be able to do is to learn to mimic sentience in a way that might not be easy to discern. But I have my doubts that AI will ever achieve actual sentience. Really, Echo Drop, I don't. Most people I know who are not in a field that specifically requires it don't. In what situations do you use algebra, Echo Drop? Or are you just trolling? Because knowing you, you could just be trolling. Well, yeah, Monotone, there's certainly a very huge double standard as well. And that's a large part of it. Yeah, I have literally never used algebra outside of high school, Adelakis. You use it to calculate noodle specs. Okay, so Echo Drop, that is still a really niche, uncommon application for it. And you are an exception rather than the rule. You are an unusual example. Most people, as I'm sure you're already aware, are not as hardcore about ramen as you are. And don't get me wrong, I have great respect for the level of care that you put into your ramen, and all the more respect knowing that you go so far as to use algebraic equations to ensure the precision and the quality of your ramen. Do not get me wrong, Echo Drop. I think that's a great thing. I think it's really cool. But understand that you are the exception rather than the rule. And for most people, when they want to make ramen, they're not going to use algebra to do it. And in general, unless somebody works in a field where those sorts of skills are required, and there are many fields where they are, but many people don't. And so again, if you're not in a unique situation that requires it, the norm is generally that you would not necessarily need to learn it, because you will not be using it at all unless you have a specific, unusual reason for doing so. And, you know, I never have. Basic arithmetic is all I've ever needed. And even when I'm cooking, all I really need is basic arithmetic for measuring and portioning and adding. And everyone should have basic arithmetic, but, you know, basic arithmetic is taught in elementary school. By the time you get to high school, even, you've got that already. Echo Drop, I just use arithmetic for that. I mean, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. Algebra, I'm talking about complex stuff, you know, variables, X and Y. Because that's a whole different world. Oh no, Elron! I mean, I feel like that's maybe not a terrible problem to have. Other than it getting all over your clothes, yes, but... That was one of the ones with cherry syrup coated by chocolate, probably. Yeah, I personally am not fond of those. The syrup is just way too sweet and way too strong. You don't like syrupy textures at all? Yeah, I don't find they go very well with chocolate either, Elron. Did you not know that that's what it was filled with? Well, Miscreant, in some ways, I just wish algebra weren't mandatory in high school, because math was already difficult enough for me, but at least I could kind of grasp arithmetic. Arithmetic is simple, you know, simple concepts, and I always needed a little bit of extra help from the teacher, but when I had the help, I got it. You know, and now I'm good enough at arithmetic to be able to use it when I need it. I just never need anything more than arithmetic. Even when I'm min-maxing in a game, it's still just arithmetic. Oh, a lot of them do, Jumbo Man. Like, some of my teachers flat out told me that they wished they weren't obligated to teach the curricula the way they were, but that's just sometimes the requirement. You thought it would be more creamy than syrupy? Gotcha, Elron. Yeah, that's unfortunate then. It sounds like that was an unpleasant surprise. They don't, Neo Shadow, but you know pretty damn quickly if you take an intro to algebra class and it makes you miserable and you hate doing it, that maybe you're not going to go into a career that requires that skill. Also, on that subject, Neo Shadow, schools are failing kids in terms of career counseling. And that also is something that needs to be better provided. You know, there needs to be more support, and kids need to be given actually more career counseling and introduced to more careers that exist so that they don't think that there are only a handful of careers they can go into. Because that's what my school did, is they did nothing to prepare us for the breadth and variety of careers that there were. They were only interested in teaching us about careers that would give them kickbacks for sending us to those colleges. So they had their own interests foremost in mind rather than the students. Oh, that sucks, Elron. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, my counselors did nothing too, Neo Shadow. Nothing to prepare us even for college, let alone for careers. I only started finding out about careers when I gained access to the internet and could do my own research and find out what sorts of jobs people were doing out in the real world. You know, and that's the biggest failure of the public education system in high school for me, was they did nothing to prepare us for the real world. It was all teaching us about standardized tests and how to pass an exam, and they were so focused on that that we never learned anything we could actually use to survive. You know, not even any mandatory classes on how to manage money. No mandatory home ec. You know, I had to fight to get into a culinary arts class. But they're perfectly happy to teach niche skills like algebra and to require them even for students who are never going to use them, which was probably at least half of my class. You know, they're happy to teach skills that half the students aren't going to use, but, you know, nothing mandatory when it comes to real life. And it happened to tons of other students, Elron. We're not alone in that. That's just the public education system in a lot of countries. It's not even just a single country that's doing it either. It's widespread. They're so concerned with teaching kids how to pass tests that they've forgotten that the purpose of public education is to teach kids how to be adults and how to survive and, you know, how to maybe raise a family if that's a thing you want to do. No mandatory parenting courses. And there are a whole lot of terrible parents out there as partly at least a result of that. Only in name, Mantis Man, only in name were we given any kind of career counseling. The official position title for those counselors was guidance counselors, so there wasn't even anything specific they were supposed to do. And in effect, in practice, the only kids who ever even actually interacted with the guidance counselors were the ones who got in trouble. So guidance counselors were basically just glorified disciplinary staff who only ever really handled kids or interacted with kids who were behavioral problems. On paper, guidance counselors were supposed to provide career counseling, but that was almost none of what they actually did. You know, they were barely involved with any of the students that were behaving themselves and minding their own business. Elron, you have to turn your back on the system and fend for yourself is really all you can do. You have to be prepared to think for yourself and to do for yourself because you can't count on the system. You know, there might be aspects of the system that will provide for you. Maybe you end up on welfare or something and you can get a little bit of extra money for food or something like that. For example, in the US, where I grew up in Connecticut, there's what's called the Supplemental Nutrition Program, SNAP. And, you know, you might end up getting some of that, but even benefits that are provided by a government are still usually not enough. And you can't count on those systems, especially in countries where you have certain kinds of politicians who are trying to undermine them and make them go away. So you can't count on those systems to support you. You have to look at it more as a situation where the system is over there and, you know, it might or might not benefit you in some way, but you need to put your own interests first and figure out how you can make ends meet as best you can without relying on the system. Gotcha, Elron. Because, yeah, if we're using the example of SNAP, SNAP only pays a couple $100s a month. It's not enough to live on, which is why they have the word supplemental in there. So it's, even if you have that benefit, you still have to find other money to help provide for your nutritional needs, because you're going to be starving otherwise. It's helpful to have SNAP if you really need it. Like if you're unable to work and you can't earn money and you're on a passive income or something, or if you're disabled to the point that you can only do certain kinds of work, and there are limited opportunities to get that sort of a job near where you live or something like that, so you're on a limited or fixed income, okay, yeah. Maybe then you've got a little bit more money to supplement it with, but the point is you can't just live on those programs. They're just not enough. So you have to look for other ways and get creative. And really, Elron, what it boils down to is being independent. Coping with the feelings of being betrayed and let down by the system really are, I won't call it easy, but probably the most effective way to deal with that is to minimize and reduce your reliance on the system so that you don't need the system and you're not counting on it, and your success or failure is not predicated upon the system providing for you. Obviously, that's often easier said than done, depending on your situation, but to the fullest extent that you possibly can, reducing and minimizing your dependence on any system that lets you down, or, you know, any system that you might otherwise become dependent on. It's just, it's unhealthy to be too dependent. Because when you're dependent, and whatever it is you're dependent on goes away or changes, obviously that causes problems. It can cause psychological or emotional problems. It can cause practical, financial problems. It can have all kinds of ramifications when someone or something that you are dependent on is no longer there for you to depend upon. So the more self-sufficient you are, and the better able you are to do and provide for yourself, the less of that disappointment you will experience. And the less you will have to worry about being let down, or being betrayed, or just being disappointed by those sorts of systems. Yeah, Warrior, it would be nice if they had given you a little bit more detailed instruction. I was lucky in that the culinary arts course that I took in high school was really good. The instructor was fantastic. He was a great teacher. He really knew what he was doing. He was a nice guy. It was a pleasure to be in his class. But I only got to take one semester of it because it was only in my final year of high school that the school decided it was important to offer culinary arts at all. So I took it the first year it was available, but it was my last year in school. So, Elron, I hope that answers your question. I'm not saying you have to isolate yourself from society, but definitely try your best to minimize your dependence on systems, especially systems that are not guaranteed to be there or that will not be there consistently. I'm sorry to hear it, Miscreant. Well, Mosasaur, on one hand, every little bit helps, but on the other hand, yeah, again, you're not going to be feeding your family with that, or even yourself. And that too, Salt, is, yeah, it's just... After a certain point, yes, those things should be optional, but just a basic primer to introduce people to it when they're kids and students, and to let them know that it exists, should definitely be mandatory. Well, Elron, I mean, as long as you're not hurting somebody else, as long as you're not an axe murderer and you're, you know, looking for other axe murderers to hang out with and making friends on the axe murderer forums or something like that, then yeah, you being different is fine. And I know you're not an axe murderer, so... The thing is, Elron, you don't have to find your place in mainstream society. There are other places where you can find a niche that people are more accepting and more open, and that, you know, you'll find people of like mind who can relate better to your experiences. I mean, even here, we don't have a particular type of community. We just have whoever happens to stick around and like it. So, like, my community isn't built around or centered upon any particular cognitive or physical disability. I myself have a background in working with the autistic population, but I didn't build my community on that. I just, you know, the main reason that all of us are here is because of our shared interest in video games. And whatever else is true of us, whatever other experiences or personalities we have, are mostly incidental. So we have a fair, diverse population here, but there are communities that are built around specific things, where if you're looking for solidarity with, you know, a particular thing like being on the spectrum, there are communities you can go to for that as well. And, you know, there are communities that are just friendly toward that sort of thing. I try to keep my community as disability friendly as I possibly can, because I support those kinds of people, you know, and as LGBTQ friendly and as other friendly as I possibly can, you know. And there are places that are friendly to and accepting of that, and there are places that are specifically built around those different experiences. So they exist, Alron. You just have to find them. And, you know, it's fine to settle into one of those communities as long as it stays a healthy, accepting place. So, Axe Murder Quarterly Digest. Right, Little Nova. Yeah, Little Nova. A lot of that stuff is just, you know, people have all kinds of different experiences, and They like to share them from time to time, and so we'll talk about them. And I try my best to be supportive of people, even who have had experiences to which I cannot directly relate, because that's fine. Diversity and multiculturalism are good things, and don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. But, you know, my community is not a specific one. It's just kind of a general, yeah, all sorts of people end up here, and as long as they're nice, we're happy to have them stay. That's all that really matters to me. So, Elron, it really is more just about finding the balance that works best for you of interaction versus isolation and expression versus solitude. So, you know, just keep looking, keep an open mind, and keep going out of your way to have new experiences. And you'll have to take the bad experiences as they come, but even those can be valuable learning opportunities. And then the good experiences, in addition to being learning opportunities, they'll help ensure that you're connected with good people and that you have access to the kinds of communities where you feel comfortable and safe. And you'll find your groove, and you won't have to be dependent upon mainstream society or upon you know, necessarily established systems to do it. You'll find your own way. And you'll find your own circles of friends and your own communities, or maybe even build them yourself. Well, we try, Mantis Man. Well, I'm glad I was able to introduce you, Terry. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I love tea, and I will always encourage other people to at least give it a try. Well, Miscreant, I'm sad that the whole community didn't move over here with me, but I understand. It's a different style of content, and not everyone finds it to their liking. I do still try to upload to YouTube occasionally from time to time. I haven't had time to do either anything on YouTube or Twitch for the last year and a half because of the Elden Ring guide. I still have not had time to edit my footage from PAX East last year. I'm only now finishing up the editing. Yesterday, I finished editing my PAX East 2023 footage. I still have to edit all of the footage from 2022, from the show and from the restaurants that I filmed at. So that's going to be my next order of business. Those videos will be going up, so I want to still give something to my poor subscribers on YouTube. I haven't forgotten about them, but, you know, I get not wanting to make the adjustment from YouTube to Twitch. So, yeah, Auron, it's all about finding a place where you feel you belong. Well, I really appreciate that, Miscreant. It means a lot to me to know that people feel that way. Yeah, we did, Mantis Man, and I especially appreciate you and Monotone helping me out with that. Because thanks to you two being there, I was able to show off a lot more than I would have been if it were just me. You know, I can only eat so much myself. And when I have guests, especially those who are patient and understanding about filming, I'm able to show a lot more. Although I feel really badly about pulling out a camera when we're sitting there at the dinner table and making you all wait while I film food. It's still, like, in my mind, it's a rude thing for me to do, even if you guys are cool with it and you understand, which I know you did. It's one thing when I'm by myself. You know, people at other tables might stare at me, but I feel like they get it. You know, everyone has seen a food blog at this point. You know, everyone knows what that is. So most people can put two and two together. No worries, Monotone. Not at all. I'm just happy to have you even in or out. Yeah, what a shame, Monotone. I have not, Elron, but everyone I know who's talked about it has had good things to say about it. Alright, anyway, this game. I'm gonna have to just put this stream under podcasts at this point. Alright, we took a job. We have to go kill some outlaws. Kill the thieving bastards, every last one from here to Hastenhold. I'll make sure to make it worth your while. Alright. Well, we try, Alron. What are some good uses of lemon rind and peel after making lemonade? Oh, well, now we're never going to get to the game, Little Nova. So, Little Nova, you can use citrus peel in all sorts of baking and desserts. You can also use it in tea, but Little Nova, bear in mind, do not use rind or peel from lemons that are not organic, because lemons that are not organic, well, if you're in the US anyway, other countries might have different rules, but lemons that are not organic will have their peels coated in wax, and the wax that is used to coat the peels of citrus is carcinogenic. And you don't want to be eating that stuff, so you don't want to use that rind. If you're going to use rind or peel, use it from organic fruit because they don't wax it. And even then, make sure you wash it really thoroughly with hot water before you use it. But all of that aside, all else being equal, no problem, Elron. That's right, Little Nova. That's correct. They are shiny because they are coated with wax, partly to preserve them and partly to make them pretty. Ha! Yeah, Salt. I'll have to remind him to use his wired headset next time. Although that's a lesson he's not soon going to forget. Well, I had a blast having you and Monotone, Mantis Man. I was overjoyed that both of you were able to make it and that we could all hang out and that I could give you a chance to meet each other in person, because you two seem to have been, you know, you'd become very good friends even before that, but now after that it seems like you're just best bros, and that makes me really happy. So, Little Nova, one of the simplest and easiest applications for citrus peel is to candy it. And let me find you a good recipe for that. And there are a few ways that you can candy it. You can coat it with chocolate. You can just candy it purely by itself. Here we go. Let me find you a nice recipe. Here is one. Well, you simmer them a little bit in a sugar syrup that you make yourself, Little Nova. So that's the basic preparation with just sugar. And here is a preparation with sugar and chocolate. There you go. Yup, it works with any kind of sugar, Little Nova. Because what you're doing is you're basically making a, you're making what amounts to a simple syrup. You're mixing sugar in with water, and you're reducing it using heat. The only difference is that with a simple syrup, all you would use is sugar and water, and then you would use the syrup itself for some other purpose. What you're doing when you're candying citrus peel is you're essentially you're doing the same process, but you're adding citrus peel to the syrup, to the water, and you're cooking the citrus peels so that it softens and becomes tender, and it absorbs the sugar from the water, so that it becomes candied, which will not only preserve it, but it will also render it down to a point where it can be eaten just by itself. And then you can sprinkle some additional sugar on the outside to coat it, or you can dip it in chocolate, or, you know, you can dip it in white chocolate if you want. You can do all sorts of things with it after that. But in its simplest form, it's just like a little snack. Just candied citrus peel. You can do that with lemon peel, orange peel, lime peel. And with citrus like lemon and lime, where it's normally too sour really to just eat it, candying it balances out the amount of acidity that it has with some sweetness, and it makes it a nice kind of punchy, sweet and sour snack. Very high in sugar, of course, so you don't want to eat too much of it at once, but it's a really nice garnish for other desserts, or just, you know, a nice thing to snack on a little bit at a time. Now, there are other things that you can do with citrus, like, for example, let me grab you another recipe here. This is another Chef Jean-Pierre recipe. This is for a dessert called the Crêpe Suzette. And this makes heavy use of orange and orange zest. Although you could just as easily do this with some lemon as well, or something like it. You go through 16 lemons a week? Ah! Very good. Wouldn't happen to be for kidney stones, would it, Little Nova? You don't have to answer if you're not comfortable. I'm just curious. And as for other things that you can do with lemon peel, you can also dry it, and you can use it in tea. And let me grab you a couple of recipes. Or really, here you go. Little Nova, so there's that. Yeah, Little Nova, citric acid can help break down other compounds that can cause kidney stones. Oh, limoncello, warrior. See, I don't tend to think of alcohol because I don't drink, but this is a really good idea too. And it's Chef Pasquale as well. It's Rosara Recipes. I love this guy. Excellent shout, warrior. Excellent, excellent shout. Yeah, Little Nova, it breaks down stuff like calcium that can turn into kidney stones. So it's, I mean, and citrus is just good for you for a whole lot of reasons. It has a ton of vitamin C. It can prevent you from getting scurvy. Although scurvy isn't really much of a thing now because people are, people's diets are generally, or at least a halfway decent diet is generally enough to provide the supply of vitamin C that you need. But you can do all kinds of things with your lemon peel, Little Nova. Generally, you can either dry it or you can zest it and then keep the zest. And the zest is nice for all kinds of baking. It's nice for tarts. It's nice for cooking with. You can add it to dried tea before you brew the tea, and that will give you lemon without having to use fresh lemon. So you can add it to your tea and get some citrus for your tea that way. Dried lemon peel lasts a lot longer than fresh lemon. So once you're done juicing your lemons for the lemonade, you can just dry the peels, set them aside in a place where usually you'd want to use an airtight bag. Set them aside in an airtight bag when they're completely dry, and then just pull them out when you want to make some tea and throw some dry lemon peel into your tea. And the zest is used for all sorts of things. It's sometimes a garnish on top of desserts. So if you make a lot of desserts, you can use your lemon zest in baking. If you're going to zest the peel, you can throw out the pith, which is the white fibrous stuff underneath the zest. Because the zest is where all those essential oils and all that flavor is. But, But if you want to do that, if you want to use lemon for dessert purposes, you can use it, for example, for stuff like this. And let's see. I'm just going to give you a couple of, yeah, here we go. I'm going to give you just a couple of lists here, Little Nova, so that you can look through them yourself and see. Yeah, you can make alcohol out of them, Little Nova. They will ferment. Some people, though, if you want to preserve the whole lemon, if you just want to preserve the lemon without turning it into alcohol, then this is what I recommend you do. There you go. And that should give you some ideas, Little Nova. Hopefully that will be enough to set you on the right track. And from there, you can do your exploring and see which of those ideas appeal to you and which you think you would most enjoy. Yeah, you could do that too, Batojiri. I know there's a company that makes it. I've never had it because I don't drink, but I do know about Mike's Hard Lemonade. I think that same company also makes a hard iced tea, if I remember correctly. So there you go. That should get you started, Little Nova. And do me a favor, Nova. When you've decided on how to proceed and what you want to use them for, come let me know, okay? I'm curious to see what conclusion you come to and what you end up deciding to do. Alright, and now, I promise, we're actually going to play the game. I know I've said that 8 times, but... Oh, okay, and we have objective markers now, so I'm guessing... Point of interest... Okay, they just say point of interest, but these weren't there before, so... Yeah, go ahead, Monotone! How can I help? Or are you just joking because I'm now trying to play the game? You're like, yeah, hey, I've got a food question. You're not going to distract me anymore, damn it. Yeah, Aratos, funny thing, I believe there is. Yeah, I figured Monotone. Silly boy. At least you're not making puns, I'll take it. Yeah, everyone I know who has mentioned that stuff to me, Batajiri, has mentioned that it's easy to forget that you're drinking alcohol when you consume that stuff. Alright, let's see. A broken down cart lies alongside the path ahead of you, still containing some supplies by the look of it, though they've clearly been picked through. You glance around in all directions, half of you wondering where the owner is, the other half worrying a little bit about a possible ambush. Should we take a look? Doesn't appear that anyone's around, and I see no markings to indicate who it belongs to, even if they're alive at this point. You suggesting bandits did this? Jocelyn looks at Yurik and shrugs. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, they probably did. We should take what we can. We got meat, scrap, an initiate's staff, and 85 money. Well, I guess it's 85 gold. Hang on, we might be able to use that staff, actually. Go figure. Well, thank you for hanging out, Mosasaur. You can always catch the VOD. But yeah, have a good one. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate you coming to hang out, Mosasaur. Take care, and have a good one. Oh yeah, wow, this is way more damage. But less accuracy. Okay. Well, hang on a minute. Minus 4% accuracy. So this is plus 6% accuracy. Oh, I see why it's minus 4, because we go from plus 6 to minus 4, not from 0 to minus 4. Yeah, all I know about is mics, Miscreant. Hey, Log, welcome. Good to see you. It is Mantis Man, but I bet, yes, we can refund the attributes. For a small amount of money. And... there we go. And that almost entirely erases the accuracy penalty. Cadre of bandits approach. It's time to take them out. Yes! It is time to take them out. So what are we dealing with here? 5 enemies and 5 of us. Oh, and they're really close to us, too. Okay, actually, I'm going to move everybody over here. so that we don't get ambushed on the first turn. And we'll put our sturdier units out front and our squishier ones in back. Yeah, because now we're protected. These guys are on the other side of this little rock. We have room to maneuver. The closest unit to us cannot reach us. Oh, although it looks like the dogs still can. So we'll move our Electromancer over here. Boy, this is some crappy starting positioning. All right. Oh, but they're, for whatever reason, taking their time and not rushing off to attack us right away. Mantis Man, I might be inclined to believe that, except that this is a lady with a chain guillotine bringing a pack of 4 dogs to attack us. So this is not just a lady out to walk her dogs. This is a mugging in the worst way. All right, what do we have here? Crescent Wave is not going to help us. Fists of Fury is not going to help us. So we'll have him wait for the moment. And what do we got? Conduit and Arc Lightning. Okay, actually that's really good, because Arc Lightning... Whoops. We have him move up 1. Yes, okay. We have him move this way 1. This way? Aha! Okay, good. Now... we can hit all 3 of these idiots with Arc Lightning. And what do we have here? We've got Return to Cinder, Blazing Lance. Yes, okay, we'll put that there, facing this way, so that when that dog walks onto it, he'll get pushed this way, presumably into the other dog. And we're going to bring her down here and try and lure them that way. We're going to have her guard. I'm going to bring her down here and replace him. Ugh, blast it, that is not at all what I meant to do. Ugh. Okay, whatever. Oh, alright, or just don't step on it. Okay, well that's fine, because now we've got... Wait, what? I can't attack that space? Oh, dash to an empty cell and strike an adjacent enemy twice. No, you know what? We've got the advantage here. We're just going to do normal attacks and not waste our, skill points. Ha! Nice! Got him. I knew one of them would walk into that. It was only a question of which one. And actually... I think it would probably be smarter. Can we cast Conduit? Wait, what? Oh, he's rooted. All right. Does being rooted mean that you can't cast spells? On distant targets? It doesn't look like you can. Okay, well, fine then. He'll have to damage himself a little bit, but... But you fools have walked right into my trap. Alright, she's going to switch with him. What? Oh, she's rooted too. Damn it all! Alright, fine. What's our odds? 69 and 59. Okay, no problem. I'll take a little bit of damage to guarantee. Nice. Oh, and of course he's going for the, That's fine. You know what? I bet we could... I bet we could take her out with the burn. Move her down here. With Blinding Strike? Not nearly. Ah, but now she's stunned. Okay, we'll have her switch with him. And what do we have here? Skewer and Sweeping Spear. Can I hit... Oh, they have to be next to each other. Blast it. Alright, well, what about... No, Skewer will hit both of them. Regular attack won't do that much less damage. We'll just go for the kill, then. And we'll go for... Oh, it's still not gonna... Okay, we'll have him hold off then. We'll have him move over. And we'll do a regular attack. We will have her heal again. And then we'll finish it. Oh, gotcha, Alron. Gotcha. I see. That's what you meant by Blade Dancer. Hey, Rotaka, welcome. Good to see you. You did a double take when you saw me playing this? Yeah, I thought I would give this a try. I mean, I like tactical RPGs, sort of. I mean, some of them, the ones that are done well. And this one is definitely still in early access. But so far, what I have seen is really very encouraging. Okay, how are we all doing? 8 days, 12 days, 8 days, 12 days, and 8 days. So... camp a few days. Okay, 89 a year for 3 years. Holy... Boy, we're just barely going to make back the cost of the contract at this point. That's what I mean, is, Amanda! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome! It's so good to see you! Ah, hello! Guys, head on over and check out my friend Princess Cat Power. She's... again, I know I say this about all my friends, but that's because I only choose good friends. Amanda is so incredibly kind and sweet and fun to hang out with. She has a great, chill little stream. She streams all kinds of cool games. What have you been playing lately, Amanda? Has it been, Tears of the Kingdom or RE4? What you been up to? Thank you so much for stopping in. It's so good to see you. Yeah, Rotaka, it's been in early access for a while. I only just decided to give it a try the other day. You just did your first charity stream. Congratulations! I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Oh, I'm proud of you, Amanda. That's wonderful. Yeah, charity streams are pretty cool, aren't they? I try to participate in them from time to time, but it's easier for me to join other people's charity streams. There are a few people who they do Souls charities every year, and I drop by and join them as a guest usually. I'm super proud of you. That's incredible, Amanda. And you reached the goal! Aw, and Lou, good to see you too. How you doing, man? So, fun fact, I met Amanda and Lou at PAX East this year. And once again, it was another really fun trip, and I'm so happy we got to do it. They're great folks, guys. If you're not following Princess Cat Power, head on over, give her a follow. Do it. She's really nice, and just her streams are fantastic for a nice, chill, laid-back night of watching. She's a wonderful person. Lou's a wonderful person, and they run a great stream. And welcome in everyone with the raid. If you haven't yet met me, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. I also try to be a good person, but I'll let you all be the judge of that. Congrats on meeting the goal for your very first charity stream, Amanda. That's incredible. Oh, I'm so happy for you. What charity were you supporting? Oh, okay, so the massive costs I just incurred weren't from camping. They were from people wanting their salaries. Right, okay. Alright, now everyone is rested. That's good. Oh, thank you, Amanda. I try. Stack Up! Okay, yeah! I remember you asking me about Stack Up, actually. I remember you dropped by quite a while ago and you were asking me if they were legit. And we did some research together, and it looked like they were. So you did decide to support them. Yeah, I remember them. They, I looked into them quite a lot back when you came and asked me about them. I'm so glad. I'm glad you ended up giving them some support. What was your goal? How much money did you end up making to support them with? Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, Night Sprite. And you guys were all supporting... Not that supporting just a streamer themselves isn't a valid cause either, but supporting a charity is a different kind of good cause, you know? You raised $1,000? That's incredible! Aw, look at you! Aw, that's awesome. I'm so happy. You guys, congratulations to you, Amanda, and to everyone in your stream who just rolled in, because you guys did that together. That was a team effort. Oh, I'm so glad. Good on all of you. Good job, guys. Yeah! It's incredible, Amanda, that even as a fairly small streamer, you can still raise that kind of money and make that kind of difference. It's a good thing. You know? It really is a fantastic thing. I'm so proud of you, Amanda. So you think you'll be doing more of those kinds of streams? Aw. You wouldn't mind doing more? Yeah, it does, and it is a good thing. I'm really glad to hear that. And that's a good cause, too. Goodness knows those poor folks could definitely use more support than they get just from the VA. Well, congrats again to everyone. I'm really, really happy for you all. And honestly, I'm especially proud of you, Amanda, for branching out and for giving something new a try. You've really been on a roll with that. I mean, coming to PAX East was a huge step, especially under the circumstances. And, you know, trying out a charity stream, you really are broadening your horizons a whole lot. And I love to see that. I love to encourage it, too. No worries, Amanda. Oh, no, I was just saying, I'm really proud of you for branching out and, you know, having new experiences, and that PAX was a great example of that, and, you know, trying something new or giving something a chance for a second time, and now doing a charity stream. It's just really cool. And it makes me really happy to see, because you're really broadening your horizons and branching out a lot. Oh, well, I'm glad I could help with that. I'm just happy to have been able to make even a small contribution to helping broaden your horizons and open things up for you a little more. You and Lou both, like, honestly, I'm really, really happy that you guys have had these experiences, and that now you know what they're like, and you can enjoy them now in the future. And I'm looking forward to next year for PAX. No, seriously, like, it's easy to get discouraged from a bad experience or even just a not fantastic experience. And it's also easy to avoid experiences that might be stressful or anxious. But when you summon the courage to take that step and give them a try, when you have the company of people you trust and friends that you know wouldn't steer you wrong or let you down, that can provide enough of a safety net to enable you to do things you might not otherwise have been willing or able to do. And I tend to find it's one of the best ways of you know, finding the motivation to have those new experiences is, you know, just doing them together with someone you know will support you and encourage you and will, you know, help you work through things if they go sideways. So, I'm really happy, Amanda, that the two of you were able to have these experiences, and that I was able to play some even small part in helping to give you the encouragement and the support that you needed to seek them out. That's fantastic. I'm super, super proud of you for the charity stream. That's incredible. It is, and it's always a mixed bag. When you're trying something new, there's always the possibility that it could turn out badly, and there's always the possibility it could turn out well. So, you know, you're inherently taking at least some risk, but you can go a long way to minimizing that risk when you have the support of people you know and trust to do those things. Like, for PAX, it was having the support of a friend that you knew well enough to trust that I wasn't going to screw you over when you showed up. And for the charity stream, it was doing the research on the charity, you know, looking them up, checking out to see that they were legit, and then having your community there with you to support you during the stream. You know, the people who've been there with you already for your regular streams, who were happy to show up to join you for the charity stream. And I wish I'd realized that that was today, because I would have put off my stream to join you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I'm really happy and proud of you nonetheless. And you have yourself to thank, you know, for finding the courage to trust a friend, to be there to support you for the PAX thing, and to trust your community, and to trust in yourself and your own research on this charity to be willing to do the charity stream. You know? And yeah, there's always some possibility that something could go wrong, but you did everything you could to minimize the risk of that happening and to maximize the odds that it was going to turn into a good experience. And as long as you do that, then it's always worth trying the experience out, you know, and having it. Yeah, Miscreant, I care about my friends. I dare say I love my friends. My friends are really important to me. And so I try my best to be there for them, to support them, because they're there for me to support me. And, you know, I do my best to try and do special things for my friends and treat them well and help enable them to have good experiences, or to do, you know, to try new things and to do things that are fun and exciting that they might not otherwise have thought to do. PAX is a great way of doing that, but there are other ways too. You know, sometimes I'll meet up with them elsewhere and just hang out if I can, and, you know, show them around the local area, wherever it happens to be that we're meeting up, or just go on adventures together if it's a place that we're not familiar with. And, or you know, it's in some ways easier if it's a friend who lives a long way from me to just do things for them online, you know, send them a new tea they've never tried, or a new treat. And that brings me joy, to bring other people joy, and to look after the people I care about, and, you know, share some of my experience and knowledge with them, and to have them share their knowledge and experience with me, and, you know, to learn what they have to teach and share what I have to teach. It's a great thing. It's something I really enjoy. Oh, thanks, Lou. I appreciate that. That's just my honest summary of why I enjoy doing these kinds of things. But it's just, I don't know. It's one of the things I find most fulfilling. Yes, Sakura Mochi, Little Nova. Well, Marcus already knew he liked Sakura Mochi. It's just that was one of the things I happened to send him, along with the teacup and the accessories for Kristen. Which actually, if you missed it, the two of them actually, in fact, he and Kristen both showed those on stream, if you're curious. It was the most adorable thing. It made me so happy to see. Ah, double mushroom Swiss smash burger. I've never had a smash burger, Batojiri. All I know about it is that I think it comes from a fast food chain. But that sounds like a damn good dinner. Oh yeah, no, it is, Little Nova. It's a running joke now that poor Marcus is trying to cut down his sweets intake, and I'm like, here, have some more Sakura Mochi. The Sakura Mochi originally was just kind of a side thing that I sent so he and Kristen could have some snacks to go with their tea. I sent Marcus a bunch of tea because he mentioned that he had run out. And, you know, he's a frugal guy. He doesn't like spending a lot of money, especially not on himself. And so I thought, well, okay, look, if you're not going to buy yourself treats, then you need someone who's going to spoil you a little bit now and again. And so I sent him a whole bunch of matcha and Earl Grey, among other things, from Harney and Sons, and also some hot cinnamon spice with Kristen in mind for that. And I was hoping that would get them through the toughest part of developing Radix Chronicle and getting it ready for the public announcement. But along with that, I sent some Sakura Mochi, just as like a little side treat, and the mochi turned into the main event. It turned out that was the biggest thing that, because Marcus really missed it and he hadn't been able to get any since he was in Japan. Which I didn't actually know when I sent him. I just figured, oh yeah, Sakura Mochi. I bet he'll enjoy that. He lived there. And it turned out, not only did he enjoy it, but he was really super missing it. So I sort of inadvertently struck the gold mine of what to send. Squishing the burger on the flat grill. Oh, okay, Batojiri. So what is it? It's a burger that's been cooked in like a panini press? Fascinating. Oh, Andrew, did Marcus mention that? It's called Matcha Iri Genmaicha. Here, hang on. I sent him some Matcha Iri Genmaicha because he used to drink that a lot in Japan when he was living there. And during his old Dark Souls videos on YouTube, he would frequently comment that he was drinking Matcha Iri Genmaicha. Matcha Iri Genmaicha is basically, it's a less expensive way of getting a little bit of matcha. It's Genmaicha, which is toasted rice tea, but it's coated in matcha powder. So there's some matcha in it, but it's a lot less expensive than just buying a tin of matcha. Let me get the link for you. This is what you're looking for, Andrew. Oh, with a spatula. Okay. Oh, it has butter on top of the patty. So you're cooking out all the fat, but then you're just replacing it with butter. Okay. Yeah, matcha iri genmaicha is really nice. Marcus expressly, he likes matcha. And I sent him some of the pure stuff too. But I sent him some matcha iri genmaicha as well for old time's sake. No problem, Andrew. Yeah, no, that was just a thing that, because Marcus and I had been talking about tea, and I asked if he'd had any good tea lately, and he was like, nah, I don't really, you know, I don't go out of my way to buy a lot of tea, because it's kind of a, you know, it's an additional thing that I don't need to live, and, you know, I try to save most of my money for groceries, which is understandable, and he's been basically self-funding the development of Radix Chronicle up until Kickstarter, so I was like, you know what, man? You need someone to spoil you a little. If you won't buy tea for yourself, or if you can't afford to, then Uncle Franz has got your back. It's the cutest thing, isn't it, Monotone? Just, Marcus is the best dad ever. I mean, he's already a very good friend of mine. He was only my second friend in the Souls community on YouTube. He and Rachel were the first two people I ever really got involved with on a friendly level there. Before I started to get to know the others, but I adore Marcus. Like, I care about him so much, and I just want him to be happy, and I want Kristen to be happy, and she has such a good dad. Like, Marcus is the kind of dad I wish I'd had as a kid. Like, just the absolute best kind of dad, and so I also want to do what I can to, you know, to help him spoil Kristen and to enable him to be a little bit spoiled himself now and again, because goodness knows the little girl deserves it. She's such a sweet kid. And I want to help Marcus do the best that he can as well. Like, I get the impression he would spoil her a lot more if he were not in a position of having to be really careful with his budget. And so that's a large part of the reason that I decided to send all of that tea, was because, you know, what does every little girl want but to feel like a princess, right? And what does every epic name bro want but to have some good tea to drink while he's working on his game? So, and he and I talked about it a little bit, and he mentioned that he's been introducing Kristen to tea. And I thought, well, great, that's perfect. I'll send some tea that would probably be a little more kid-friendly as well. So I sent some Earl Grey, and I sent some hot cinnamon spice, because he mentioned that Kristen loves Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I figured, okay, well, that's an obvious choice then. I'll send the hot cinnamon spice tea, and she'll probably love that. Oh, you did, the Doctor! You backed this game! That's really cool! Oh, I'm sure they do, Batojiri, if you're putting butter on them. I bet they taste really good, though. Oh yeah, matcha is used in baking quite a lot, Black Knight Sprite. And Japanese sweets don't tend to be quite as sweet as Western sweets, so I tend to prefer them. Matcha roll cake is really great, and matcha parfaits are really good. Well, exactly, Alron. See, you understand. And so when I was picking out gifts for Kristen, I thought, well, okay, what would make her feel like a princess? So I sent her that teacup, which was made in Japan, because that seemed appropriate, and also it came from, it's an antique cup, actually. It came from a company based in Japan that I don't believe exists any longer, that made just this really, really gorgeous teaware. It is, I believe, a handmade piece, and the gold on it is real gold. It's gold leaf. And the feet are made of gold as well. And the pink motif just looked perfect. I took one look at that, And I said, okay, Kristen will love this. And since it's made in Japan, it's a good quality cup. You know, it's not one where you have to worry about lead in the glaze or something. You know, I wasn't going to send them that. So I looked far and wide for the right cup to send Kristen. And then I sent a spoon from Germany, a silver spoon leafed in gold, which is also real gold, and it's real silver. And it has the 800 silver passant mark on it as well. And then I sent a brass tea scoop decorated with lotus flower designs, because brass isn't exactly gold, but it's a shiny goldish colored metal. And I thought, yeah, you know what? These will be perfect. Kristen will definitely feel like a princess now. And then I sent Marcus a whole bunch of really nice tea. So I figure between the two of them, Kristen will get to feel like a princess, and Marcus will get to relive the good parts of being in Japan. So that was how that all happened. I don't think I've told that story on stream yet. Marcus has mentioned little bits of it, but that's the whole story from beginning to end of how that whole thing happened with me sending him the tea. But yeah, no, I care about my friends a lot, and Marcus in particular is one of my first internet friends from the YouTube community, and he was actually my mentor. He as a content creator, he was the first person that well, he and Rachel were the first two people whom I really kind of looked up to as content creators, and whose content I began to learn from and draw from, and to some extent to emulate when I was first starting out myself on YouTube. And they were my two biggest influences, and they eventually became two of my closest friends. And they just, I love them so much, and I really care about them, and I want to do what I can to make them happy. So that was the driving force behind that whole story I just told you guys. Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of it, actually, Elron. I'll show you. So here's the spoon. If you're curious, there's the spoon. And I have to dig through my pictures to see if I can find the rest. There we go. Oh, and I sent Marcus a couple of other things as well. I sent him some teaware, like a new teapot and other stuff. And I sent him a new teacup for himself as well. But I sent him the Japanese one, the Yunomi style. This is the one I sent him. Here we go. So here's the scoop for Kristen that I sent for her. And here's a close-up of the spoon. And here is an image of the cup. And here's the brand on the bottom of the cup. Royal Sealy China is the name of the company. I was trying to remember it. But exactly, Night Sprite. I picked it out from a whole bunch of other really beautiful antique cups as well, but that was the one that stood out to me as being the most, well, princess-like. And Kristen's at the age now where I feel like she should be able to have an opportunity to have really nice things, and to start to be able to, you know, own and care for nice things and, you know, have nice things of her very own. So I felt like it was the right thing to send, especially since she and Marcus both really like tea now. He's been getting her into it, and it seemed like a great like activity for them to do together, to make tea together, and then to sit and enjoy tea, just, you know, like father and daughter after school and whatnot. So it was perfect all around. When he mentioned to me that the two of them were doing that already, I was like, perfect. Well, let me send you some new tea equipment and the stuff you need to brew it. Because he was like, yeah, I'm brewing my tea just in a cup. I don't have an actual teapot or a kettle or anything. I was like, I cannot let this stand, Marcus. We can't just have you brewing your tea in a cup in the microwave. I will not allow that. So... But anyway, all of that to say, that was a fun little adventure. And it makes me so happy that the two of them are enjoying their afternoon tea time together. So anyway, all of that to say, whoever brought that up originally, long side tangent on my part, but that's the whole story there. That's what that all was. Oh, Morgan, that sounds unpleasant. Yeah, Night Sprite. And it's also just, I mean, heating up the water for your tea in a microwave is just kind of sad, you know? It's depressing. It's like, do you... I mean, you do it the best you can with what you've got, but it's so much more convenient to have an actual tea kettle and to have the filter basket so that you can make loose leaf tea without having to mix it in with your cup and then use other things to filter it. I believe that everyone who has a love for tea should be able to enjoy their tea without having to worry about the inconvenience of it. And if you can't, for whatever reason, if you can't afford the stuff, or if you don't have access to it, it is fine to heat your water in the microwave if you have to. You can even throw your loose leaf tea into the cup if you have to, but, you know, it's just... It's not as convenient to have to do that. Ah, Mantis Man, I'm glad you did. They're really nice, aren't they? Okay, Bato Judy, have a good one. Thank you very much for hanging out. Enjoy your watching, and thank you for posting the picture of the burger. Oh, I appreciate that, Akari. I do not have a P.O. box. However, I did finally find a solution to that problem. So if you want to send me a physical gift, we now have a way during which you can do so. And of course, no obligation, but that is the best way for you to do it. Because I don't have a P.O. box for a number of reasons, but I was approached not too long ago by a manager from Throne offering to invite me to their partner program. And I looked into it, and I did some research, and I know I have a couple of friends already who use Throne. And I ended up deciding, yeah, you know what, I'll try it out. We'll see how it goes. And a few people have used it so far, actually, and it works quite well. I've been pretty impressed with it up to now. Alron, please don't feel obligated. Don't break the bank. Nothing like that. It's just there for people who want it. Yeah, Mantis Man. Not a lot of Americans, or not all Americans anyway, own a tea kettle. And not a lot of Americans even drink tea. Tea is not the popular beverage in America. It's coffee. Far more Americans drink coffee than tea. Oh, I do, Monotone, yes, because another friend of mine sent me a kukri for my birthday. A really, really nice kukri, in fact, a really cool one, which I posted pictures of on the Discord. And I asked them where they had gotten it, or they mentioned where they had gotten it. And I went to check out the other ones, and I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. So I added a few items from that store to Throne, mostly as a joke. I don't expect anyone to actually buy them. But Monotone, if you look at my, like the bottom page of the Throne list, remember, Monotone, we were talking a while about the Ramdao? Like that gigantic Indian sacrificial sword? Well, it turns out the same company that makes these kukri also had a handmade Ramdao for sale. So I put it on my Throne just as a, mainly as a meme, or in case Mr. Beast ever comes by one day. But, oh, you saw it. Yeah, I just have it in there mainly as a silly thing so that when people go look at the Throne list, they're like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Just to be a little bit different, because everyone else on Throne, they've got their, their cosplay costumes that they want, or, they've got their gaming chair or their keyboard. Mine is all just snacks and then a couple of swords. So I figured it best represented me. And I mean, they're all items I'd be happy to have, but they're nothing that I can't live without. They're just, hey, does someone want to send me a gift? That one there would be really cool. But yeah. I figured you might already have seen the Ramdao on there. It's just, I was astonished to see that a company even makes one. But I guess what they are is they're a group of local craftsmen who collectively run a forge. And they recycle really high-quality steel, like from automotive salvages. They recycle like leaf springs from trucks, and they forge them into traditional blades, which is a brilliant use of it because leaf springs are really good quality spring steel. They're generally high carbon steel. They're really they're made from steel that's really flexible and durable and really good quality. And they make the blades in the traditional manner. Like the kukri I have, it has this gorgeous handle made out of real rosewood. And the maintenance instructions they sent with it made it very clear that they're using traditional materials. Like, they sent instructions for oiling the blade, for oiling the wood on the handle, for treating the fittings. Like, the quality is incredible of the blades that they're making. Yeah, Monotone, a lot of people who don't have, or Mantis Man really, because Monotone already knows this, a lot of people in the US, Mantis Man, who don't have a kettle, but who also can't or don't want to use a microwave, they'll boil water on the stove in a pot if they're going to be making a large volume of tea. What'll happen usually, Mantis Man, is if you're going to use a tea bag to make your tea and you don't have a kettle, if you're American, you'll heat one, mug of water in the microwave, and then you'll just drop the tea bag into the mug of hot water, is usually the simple way people do it. If you're going to be making a larger amount of tea, but you, again, don't have a kettle, you would then boil your water on the stove, and then pour your water into a teapot, and brew your teapot with a tea bag or two, or a sachet. If you're going to be making 2 or 3 cups worth. I will check, Monotone. Basically, they're on Etsy, and, I want to say... They sell on Etsy under several different accounts, Monotone, but I'm pretty sure that they're all actually sold by the same company. Let me see if I can find... the actual vendor. Here we are. All right, Monotone, I found it. Let me link it in chat for you. And for anyone else who's interested, I'll just highlight it as well. Reapy Soul, you're talking about a samovar, aren't you? Because you're somewhere in Russia, right? Or in one of the neighboring states. No? Something else then. Fascinating. Oh, Western US. Okay, I'm sorry, Reapy. Forgive me, I might have been confusing your username and the color of your username with one of my Russian viewers. What do you use, Reapy? Tell me, I'm curious. Yeah, Monotone. So this company, I guess, is based in Nepal. And Nepal is one of the countries where kukri originated. They're traditional there. Yeah, Mantis Man, but that's how most Americans who are not regular tea drinkers will do it. And most Americans who aren't regular tea drinkers, I mean, you'd be surprised if they have any tea bags on hand anyway. Growing up in the US, I always had tea brewing equipment on hand because my parents, both of my parents are fond of tea, and they both brew it regularly. And so I learned all about that from them. But, you know, they always had a tea kettle. They always had a teapot. They always had, Oh, Reapy, are you talking like a Keurig machine? Or one of the Japanese machines, the Zojirushi ones, that it's just a water heater and it keeps hot water on hand for tea all the time? And you can dispense... Yeah, hang on, I think I know what you're talking about. Here it is. Hot water dispenser Zojirushi. I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. No, it just... Reapy, it took me a minute. I was like, isn't Reapy from Russia? Isn't there... Aren't they talking about a samovar? But no, okay. You're talking about an electric appliance. You're talking about probably this, right, Reapy? Or something like it? Yeah, Warrior. People only generally buy electric kettles in the US if they drink tea on a regular basis. And a lot of people certainly use those too. Gotcha, Reapy. Okay, yeah, I understand now. I gotcha. Have a subscription to get water Oh! Okay. Yeah, oh, you have one of those Poland Springs machines, Reapy, that you put like a 5-gallon water jug upside down on top of it, and then it dispenses the water either hot or cold or room temperature. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Reapy. The things that you see in offices. Yeah, Mantis Man, you've heard a lot of people weigh in, but basically in the US, it's less common, unless you're a really dedicated tea drinker, to have a tea kettle and then a teapot and to do it the way that you guys do in the UK. And certainly, tea trays and tea cozies are something you only see among really, daily tea drinkers in the US, and sometimes not even there. Like, tea cozies don't really exist in the US. I suspect it's just what you're used to, Mantis Man. I mean, I don't use a tea cozy, but for me, I have a little tea stove with a burner in it that uses a candle. And I'll put a candle, usually a plant wax or beeswax candle, one that's made from natural wax that hasn't been chemically treated. Don't use paraffin candles in those things because breathing that vapor from those candles is not healthy. But I use either a plant wax or a beeswax candle in a little tea burning stove, and the teapot sits on top of that. And once the tea is already brewed and it's in the teapot, you put it on top of the stove with the candle, and it keeps it warm for several hours. You use a bobble hat with a hole cut in it for a tea cozy? That's one way to do it, Night Sprite, if you don't want to buy your own. Or if you want to recycle an old hat for it. That's clever. But there you go, Mantis Man. Now you have a better idea. And Warrior, you have a cast iron teapot. You use your cast iron teapot for what? Do you use it to boil the water? Or is it enameled? Is it enameled on the inside and then you use it actually as your teapot? Like, do you use it as a kettle for boiling the water? Or do you use it as a teapot for steeping and serving the tea? Because there are both. Like, I have a really nice cast iron tetsubin as well. But it's very small. So it can only hold a cup or two worth of water. And mine is not enameled, so it's not really meant for brewing tea in. It's just meant for boiling water. It's big enough to boil over a campfire or something, but it's not really large enough for my purposes to make a full-size pot of tea. Which is why I have a full-size tetsubin on throne. You have a new Shanka that fits over? Okay, Mantis Man, that's on brand for you. I can see that. There you go. You and Night Sprite have that in common. Ah, just for brewing. Okay, Warrior, gotcha. Let me see. You use this for boiling. What is this? This is... Ah, okay. A Cuisinart, I see. Very nice. That's a nice electric kettle, Warrior. They're definitely convenient. I will certainly say this for electric kettles. They are very convenient, especially if you don't have a stove. Like, the primary application I've seen for electric kettles is in college dormitories where you're not allowed to have an electric burner or even a hot plate, but you want to be able to have tea in your dorm room. Usually it's places like that or in apartments where someone is doing their cooking on a hot plate and they want to be able to boil water for tea at the same time. These are really fantastic devices for a lot of situations. And if you don't have a stove and a kettle on which to boil water, electric kettles are awesome. Yeah. Well, Mantis Man, ingenuity is the father of invention. I think that's how that saying goes. Yeah, it depends, Warrior. The currently, or up until recently, the kettle that I use it's still a really great kettle, but it is a stainless steel kettle made in Japan. Let me see if I can find it for you. There we are. It is... Let me dig up the link here. It is this exact model. It's the Takei Quick One kettle. It's made in Japan. The materials are very good quality. It has a reasonable capacity, but it was a little bit large, or the bottom of it was a little bit large for the burner that I have to use, because I'm basically in a German apartment, and I don't have really large burners. But yet the amount of water that it can actually hold is not nearly enough for my applications. And Dravenus was incredibly kind and bought me a new, slightly larger one, which I had on Throne relatively recently. It's beautiful. It's made from copper. This is a really good kettle too. But yeah, Yeah, thank you, DJ. I might have been misremembering and paraphrasing. But yeah, I use that one, Warrior, because I do have burners in my home, and it's less expensive than an electric kettle. But, you know, you use what you have access to. You do the best you can with what you have. I just grew up in a household where both my mother and my grandmother would always boil their water in a whistling tea kettle. And so that's kind of what I'm used to, and my first thought when it came time to think about buying my own was, oh, yeah, that's what you do. You boil water for tea in a kettle. And it's helpful to have a kettle that whistles because that way it can tell you when the tea is ready. If you're in another room. Yeah, Little Nova, let me see if I can find you some pictures of it. They remind you of camping, Night Sprite? I've never used a whistling kettle while camping, but goodness knows, my parents were huge fans of camping, so I've definitely boiled water over a campfire a fair few times. Gotcha, Warrior. All right. Why is... Okay, here we go. Here we are. Oh, nice, Terry. You don't have a yard you can let him out into, huh? Although I guess you still have to clean up if it's a yard. Here it is, Little Nova. This is what Dravenus got for me on Throne, which was an incredibly generous gesture. That was not a cheap kettle. But it's definitely my new favorite. There is, Mantis Man. It's just really gorgeous, and as long as you take care of it, it'll last practically forever. Ah, you used them on probably a Coleman stove, Night Sprite. Yeah. Ah, congratulations, Monotone. Yeah, it's really nice, Mantis Man. It's made from solid copper and lined inside with tin, which you need. You end up getting too much copper if you use an unlined copper teapot, so they have to be lined with tin in order for you to not get unsafe amounts of copper. Yeah, or lined with stainless steel. The tin lining, this one has a tin lining, Warrior, but yeah, don't just get a regular copper kettle that isn't lined on the inside. You and I were thinking the same thing. The copper gets in, everything will be a Moscow Mule. Yeah, that's true too. All salt. Do you typically put the tea in the kettle infuser before it starts to boil or after? You only have sachets, but you wonder about burning the tea. So, to correctly make tea, all salt, you don't steep the tea in the same vessel that you boil the water in. And that's because vessels that you use to boil water are subjected to very high heat, like really high heat. And technically you can, if you only dedicate it to tea, you can have like a cast iron teapot, like a tetsubin, that is not lined on the inside, and tetsubin are made for boiling water. But if you absolutely have to, you can boil the water in a tetsubin and then brew your tea in the same tetsubin. It's generally not ideal to do that, because tea is acidic, and the acidic compounds, the tannins from your tea, can degrade the inside of your cast iron teapot, because cast iron can rust, and acid promotes rusting on cast iron, so you don't want to do that. Ideally, you would boil your water in either a tea kettle or in an electric kettle of some kind, and then brew your tea separately by putting your dry tea leaves or your tea bags or your sachets. If you're using loose leaf tea, you need a tea filter of some kind, like a tea ball or a tea strainer. I use a strainer. Excellent, Terry. All kinds of things, Andrew. Typically beef or chicken with binchotan. Oh, God! Ambivalent bastard! Oh, no. Oh. My condolences. You better also boil your water with a little iodine if you're from Flint. Ugh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Terry, you probably got one of the enameled ones. So the enameled ones you cannot put on a burner because it will destroy the enamel. And you don't want to destroy the enamel in your cast iron teapot. The enameled ones you have to treat like a teapot, not a kettle. You heat the water in something else, and then you pour it over your tea or your tea bags into the teapot, and you let it steep in the teapot. It does, Little Nova, but if you're boiling your water in a cast iron teapot, you're getting the iron anyway, because you're then pouring the boiled water out of the cast iron vessel into whatever teapot you're brewing your tea in. Loose leaf tea only for you? Yeah, for me as well, Terry. I only use loose leaf tea because it's a lot easier to blend it with different kinds of, other loose leaf tea. And I do like to sometimes blend mine or mix and match it. And loose leaf tea is usually the best quality tea anyway. Nice, Terry. Excellent. Good night, Sprite. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. It's great to see you. Rest well. Mantis Man, I thought the stereotypical old-timey British person has bad teeth because your country has a candy store on literally every street corner and nobody brushes their teeth. I thought that was why. But yeah, actually, all salt. Does that answer your question? Because of all the potato starch in their chips? Need the heme for hemoglobin. Well... yeah, all salt. Does that answer your question? Basically, you boil your water in a separate vessel than you steep your tea in. So, tea kettles are generally made purely of metal, and they're what you use to heat the water. And then, when the water is heated, you'll pour it into a teapot, which is usually made of earthenware or clay or ceramic. There are metal ones, but metal ones, again, need to be enameled on the inside to protect the metal from the tannins in the tea. And metal teapots that are enameled, again, you cannot heat them on a stove because it will destroy the enamel. So you put your tea strainer full of your loose leaf tea, or you put your tea bags or your sachets into the teapot, and then you pour your hot water over your tea and let it steep. And that's how you do it. Alright, warrior, let's see. What pot are you using? This post may contain erotic or adult imagery. You know me, I love some tea porn. Okay, warrior, that's what I figured you were probably using. Warrior, is this the Socha brand Tetsubin? Is that what... I can't see through the filter, warrior. This one isn't enameled on the inside, is it? Is this just pure, cast iron? Or is it enameled? I don't know, warrior. It's just, maybe it's just something that they're flagging everything with these days. You brush your teeth. Yeah. I was left with the impression from talking to a few other Brits, Mantis Man, that it was mostly the candy and the, for some reason, the widespread lack of oral hygiene. Yeah, Little Nova, you gotta make sure if you're using a cast iron teapot that, That's an interesting explanation, Ambivalent Bastard. It never would have occurred to me to think that. But I have a strong suspicion that the truth is probably a little bit more visible, you know, more front and center. Ah, good old Twinings. The British staple, Mantis Man. Yep, I gotcha. If you just need a quick fix, or if it's all you have access to, there's nothing wrong with tea bags. They're definitely easier than loose leaf tea. I just, you know, for me, I prefer loose leaf for a lot of reasons. Good, all salt. I hope that was helpful. I hope that was the information you're looking for. No problem, Monotone. Enjoy your dinner. Take some pictures for us. You don't actually have to, but it'd be nice. There we go. Alright, how about this game? We've done exactly one battle so far. Yeah, I understand, Mantis Man. Sometimes you're just in a hurry to get to work. You only have a few minutes. You don't have time to be dealing around with a strainer or loose leaf tea. You just have to heat some water, throw in a tea bag, and go. Monotone, any meal is picture-worthy. It doesn't have to be a photogenic meal. Sometimes it's just cool to see what someone else is having for dinner. Never played of the Overland map? Are there any management mechanics? If you're talking about managing settlements? Or towns or anything? No, not really, Ambivalent. The only real management in this game so far, because again, it is still in early access and it's a long way from release, is party management. It's this sort of management. So managing equipment, managing resources, and above all else, managing finances. That by far is the trickiest thing about the game that I've interacted with up to now, is not going bankrupt, because the different jobs that you can take pay so little. I really wish the jobs offered a little bit more money, because at this point, the job that I just took is for 300 gold, and I just had to pay 300 gold just as salary for my my party members. But yeah, Ambivalent, so far that's the only management that this game has. It's not really a settlement building sim like Stranded Alien Dawn. Stranded Alien Dawn doesn't actually have any of the financial management. This game is a lot more like... have you played Darkest Dungeon, Ambivalent Bastard? Because the equipment and party management is pretty much copied from Darkest Dungeon. It's that sort of system. And the financial management is... I mean, I don't think Darkest Dungeon had it to quite this degree. With Darkest Dungeon, it's more just managing your team and preventing people from dying, and making sure that they have the equipment and items they need to survive the next expedition. Here, it's more... you have ongoing costs of upkeep for your mercenary company. You have to pay them regular salaries, and then there are daily operating costs of a few gold every day. And you have to earn enough money and keep your income flowing in at a fast enough rate to cover expenses and still make some kind of profit. So you have to take mercenary jobs that have you going to fight bandits or killing monsters, and you have to earn enough money from those jobs to cover costs, you know, to cover expenses, and bring in enough overhead to be able to keep your equipment maintained, buy new equipment when you start running up to the point where you need to take higher paying jobs against tougher enemies. There are obviously medical costs if one of your team members gets injured. And you can offset some of that, actually. There are very, very basic trade mechanics. So you can, for example, go to a city, and you can find that in one city they have a discount on pelts or food or medicine. And you can pick up a bunch of pelts or food or medicine in one city at either at or below cost, and then you can bring them to a different city where something is going on that increases the cost of whatever good it is that you bought at a cut rate. So, for example, over here in Hastenhold, the roads are active with trade, saturating the city's market with wealth and goods, and they have a minus 20% buy price and a minus 20% sell price. So I could go to Hastenhold right now, and I could pick up whatever their local commodities are at a 20% discount, and then bring them somewhere else where the sell price is higher. For example, over here in Yorhurst, because there are bandits, the city is desperate for supplies, so I could bring them over to Yorhurst and sell them for a 10% profit. Well, for a 30% profit by the time all is said and done. Or I could look for some place where there's a major event that makes them more valuable. Such as, I think I saw one a while ago where... yeah, here it is. Food is in short supply and citizens are growing desperate in order to feed their families. So food is selling for 50% above cost here. So I could go to a city and buy food for a cut rate, and then bring it over here and sell it for a 50% profit or more if I was able to get it at a discount. You picked up a bunch of Taylors of Harrogate tea bags for Super Chape when they had the relabel. Oh, interesting. Nice, Warrior. So they were clearing off their old stock that said Prince. Yeah, they have to update everything now. They have to update their currency. And in another 20 or 30 years, if he lives to be Elizabeth's age, they're going to have to do it all again. Some do, Ambivalent, but from what I understand, in the UK, it's taboo to use anything with the former, a depiction of a former member of the royal family or the former monarch or a monarch with their pre-ruling title. They don't like that stuff circulating over there. All right, let me see. We've got... What do we have? Oh, we've got some grain. We've also got wine, ale, and meat, which I actually did pick up at a cut rate. I should go over to... Turenhold after this job and go sell that stuff. That's a fair point, Ambivalent. Alright, everybody's ready for battle. One, two, three, four, 5 bandits. And... Aha, once again they are... Oh, okay, so they're starting off way the heck over here, which means we'd be better off concentrating our forces here, where at the very least we have a little bit of protection, and they'll have to walk through obstacles to get to us, and we'll have cover from their ranged units. Except this one down here that we can't do anything about, but these other ranged units, for the most part, are gonna need a turn to get to us. Great. Okay, so... Oh, right. I forgot there was a dude right there that he could have hit. So we'll have him Fists of Fury over here. And hit this guy. We'll have him move over here. Ah, blast it! Again, I forgot. This guy blends in with my own team. Can we... No, we can't. So we'll have to do this. But what we can also do is this. We'll move her over here. Pass that turn. Move her over here. Use that turn for this, and then with the flank, we'll hit him. Jeez, these guys hit hard. Okay. We'll we'll have him wait a moment. Okay, looks like we need to move a step closer. We've got to finish that guy as quick as we can. A Hawaiian black tea? No, I've never tried it, Mantis Man. I wasn't aware that they did. Ah, goodness sake, we weren't able to finish that guy. Right, so what we can do instead then is swing over here. Fists of Fury over here. And then hit this idiot. Alright, we'll Fists of Fury over here. And hit this guy, now that we have the flanking bonus. We'll have this guy attack him for the finishing blow. We'll move over here and use Infernal Pillar one more time. Move her over here and either finish him or at least blind him. Finish this guy. Jeez. Double crits from the enemy team. Wonderful. And grievous wounds, which means we cannot heal. Okay. And we can't stop this guy before, or this girl before she acts. So we have to take the risk. Okay, Right, well, we'll have her head over here, heal him. That's good. And we'll have to have everyone sprint up. Oh, okay, she's running. And... okay, yeah, we'll move him over here. We'll have the guard. Blast it! I didn't mean to have him guard. That was not what I wanted to do. Ah! Damn it, and I didn't notice until it was too late that, she has grievous wounds and cannot be healed. So we'll have her take cover. Alright, I have an idea. That did not work. Okay, in that case, he can stay there and guard. He can move up. Hit her, and then we can hopefully finish her with this. Yeesh. That lasted a lot longer than it should have. Hello, Yami. Yeah, Yami, what did you expect? You know how it is by now. Okay, nobody has any serious injuries, though, right? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we need to go to, I guess, Hastenhold to complete our contract. That's weird. I thought we took the contract in Andalon. Yami, you shut up. I do not ignore chat. You chose the 10 minutes during which chat finally died down after 5 hours of just podcasting it, forgetting to play the game. You choose then to come in after I've been doing nothing but talk to chat, and then you're like, oh, chat's dead. Oh, Franz ignores chat. Come on, Yami. You're the one who needs to never change. You picked, of all the times, to come in and say that. How about you start attending streams, Yami, instead of just showing up after 5 hours and running your mouth, huh? How about that? How old is old? Malikiel? Well, I'm 38, so... Oh, hang on a minute. Had to respond to a message, sorry. Okay, sorry. Well, Yami, that wouldn't stop you. You're already basically streaming on Discord as it is. And then complaining that I'm taking your viewers. Yami, I genuinely, I appreciate the $2.50 a month as long as you're willing to keep offering it. I'm happy to have you, regardless of whether or not you are subbed, however. So if for whatever reason you need to rebudget at some point, and you need that $5 a month for ramen, or you're sick of giving $2.50 a month to Bezos, I'm still happy to have you here regardless. Aw, Mantis Man, don't say that. I'm sure you're going to be just fine. I'm sure your pasta and meatballs will turn out okay. Your Netflix sub and your Hulu? Yeah. Okay. Well, what do you have, Mantis Man? You're gonna put seasoning in the sauce? Yeah, that is an improvement. What are you using jarred sauce, Mantis Man? No, you know what? I'm gonna keep you from your dinner if I start asking you about what you're making and how you're making it. Go eat, because otherwise I'll be inclined to sit here and tell you how you can improve your meal, and you'll starve. So go eat. That's how you stay young. You have a store-bought pot of Pomodoro. Okay. So, Mantis Man, at least it's a... You're listening in the kitchen on your tablet. Oh! Well, Mantis Man, this is just a step away from what you and I had talked about doing, which was me dropping in during a voice call with you on Discord with your phone right next to the stove with the camera on, so I can walk you through preparing a meal. Or, in other words, so that I can backseat your cooking. We're basically already doing that then, Mantis Man. I just didn't know it until now. I'm quite certain I did, Yami. Besides which, Yami, you're the one who was streaming cooking on my Discord server. You're the one who, like, had the phone in your kitchen streaming it, showing other people. Why would I think to offer that to you? You already know how. Franz backseats your cooking. There, well, there it is. People only showed up after you finished cleaning the table? Yami, I know for a fact that's not true because there were other people watching when I dropped in. In fact, there were several people watching. I mean, it was mostly the mods and the other crew that usually shows up when somebody is streaming, but they were there watching. Well, because you only ever streamed cooking once, Yami. Don't complain to me, man. Every time I drop in, you're streaming some waifu game or something. Of course no one shows up. You gotta do cooking streams more, so that people can drop by and comment on your cooking. But yeah, Mantis Man, if you're working from a store-bought Pomodoro, that's fine. You can always add seasonings to a store-bought sauce if it needs them. And you can, if it's not too late, if you haven't already prepared them, Mantis Man, you can simmer your meatballs in the sauce. And then that will give the sauce some flavor, and it will give the meatballs some flavor. And then you just spoon the sauce onto your pasta when you're good and ready to eat. Well, Yami, I think your inability to tag the entire server probably hurts your viewership. I grant you that. That was the plan. Excellent, Mantis Man. Good, I'm glad to hear that. So, your pasta is going to be just fine. If you've heated your sauce on the stove, you've simmered your meatballs in the sauce, and, you know, you're going to serve the pasta with the sauce that you simmered the meatballs in, that'll be perfectly all right. No need to worry. It might not be fancy, but you'll get a perfectly fine meal out of it. So, good on you, Mantis Man. No, everything will be fine. Malikiel. Make a nice dinner, give these others a run for their money. You worked an 11-hour shift? Yeah. Well, Malikiel, that's totally understandable. You work a long shift, and you don't have the energy to cook, so you just come home and you throw something together. Well, I really appreciate you dropping by, Malikiel. It's great to see you again. Aw. You made it... What? Yummy? Okay, hang on. Yummy, if you really want to stream, you should just bite the bullet and start streaming. People eat dinner. Yeah, but Yummy, there's always someone around the world who isn't eating dinner because of what time zone they're in or what their sleep schedule is, who is happy to watch a cooking stream. Totally okay, Warrior. Nothing wrong with that. That's a great dinner. Malikiel, what I do, if it's any help to you, especially if you're working 11-hour shifts, is I do all my cooking on a day of the week that I have free. So a day when I can give cooking my full attention and not have to do anything else. And I'll get up and I'll get all my ingredients together. I'll do all my grocery shopping the day before or even on the same day. And I'll have all the ingredients ready to go, and I'll do all the prep and all the cooking on one day, and I'll make a week's worth of meals, and I'll just put everything in the refrigerator so that it's ready to go, and then the next 6 or 7 days, I don't have to cook at all. I can be as busy as I want, and I can just, when I get all my work done, or all my chores, or whatever it is that I'm doing other than cooking, I can just go to the refrigerator, grab some of those nice fresh meals I've made for the week, heat them up if there's something that needs to be heated, and good to go. And all I have to do is one person's worth of dishes. You know, maybe a plate or a bowl and a fork or a spoon will be all that I have to wash. And that'll be it. No cooking, no muss, no fuss. I'll have all the food just there and ready to go. Well, you're like me, Mantis Man. You don't follow a standard sleep schedule. All right, you don't have the setup to do a Yami, it doesn't... I mean, you did just fine with what you had. Stream out of your phone in a measuring cup? That worked! That was okay. 9 p.m. and people were like, look at the port. Why? Was the dog looking at what you were making, looking like she wanted some? Yeah, okay. Well, Yami, You should take a lesson from professional streamers and capitalize on the fact that you have a dog and use the dog to bring in viewers. Sell out. Oh, God, ambivalent, that's not what he meant. Although, Yami, you did set him up for that. But Yami, Yami, you should capitalize on having a dog there to bring in viewers. Like, tell everyone that you're doing a cooking stream and there will be a dog there. Well, yeah, same difference, Yami. It's effectively your dog. Your brother abandoned it. Oh, it's just a holiday weekend, Malikiel. Okay. You like to cook after work because you find it relaxing. All right. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy cooking, and I do find it relaxing, but it is also work, and it requires energy. So I like to consolidate all my cooking, and I do it on one day of the week when I possibly can. And then that way, I get to enjoy eating on the other 6 days. Yeah, see, Yami, I'm not the only one who's telling you this. You really do have to play the dog angle. Little Nova is absolutely right, as is Malikiel. Yami, there's an entire YouTube cooking channel called Cooking with Dog, where the human is just a sideshow, and it's really the dog supervising the cooking. If you want to bring in the big views, Yami, and the big ad rev, that's what you gotta do. Sorry to tell you. I know, Warrior, it's really unfortunate, but Francis had a good life and a good career. There you go, ambivalent. That's... Drive it home with reverse psychology. See, Malikiel knows. Twitch viewers love some mischief and mayhem. Yes, they do, especially when that mischief and mayhem is caused by a pet. Dog will steal food the moment you blink your eye. Well, there you go, Yami. Even better. How cool would it be to get that moment on stream with your dog stealing food? You won't stream with the dog because we'll all just take the dog's side. Yeah, Yami. Well, there you go. Salty-ass Chinese food? I mean, leave the salt out, or, you know, cook a little bit on the side without salt for the dog. Throw a couple of pieces of beef in a frying pan and just saute them. Ah, welcome back, Monotone. Fried the haddock instead of your... Oh, okay. Monotone, there is a fine line, but we can talk more about recipes and prep methods another time if you like. And yes, haddock and light-fleshed fish are definitely better with butter. Malikiel, you have 2 Malamutes and a St. Bernard? Dear God, yeah. Malikiel, you should start a cooking channel with the 3 of them. That'd... I would be there watching that every day. Those are enormous dogs. And Yami Malikiel is right. You're making such a big deal about a tiny little poodle dog. If Malikiel can handle 2 Malamutes and a Saint Bernard. Oh, and a Great Dane at one point. Yeah, like, literally Scooby-Doo. You train the dog or you endure the... Yeah, very well said, Ambivalent. You train the dog or you endure the dog. Homemade haddock butter? Fishy spice... Monotone, explain. I feel like there's something I'm missing here. Are you making butter out of haddock, or are you making a compound butter expressly for use on haddock? I'm not 100% clear on this, and I feel like I really need to clarify it. Some are ambivalent. It depends on how they're trained. All right, Yami. Well, don't come crying to me when you don't get any views, because you're not using all the available tools you have. It's a dog, not a marketing tool. Since when were you concerned about your dog being used as a marketing tool, Yami? Yeah, you're the one cooking the food, Yami. You'll just have to accept that the dog is your PR person. Aaron, we're joking. This is a running gag. This is a running gag with Yami because he's always streaming on my Discord using the streaming feature and complaining that I'm stealing all his viewers when I do a Twitch stream. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, the dog gets a commission. Oh, okay, Malikiel. Yeah, I've met dogs like that just have endless energy. Yep. And Malamutes can be high-energy dogs considering the environment that they're bred for, so I get that. You cook the haddock in a pan, the shitload of butter and spices, you take it out of the pan, you pour the remaining butter and spice mixture onto the rice. Ah, okay, so you're making full use of what you have left. So it's the same thing as basically pan drippings from chicken or beef, Monotone. I see. Yes, okay, I agree. That is a good use of the remaining pan juices from your haddock. You could take that a step further, Monotone, and you could make a pan sauce for the rice using, or like a gravy you could make, using the pan juices from the haddock. Well, yeah, Yami, that's one of the things that will keep people there. Oh, it's super easy, Monotone. All you need to do is add some liquid, like stock, to your pan, and then deglaze your pan, and maybe add a little bit of cornstarch or flour to thicken it. You just have to make sure that you fully cook it if you're going to add flour, because flour has to be cooked. But you deglaze your pan with, you can use broth or stock. You can use white wine, or I would use white wine for fish. I wouldn't use red wine, for example. You can use also sherry wine for some fish as well, I gather. I don't deglaze with alcohol for the most part because I don't drink alcohol, so I also don't cook with it. But all you really need to make a pan sauce is just to deglaze your pan with some kind of liquid and simmer it for a while, and maybe thicken it a little bit if it's not thick enough by the time it's reduced a little bit. But you reduce it, and it'll also help you clean your pan. It'll cook all that nice fond off the bottom of the pan, and your pan will be easier to clean at the end. And you just you reduce it slowly on like medium-low heat. And you can add some seasonings to it if you like. You can add other ingredients. If you want to do a sauce that's good for fish, you can add a little bit more butter and white wine to the pan sauce. And if you want to thicken it a little bit without having to cook it too long, just add a tiny, tiny pinch of cornstarch. A very little, like, you know, an eighth of a teaspoon. Just literally a pinch between your fingers is enough for one frying pan worth of liquid. It goes a long way. No, don't use cooking wine, Monotone. If it's not a wine that's good enough that you would drink it, it doesn't get any better it does not get any better if you cook it. So if you're going to use wine, use a wine you would drink. Yami, we're talking specifically wine. As far as other types of alcohol, well, as far as sake anyway, I don't know, but oh yeah, Malikiel. I mean, you could start it at night, Malikiel, and that way you wouldn't have to spend as much time outside at the smoker during the day. Like, you could start it at 6 or 7 p.m. after, you know, after dusk when the sun's gone down, and, you know, keep it going overnight. And you can use the snake method with your charcoal, Malikiel, so that, you can leave it burning longer without having to refill it. Well, there you go, Monotone. If you're gonna make a pan sauce with a wine, make sure it's a wine you would drink. Don't use cooking wine for that. Yeah, Asian cooking is a different matter, Monotone. Mirin, sake, that's a little bit different, but talking about wine specifically, don't cook with a wine that you wouldn't drink. Yeah, you've got the opposite ends of that spectrum with Echo Drop and Yami, Monotone. But yeah, all that to say, Monotone, you can try making a pan sauce next time, and then spoon that pan sauce over your rice. There are a lot of other different ways you could make pan sauce, too. Different ingredients you could use. You don't necessarily have to go the butter and white wine route. Oh, also, Monotone, in your pan sauce, you can add a few drops of lemon juice if you are using butter and white wine. Because then you'll get a fairly traditional combination of flavors for white-fleshed fish. Yeah, let me know, Monotone. Honestly, Monotone, if you want to do it together, I can join you in a Discord call tomorrow, and I can walk you through it if you like. This is something I'm willing to do for people who want to learn to cook. Well, Lord Luis, or if you were making a pan sauce for fish with rice, you would serve generally your fish on top of your rice, and then spoon the pan sauce on top of that. Oh, Monotone, the last part was, I was just saying, if you want, I can join you in a Discord call, and we can do the pan sauce together. I can keep you company and walk you through it if you like. Which is basically what we're doing with Mantis Man in his kitchen right now. Intuition. Gotcha, Yami. Yeah, no problem, Monotone. Let me know. Be happy to. We can work with whatever ingredients you've got, but, we'll improvise something. Pasta be boiling? Very good. Mantis Man, if you want to add a little more flavor to your pasta, before you spoon the sauce on top of it, you can, as soon as you strain the pasta and take the pasta out of the pot that you cooked it in, as soon as you strain it and put it in either whatever bowl you're going to serve it in or whatever container you're going to serve it out of, drizzle it with a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, crack some black pepper onto it, or add some black pepper to it. And if you have a little bit of even just dry basil, you can sprinkle some dry basil, just a little, not too much, because dry herbs go a long way. Little bit of dry basil, little bit of dry parsley, and then just toss the pasta together. And if you have any fresh garlic, you can slice a couple of cloves of fresh garlic and throw them into the sauce at the last minute and just cook them for the last 30 seconds. Also, Mantis Man, in addition to the pepper and the parsley and the dry basil, throw a couple of wedges of butter into the pasta along with the extra virgin olive oil. And then toss that all together with the butter, the oil, and the dry basil and parsley and the pepper, and maybe a little bit of salt to taste, but not much, just a little. And then once that's all mixed together on your pasta, then you spoon the sauce on top of it. And that way you won't just have bland pasta with sauce on it that it hasn't had a chance to blend with. You'll have pasta that already has some flavor of its own, and you'll be adding that nice sauce with those meatballs to it. So if you want a simple but flavorful improvised meal, that's how you can do it. Just season your pasta as soon as it's done boiling. You know, throw some oil in so it doesn't stick together. And the olive oil will give it flavor too. Use extra virgin if you have. Yeah, just meatballs and red sauce, Lord Luis. Nothing fancy. He's doing a quick bang-up dinner. But, yeah, Mantis Man, butter, little bit of salt, pepper, and extra virgin olive oil with some dry herbs. Almost no matter what pasta dish you're making, Mantis Man, you can universally use that sort of stuff to flavor the pasta. Depending on what you're making, you might leave out the dry herbs, but at the very least, butter, olive oil, salt, and pepper just on your pasta as a matter of course before you even add sauce. Your grandmother always cooked a pasta in chicken stock for flavor? Yeah, Monotone, we talk about this a lot whenever the subject comes up of using water to cook. Water has its place in cooking, but if you're going to cook something in it, like rice or pasta, you do get more flavor by cooking in some kind of stock or broth. The difference being, stock is not seasoned, whereas broth is. So stock will just be pure, pure chicken flavor or pure vegetable flavor or pure beef flavor, whatever it is. And whatever vegetables are used in the stock as well, if any. Broth will be seasoned. Broth is something that you can just drink by itself. So, if you're okay with whatever seasonings are in the broth, you can use broth. If you want to season it yourself, use stock. Oh, thank you, Miscreant. I appreciate it. Yeah, ambivalent, exactly. So, Mantis Man, that's another good tip. Is just boiling your spaghetti in vegetable stock or any kind of stock, beef or chicken. You can use the remainder of the stock later. You can just put it back in your refrigerator in a container, and you can use it for making sauces, because if you boil pasta in it, then it will already have some starch from the pasta, and you won't even need to thicken it. So if you want to make a sauce out of your vegetable stock or your chicken stock that you've used to boil pasta, the starch from the pasta will be enough to thicken it after you reduce it a little bit. Yeah, Monotone, when I prepare rice to go with my curry, I always prepare my rice in stock of some kind. Whatever I have on hand, usually chicken, sometimes vegetable. Well, good, Miscreant. It is good to do your own cooking, because that's the best way to have control over your ingredients. Yeah, warrior, exactly. And that's kind of one of the principles behind chicken soup, honestly, is that's one of the reasons, or minestrone as well, which is why pasta is added to those. So Mantis Man, those are all tips that even if you're making a simple meal like this, you can incorporate either this time or next time. But in your case, Mantis Man, best tip I have for you is just pre-season your pasta as soon as it comes out of the pot with extra virgin olive oil, butter, black pepper, maybe a pinch of salt if you feel that you think you might need it. And then in the case of what you're doing, yeah, I think some little bit of dry basil and a little bit of dry parsley would go a long way there too. And then maybe some fresh slices of garlic into the sauce, like 30 seconds, maybe a minute before you take the sauce off the heat and serve it. Well, Ambivalent, in this case, he is using a store-bought pasta sauce, which will almost certainly also already have some basil in it. And so that's why I recommend things that will complement that flavor. A little bit more dry basil won't hurt, and it'll make the basil flavor easier to detect, because store-bought sauces usually don't have enough of those herbs for you to be able to really notice them too much. And you still want it mainly in the background, but you can bring it a little further out of the background. Rice and raw meat. Yeah, right, Yami. The food of the labor man. Labor man don't even cook their meat. Sure. But yeah, Ambivalent is also correct, Mantis Man, that if you're doing pasta and you're going to be putting red tomato sauce on it, you wouldn't want to then pre-season your pasta with, like, a cream sauce or something, because those two sauces will not play nicely with each other if you mix them. Yeah, Lord Louise is right. The working people, they'll be lucky when they can afford meat. Back in 1911 Hong Kong, geez, Yami. Rice and raw meat. You mean sushi? Fair question, warrior. Oh, Monotone, you can probably find a curry mix for Penang curry. As a matter of fact, Monotone, I'm almost certain... Hang on a minute. Let me double check something, Monotone. Because I'm quite certain that you can get Penang curry mix. Oh! Yeah, I knew it! Monotone. Here. Monotone, check this out. You can thank me later. Welcome back, Mantis Man. Monotone. There is a brand called Maesri. Maesri is a Thai brand. They are based in Thailand, and they make all of their products in Thailand. They export them to other countries. Maesri makes all kinds of really authentic Thai curry paste with authentic ingredients from Thailand. It's the real deal. You can order cans of Maesri curry paste online. Excellent, Mantis Man. Excellent. Perfect. And make sure, Mantis Man, that you you toss all of those ingredients together in the pasta. Make sure that you toss them together, and make sure they're properly, evenly mixed and blended so the pasta is all coated evenly with the butter and oil and spices and seasonings. And once it's coated evenly, then you just serve the sauce on top of the pasta, mix them together, and you're good to go. Bon appetit. So, Monotone, I use Maesri curry paste sometimes. It is the real deal. It's really good. All you need to do is mix a can of the Maesri curry paste with a can of coconut milk, or coconut cream if you want your curry really thick and rich. I do like to use coconut cream. And then you've got your curry base, you've got your broth. That's everything you need. If you just want to do a quick bang up curry in like 20, 30 minutes. And other than that, you just throw in your ingredients and simmer it monotone once the curry base is ready. And you can order Macery curry paste monotone by the case. You can get cases of like 24 cans for not that much money. I don't know if you're going to go through that much Penang curry. I would get a smaller order first to just make sure you like it. But if you do, you can order it in larger quantities. And once you've got your curry broth done, you just prep all your vegetables and your proteins and throw them in and simmer them. And then you've got it all ready to go. Just spoon it on top of your rice. I'm not disparaging golden curry, Yami, but Monotone specifically mentioned he discovered that he likes Penang curry. Golden curry is essentially a yellow curry, Yanni. And yellow curry is fine. Yellow curry is perfectly good. Nothing against it. And you should, Monotone. If you're making curry, you might as well make a lot. Because you're going to be cooking it all in the same pot anyway. Make enough for a week. That's what I do. I make enough curry for a week. I have a huge pot. Like an old military issue a pot from a military kitchen. That's enough for at least a week's worth of curry. At minimum, Lord Luis, you add the curry paste and coconut milk. You can add other things too, but that's the minimum that you need to get the curry base. You can add other curry ingredients if you want. There's nothing stopping you. It's just, for Monotone's purposes, he's really busy and he wants a quick, simple curry that he can prepare for a week's worth of meals. And that's just the easiest and simplest way to do it. Oh, that's an interesting one. Curry with sweet potatoes. I've never heard of Vermont curry. Yeah, I mean, curry can be anything from anywhere. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. You can still make curry. Ah, yeah. Ambivalent. Yellow curry often does have a little bit of sweetness to it. There are different variations of yellow curry from different countries. But often it will have things like saffron or turmeric, and it'll be a little bit sweet sometimes. There are savory versions too, which are the ones I prefer. But yeah, sometimes curry, like I've seen curry with pineapple. Ambivalent. I've seen curry with some other. In fact, that curry was salmon and pineapple and other things. I don't know, Yami. Why not? Why not Vermont? It tastes like skiing. There you go, Little Nova. Ah, Vermont curry is the one with apples in it. I was going to say, I think I've heard one of my moderators tell me about curry that had apples. That was it. That was what Vermont curry is. Gotcha, Monotone. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for a minute ago. Almost see them next to each other on the store shelf? See what next to each other, Yami? Yeah, Lord Luis, chicken is one of the most common types of protein for yellow curry. Or pork, depending on what country you're talking about. In Japan, they use a lot of pork. And they'll usually do a breaded pork cutlet along with their curry. Apples are a signature product of a lot of New England, Yami. Think about all the apple cider from local farms, Yami, in New England during the autumn. It's just a thing over there. So it makes perfect sense to me that Vermont would come up with the idea to use apples in a sweet... I mean, at that point, it's a step away from oatmeal, really, Yami. It's oatmeal without the oats. Right? You'd make oatmeal with apples and cinnamon and sugar. It's essentially just an oatmeal recipe. Yami is so mad. Okay, Monotone, have a good soak. Take it easy. What do you mean denying apple pie? I acknowledge apple pie. Apple pie is also a traditional autumn dish in New England. But we're talking about curry with apples, and you got mad, so I thought you were mad at the idea of curry with apples. I've heard of Japanese curry that had blueberries in it. Oh, too ambivalent. I gotcha. I see. You were responding to something else specific. Ah, yes, Mantis Man. Let me have a look. Oh, ambivalent. Okay, I did miss something then. You'll never understand cooked apples being a thing. I gotcha. All right, hang on, ambivalent. Let me have a look at Mantis Man's picture here, and I'll elucidate the matter for you. Yeah, Mantis Man, this looks perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with this. You've got nice, well-seasoned ziti. You've got a perfectly good red sauce. You even went out of your way to sprinkle some cheese on top. I'm guessing that's Reggiano, Parmigiano Reggiano. And you got the meatballs. Mantis Man. See? It tastes pretty great. See, I told you. You don't need to do anything fancy or complicated to make a good dinner. You just need to make sure that you take every opportunity to add flavor. Right? Honestly, Lord Luis, if I were going to choose between the two, I don't really have a preference. Strudels, I mean, they're both way too sweet for me, but other than that, strudel is pretty good, and apple pie is pretty good. If I were going to have apple pie, though, I would probably serve it with either vanilla or coconut ice cream. I do quite like coconut, and I would also serve it with a whole bunch of fresh whipped cream, homemade whipped cream, mind you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, ambivalent, ziti is one of my favorite types of pasta because it's easier to eat than spaghetti. You can just eat it without having to twirl it around your fork and getting it all over you. Well, Mantis Man, Parmigiano Reggiano is the most common cheese used as a garnish for pasta by far, and not even just as a garnish. It's frequently used as an ingredient in many sauces for pasta as well. Parmigiano Reggiano, Mantis Man, and Pecorino Romano are the two preferred cheeses for pasta, if you're cooking Italian style with red sauce. Welcome back, Monotone. Welcome back. Yeah, I like the texture of ziti as well, and the great thing about ziti, and this is by design, this is why ziti is shaped the way it is that interior portion of the ziti, that kind of, the fact that it's sort of a tube shape, the interior of that tube shape is meant to hold lots of pasta. So ziti really should be served with a good thick sauce that can permeate it and get it. Hey, Gossamer, welcome, good to see you. So happy you were able to stop in. Oh, Asiago is awesome. I am a big fan of Asiago as well, ambivalent. But yeah, ziti is kind of the ultimate vehicle for sauce because that hollow part of the ziti is just meant to hold sauce. So you'd use a nice pomodoro or even like a good thick cream sauce for ziti. It's a really, really good pasta to serve with a nice thick sauce the way Mantis Man has. So there you go. And Mantis Man, like I said, it was a nice simple prep. It didn't have anything complicated. And look at how much flavor you added just by giving the pasta some extra seasoning before you mixed it with the sauce. And just basic seasoning too, just stuff you had lying around. You didn't have to go out and buy anything. You didn't have to put in really any extra effort to speak of. You just added a few extra ingredients at one of the steps you were already taking. And look at how much better the meal turned out than if you had just spooned the sauce on top of the pasta. Yami, I hate to steal your thunder, but it isn't really just you. I mean, you have as much a hand in it as anyone else, but all you guys do is just bring up these subjects and you send me spiraling off on a tangent. It's you and everyone else, Yami. Oh, if you can get them fresh, Mantis Man, even better. But there you go. See? I'm really glad it turned out as it did. Yes, Ambivalent, I feel it's important to forewarn people about that at the door. Because I've gotten a few complaints before about, people have come in, and I understand this complaint. It's a valid complaint that they'll come in and they'll stick around for 20 minutes of me doing exactly what I'm doing now, forgetting to play the game and just talking to chat. And then they'll complain, why aren't you playing the game? And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I probably should put a warning just in the channel tags somewhere to let people know what they're in for. Yeah, Ambivalent, I'm not the only person on Twitch who does it, but I feel like it's good to be upfront about it and to let people know when they come in that, yeah, that this is... I'm not good at multitasking, and chat is my priority. Yeah, Mantis Man, see? And there you go. That, now that you know you can do that, I have a feeling all of your future pasta dinners are going to be a lot better as a result, Mantis Man. And it's just such a simple thing, right? It's so simple to just add a couple of extra ingredients at that middle step. But it makes such a difference. Yeah, Yami. So that's why I feel like it's good to give people a heads up about that when they come in. And that way they can make a more informed decision instead of sitting here getting increasingly angry for 15 or 20 minutes going, why you no play game? Well-rounded. Well, every part of it is well-rounded except me actually playing the game, Nova. But I know that a lot of people come to Twitch for the interaction. I mean, that's one of the main reasons I'm here. I'm here for the games, too. But I like it when the broadcaster is really engaged, and I like it when I, as the broadcaster, can be engaged. So, I don't know, that's just the kind of stream that I like to do. Ideally, I wish I were better at multitasking. I wish I could do both at once. I wish I could play the game and give it proper focus and also not have my attention to chat compromised, but I unfortunately just don't have that kind of brain. And you gotta work with what you got. Yeah, Mantis Man, exactly. And honestly, Mantis Man, if you want, I have another, a bit of an evolution of this for you. So what you can do, Mantis Man, is you can, before you start boiling your pasta, you can start a frying pan or a saute pan on the stove, and you can brown some onions in a little bit of butter and extra virgin olive oil. Brown your onions, cook them quickly at high heat to get them brown, but you don't want them cooked through because you're going to be using them for a little bit more cooking. So you brown your onions quickly at high heat so that they're not cooked through, but they've got nice color. And to that, you can add a little bit of white wine or a little bit of chicken or vegetable stock. You can add a tiny pinch of lemon juice. You can add fresh herbs, but you can also add dry herbs. And you can kind of start preparing a bit of a sauce for the pasta in advance, but just kind of a basic sauce, not one that's going to have a ton of distinct flavor of its own, but one to give just your pasta some more flavor that you're going to toss your pasta in. You can do this and then just use it as the only sauce for your pasta, but what I like to do is just coat the pasta in a nice little sort of preliminary sauce just made from olive oil and butter and onions. And then at the very end, I'll add some crushed garlic to the sauce and cook the garlic just enough to release the aroma and to take the edge off of it and make the sauce nice and garlicky. And that alone is a type of pasta. I think it's called cacio e pepe, which is just garlic with black pepper, pasta with garlic and black pepper. But yeah, you start your pan with some, browned onions, a little bit of butter, a little bit of salt and pepper, and extra virgin olive oil. And you toss your pasta in that. And then, whatever other sauce you're adding, once your pasta is tossed in that, you can then add your red sauce on top of that. It goes best with red sauces, but you can do it with cream sauces as well. That flavor profile plays well with cream-based sauces too. So that's another way that you can add some flavor as well. You recently started cooking spaghetti in stock. Yeah, excellent, Ambivalent. It does make a significant difference. After straining, you sprinkle some garlic powder on it. Yep. Yeah, any seasoning you give the spaghetti after it comes out of the pot, doesn't matter if it's fresh garlic, garlic powder, whatever you have, whatever you've got, use. And it does make a significant difference. Because plain pasta with no seasoning, even if you put sauce on top of it, what you're tasting underneath the sauce is still just plain pasta that has nothing else going for it. So you're doing yourself a big favor, and you're doing the pasta a favor by adding another layer of flavor to it that is compatible with whatever sauce you're putting on it before you mix it with the sauce. You've always tried to cook it in stock, but the rest is recent? Gotcha. So Ambivalent, fresh garlic goes a long way, but the trick isn't so much how much you use, it's how you use it. With fresh garlic, Ambivalent, garlic is a very powerful ingredient, and yet at the same time, it's also very delicate. I like to think of garlic as a glass cannon for cooking, because I'm a big min-maxer, so that's how I think. But yeah, try it with pasta, Mantis Man, and save the rest of the stock when you're done making pasta, because you can make a sauce out of the stock once it's got all that starch in it from the pasta. So Ambivalent, garlic is like the glass cannon of culinary ingredients, right? It's really powerful, but it's also really delicate and fragile. And if you overcook it by even a few seconds, it will burn and it will lose its flavor. So what you want to do is add it at the very end, like 30 to 60 seconds before you take your dish off the heat. Because the residual heat from the dish will cook the garlic enough to release its aromas and its flavors into whatever you put it in. But you don't want to give it more than 30 seconds to a minute on direct heat, because any more than that will destroy it unless you're adding it to something with liquid. And even if you are, you still only want to give it about a minute tops. So if you've got a red sauce that's simmering in a pot on the stove and you want to add extra garlic to it, you add however much garlic you're going to add. But if you add your garlic any earlier than the last minute or so, you're going to cook all the flavor out of your garlic and you won't notice it's even there. And you're going to overcook it. So you want to add it at the end, where you can cook it just enough to release the aromatic compounds and the flavors, but you're not leaving it raw, because then it will be unpleasant, and you're also not overcooking it. That's the magic window for garlic, is add it, if you're adding garlic to something in a frying pan or a saute pan, like if you're sauteing a dish and you're adding garlic, and there's not a lot of moisture in the pan, add it the last 30 seconds, literally the last 30 seconds, no earlier, no later. If you're adding it to a dish that's got more liquid in it, like a sauce, add it maybe the last 30 to 60 seconds before you take the dish off the heat, and then let the residual heat do the rest of the cooking for the garlic. No, Little Nova, dry garlic, if you're talking granulated or powdered garlic, you can add that whenever, because you're not going to overcook that. That's not going to be as delicate. Yeah, that's what professional chefs do, Warrior. If you're going to be tossing the pasta in a sauce that you made in a saute pan, yes, you take the sauce out. 30 to 45 seconds early, maybe a minute early, depending, and then you transfer the pasta into the pan with the sauce, and you toss the pasta directly in the sauce. Oh, you're not stealing secrets, Mantis Man. This is sharing knowledge. This is knowledge that should be shared. It's knowledge everyone should have. So I'm glad we could share it with you. Yeah, no problem. Get some rest, Mantis Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that our collective pool of knowledge could help improve your future pasta dishes. And Ambivalent, like sour cream, I need some context for that question. What about sour cream? What were you asking there so that I can give you a good answer? Or at least the best answer I could give you. Man, I don't even know how I'm going to label the VOD for this stream. I'll have to think about it. Thank you for being here for us to hang out with, Mantis Man. It's always a pleasure and a joy to have you. Putting it at the very end, it depends what you're making, Ambivalent. If you're using sour cream as a garnish, for example, if you're serving it with baked potatoes, yes, you don't want to cook your sour cream. You're using it really only as a sauce or as a garnish that you're putting on at the very end. If you're using sour cream as an ingredient, for example, if you are making a cooked dish that requires you to add sour cream to a pot of something that is cooking on the stove, that depends. I'm trying to think even of a dish that would work that way. Sour cream is usually something that you would put on top of a dish that's already been cooked. Like if you're making baked potatoes, you would serve them with sour cream on the side, but you wouldn't cook the sour cream. The sour cream is just something you spread on them with a knife. Sour cream, Ambivalent, isn't really an ingredient that in most cases you would have a reason to cook into the dish itself. Oh, stroganoff. Okay, yeah, that's a good example I didn't think of. You always put the sour cream in at the end of the stroganoff. I mean, yeah, I think that's a good call, Ambivalent, because if you're making stroganoff and you were to put sour cream in at the beginning, you'll break down the proteins in the sour cream too much, and you'll probably end up cooking it to the point that it curdles. So, yeah, I think that's the right call, is adding it at the end if you're doing something like stroganoff. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to overcook it because you'll break it down and then the liquid will separate out from the proteins, as Warrior points out. And in dishes like goulash or pepper cache, you also add the sour cream toward the end. You put it on top, basically, right before you serve it. Well, Ambivalent, if you're cooking by numbers, I would encourage you to just use instinct and intuition a little bit more when it comes to how much sour cream to put on at the end of those kinds of dishes. When in doubt, less is more. Start off with a little bit and then try it, and if it's not enough, you can always add more. You just can't subtract it once you've already mixed it in. So, if you're going by instinct, just add a little bit at a time. That's all you gotta do. And if you added a little bit and you feel like it's just right, stick with that amount. And if you added a little bit and you feel like it's not enough, like your sour cream just disappeared into the dish, add a little more. Try it again. And then that will give you a much better idea in practical terms of how much is the right amount, you know? Yeah, exactly, like clothes in summer. You can only be so naked, right? You find the level of clothing that's right for you. I mean, preferably at least it's a decent level of clothing. But, you know, yeah, kind of. Does traditional goulash have sour cream? That is a good question, and one to which I don't know the answer. However, a cursory web search, I'm sure, will elucidate. I suspect probably, at least in my experience, ambivalent, there is more than one way to make goulash, and what is traditional in one country or even one region will not be traditional in another. So, I do know that the primary ingredient in goulash is paprika. Other than that, yeah, okay. And as I suspected, it looks as though Hungarian varieties. Shekeli Gulyas, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It leaves out the potatoes and it adds sauerkraut and sour cream. So that is traditional in Hungary. And then there's a Polish variation here that, oh yeah, the Polish variation is a potato pancake, basically, which is close to what I grew up with, in a Jewish household, or at least with a Jewish mother, who always used to make Jewish-style potato latkes, potato pancakes. So, whereas the Hungarian version serves the pancake with spicy goulash with sheep milk cheese and sour cream, the Jewish version uses sour cream as a topping for the potato pancake, and often also incorporates ingredients like chives and black pepper and salt and basic seasonings and whatnot. So yes, it looks like there is a traditional preparation that uses sour cream, but there are like 15 or 20 different traditional variations on the prep, ambivalent, which is exactly what I expected. Every different region, even within the same country, will have different ways of preparing a dish. Go to India and try curry. There are literally hundreds of different kinds depending on the region. Go to Japan and try ramen. You know, go to China and try stir fry. Or try street food. Like, no matter where you go, there are going to be unique variations of a particular dish in a particular region based on what ingredients are available in that region, what can be, what's practical to grow and produce there, what the climate and the environment allow, you know, what sorts of crops are common. There are so many factors that influence it, but that's the beauty of cuisine, right? Every different region has their own variation on a particular dish. Yeah, Jewish cuisine is pretty carb-heavy, ambivalent. We like a lot of pastrami, and a lot of rye, and some pickles every now and then. You know, you go to a Jewish deli, and what you'll get right there is mostly just Jewish comfort food. I mean, we borrow that from a lot of other cuisines, but that's what Jewish cuisine is. Jews have been wandering other countries for 2,000 years during the diaspora, and, you know, we just sort of had to pick up what we could along the way and make use of it. So Jewish cuisine as such is really an amalgamation of some traditional Jewish cooking and tons of other ideas that the cuisine picked up along the way from different countries where Jews were forced to flee to, or to make their homes. You spent a year in Korea. The kimchi especially had huge regional differences. Yeah, I bet it does. In the West, there's usually only one kind of kimchi, which is the kind that's just made with vinegar and hot pepper. Occasionally, maybe you'll find it with shredded carrot. But yeah, variations of it are hard to find. Go to the country where it was created, and yes, everyone's going to have their own take on it. But that's the great thing, right? There are so many choices, you can find one that you like no matter what. Unless you just don't like pickled cabbage, in which case there are plenty of other things for you. But yeah. Yeah, Warrior, every time growing up in the US, anyone I knew would prepare quote-unquote goulash, it was just hamburger helper with pasta. You know, with some kind of, usually they would use a jar of pre-made Alfredo sauce, and they would just call that goulash. Or, like, they'd use a jar of tomato sauce or something and call that goulash. It was depressing. Ambivalent, the diaspora is the term for the period of time during which the Jews lived in exile from their homeland in Israel. And if you go by biblical dates and definitions, it was about 2,000 years. If you go with the modern convention of Anno Domini, or the years of the Lord, 2,000 years. Yeah, Lord Luis, it does. But yeah, Ambivalent, it was the time during which the Jews were in exile from Israel and were wandering around other countries trying to find anyone who would let us live there without trying to systematically exterminate us. That's the simple explanation, Ambivalent. But that's all you really need to know to understand the context in which I'm using the term. Yes. The diaspora is the time during which Jews did not have a homeland because Israel had been carved up and basically divided between other states. And the diaspora ended in the 60s when Israel was officially recognized as a state. And then, of course, all sorts of other problems happened because then it turned out the folks returning to Israel on the Jewish side did not want to share the territory with any of the other nationalities that also traced their roots to that land, and it started a conflict that is still ongoing to this day, with settlements in the West Bank being bulldozed and all that other terrible crap. So I wish people could learn to coexist. Basically, Ambivalent, we traded one problem for another, where, you know, it sucks. But yes, anyway, all of that is to say, I hope that clarifies for you the definition of diaspora. Alright, I was supposed to, supposed to go hand in this contract here, I think. Well, good, little Nova. Keep reading books about it. Keep reading and keep educating yourself. And don't get your information from politicians or the media. Get your information from history books at a library. And make sure you read a lot of different books. Don't just read books written by the people who came out on top in history. Read the books written by the people who suffered and who lost and who became oppressed as well. Because, as they say, history is written by the victors and the winners of battles, and they all have their own spin on it. So you want to make sure that you read history from as many different perspectives as you can, so you get the whole story. Well, I'm glad I was able to teach you a new word, Nate. Yeah, exactly, Ambivalent. The best way to learn about history is to read contemporary accounts of whatever history it is you're trying to learn. Like, read accounts that were written at the time of the event. Because anything looking back on it, anything retrospective, decades or centuries later, isn't going to have the same perspective on it as someone who wrote it when it was fresh. So, read contemporary accounts if you can. If they exist. They don't always, or there aren't always a lot of them for certain periods of history or certain events, but do the best you can. And look for as unbiased a perspective as you can find. Preferably from as many different sources as you can find. Because that's what good historians do. They consult all available sources, and they do their best to sort out which sources are the most reliable and which are not. Boy, ain't that the truth, little Nova. Ain't that the truth. Okay, well, let's hand in this contract. Having arrived in Hastenhold, you locate your employer's associate and hand them the letter. I suppose everything seems to be in order. These damn bandits just don't know when to quit, do they? I trust you took care of them, and not politely. Here's the payment you were promised. Oh, and they also gave us some iron. Okay. So that does somewhat help increase the value of the contract. Well, yeah, ambivalent, and people who are not teaching history at a high school where there are mandatory restrictions on the curriculum. At a library, those restrictions do not exist. Unless you live in a conservative state where they are trying very hard to implement them, but that's another story. And only in the US, for the most part. My God, man. Don't get me started. Alright, let's see. Well, there's a 10% markup here for these goods, but I think I want to wait till I can get a better deal on them. Yeah, it'd be too expensive to buy, but I could sell at a bit of a profit. Then there's this, this hide coat that I could get that might be useful for some magely characters. I don't think I'm in desperate need of equipment for the moment. Or leather. I don't know if I want him to have, because he's kind of a combat, like an offensive unit. I do, ambivalent. I really would like to actually play the game a little. I've been intending to, but who am I to, you know, I'm not going to kid you. I've been really enjoying the conversation and interaction with chat, because that's a large part of why I'm here. Probably the biggest part of why I'm here is you guys. In fact, not probably, it is the biggest part of why I'm here. But I just haven't been able to focus on the game as a result of that. Yeah, I feel like I want my offensive units to have a little more mobility. The defensive units already have some fairly heavy armor, which is fine. You know what, though? I do want to recruit another mage. I'm going to grab this hide coat while it's on sale. I don't want to spend too much more money here, though. Okay. Oh, everyone is fine. Alright, is anyone injured? Do we need... No, we don't need to check anyone into the infirmary. And there's nothing else here that looks like I would have an immediate need of it, unless... Unless any of the recruits... Guardian, Pyrolancer, Stormcaller... Another Stormcaller wouldn't be a bad shout. But how about the traits? Merciful... Oh, Pacifist. Damn it. No, that's not helpful. Because the whole point of that job is to deal damage. They do have some healing capability, I think, but... What about another Pyrolancer? Honorable... Headstrong, that's good. Damage control, friendly fire... Miracle and Merciful. This one's okay. About this one. Nimble, +2 speed, +5 evasion, very good. Harsh I can live with, Content is fine. Keen Eye, increases critical chance by 2 for every round of combat. Alright, accumulating crit chance, Survival Instinct, +15% power and +10 evasion while health is under 15%. Yeah, you know, this is actually the beginning of a pretty good setup. I am a big Red Tearstone fan. We'll hire this guy. Elnard Famehand, right? Yes, okay. I would like to hire you for 69 per year for 4 years. And what about this Guardian? Rash, Hasty, speed increased by 3, crit chance reduced by 10. Well, this is a defensive class, so crit chance isn't really that important. +2 speed, +5 of it. Whoa, wait a minute. +3 speed, +2 speed, +5 of it. Wow, yeah, okay, this is some synergy. This is actually a pretty good combination of traits. And that's really good for a heavy class because those speed bonuses, those will offset having heavy armor. So this is another really good unit. We'll take her. All right, now do we have anyone with unhelpful traits? Harsh, dutiful, workhorse, and damage control. Okay, well that's 3 useful traits. The question is, does damage control affect the person who has it, or does it affect anyone that the person who has it attacks? That much isn't clear. Also, I'm going to be trying my best not to attack my own allies, so... Right, what do we have? Brave, merciful, coordinated. Accuracy is increased by 10. Eagle Eyes and Keen Eye. Unable to be ambushed while camping if this character is on lookout. Increases crit chance. Oh, okay, this one again. Yeah, no, this is a pretty good set of traits. Harsh, workhorse, dutiful. Incur 25% less fatigue from expeditions. That's good. 25 loyalty. Harsh is fine. Cautious is fine. 20% extra damage when flanked. Oof. We might have to find a replacement for this. This is dangerous. What about her? Rash. No problem. Merciful, no problem. Lifer will wait a few more years before considering retirement. Fortitude, defense increased by 10, and she's a Guardian, so good. Nope, that's a good combination of traits for a Guardian. And this, I believe, is a story character. I don't think we could even replace him. 25 loyalty. Oh, wow. Fortitude and workhorse and headstrong. Yeah, no, he's fantastic. So it's just Dalphos that we should consider replacing. And we should replace him with another Stormcaller, because we only have the one. Great, no, that's good. I'm happy with this. So we'll save there. And what other jobs do we have? Oh, here's a better paying one. Recommended level 1+. There's a 550 for level 1+. You make your way through the bustling city center. Shouts of concern from a middle-aged woman carry across the crowd and catch your attention. You walk toward her and she meets your gaze. Finally, someone capable looking. I've been trying to muster some help to deal with this damn nullbeast problem. She motions around to the crowd of people going about their day. and raises her hands in a gesture of futility. But sadly, few care to hear it, and even less are brave enough to do anything about it. My advisor told me you could use some help. Care to elaborate? Ah, yes, he told me you might come by, and I'm glad you have. As you probably well know, we have somewhat of a null beast infestation on our hands here in Hastenhold. My husband and I are farmers just beyond the city walls. They've been nothing but a nuisance to us. We've already lost some livestock to their attacks over the last week, and we cannot afford to suffer anymore. There's a cave nearby where we think they reside, and I'm hoping you can go in and eliminate them. No, it's not the most pleasant business, but it must be done. Okay. My husband, in fact, has already taken the task upon himself, thinks he's some great hunter. She laughs, trying to mask her concern before shifting to a more worried tone. He has yet to return, however, and I'm fearing the worst, hoping that you might find him in that cave, hopefully still alive, but if not, I would appreciate you returning his body so my children and I can lay him to rest. She pauses and pulls a small pouch of coins from her bag. We don't have much, but I'll of course pay. Would 550 be agreeable? Different responses. What can you tell me about the Null Beasts? Nasty creatures, and one of the most ancient, according to legend anyway. Their claws are razor sharp, and I've seen them move at incredible speed. They seem to be ideally suited for killing or surviving, depending on how you look at it. They're native to the area, of course, so it's not unusual to spot them. Occurrences have become too frequent. That does not tell me anything useful about them. Alright, that'll do just fine, and we'll see if we can find your husband. I hope he's not super dead. I'll return to the farmstead in the meantime, come by when the job is done. Alright. And there is nothing else we need from the looks of it. Hey, Chopin, welcome! Okay, where is this cave? What? Why is the cave so far from the city? That cave is in Yorhurst territory. That's ridiculous. That's 36 days of travel. I'm gonna spend more money on the trip over there than I'll earn from the contract. Okay, this is definitely something that they need to fix, is, these contracts appearing this far away from the city where you take them. Okay, Null Beast. Exterminate the beasts in the cave. The question is, who is actually equipped? Ah, these two are not equipped. So we have to go with our starting 5. And we need to take probably some tools. And maybe a... Yeah, no, you know what? Just the tools. Because this is already costing us enough. Aha! Okay. Well, we won't get ambushed this time. These... Wow! Okay. They can pretty much attack whomever the hell they want. because we're sandwiched in between them, so... We'll try our best to protect our squishies, but looks like this is the best we can do. Oh, but we get to act first. Okay, then. Gonna move him over here. No, you know what? That's pointless. %72% chance to hit. Okay, we'll take that. 64% chance to hit. You know what? We'll at least move him over here where that other one can't get him. Move him over here and throw a... Throw a trap down so that he doesn't get any ideas. Oh, well, he wasn't going to get any ideas anyway, I guess. What is this? Miasma inflicts poison to the occupant on their turn. We'll switch places with him and then guard. And we'll switch places. I don't know if we want to switch places with him, but hang on, what do we have? Sweeping Spear and Skewer. Yeah, you know what? Because I think we're resistant to ailments if we guard. So this should prevent him from getting poisoned. Okay, can these guys get over... No, they can't. Okay. So I'm going to move him down here so that we can get the flank. No, that's not... Ooh, a crit! Nice. Very good. And we'll actually have her come over here and finish this job. The idea is we really need to focus on enemies, focus them down and get rid of them as quickly as possible. And we will have her come over here. And skewer him. Ha! Nice! Excellent. I figured we might be able to lure him onto that trap. Okay. So we want to move back just a tiny bit. There we go. And let the rest of them come to us, because they can't get over this. This is obstruction, so... So now we're going to move our front line up. And we are going to guard so that when they do approach us... We will repel their attacks, and we will be able to immediately counter-attack with our own. Now, can we... Oh, we can! We can do a little range damage from the back line. Oh, okay, but they can just bypass our back line. Well, that's cool, too. Because now you're trapped, idiot. And I guess that doesn't count as a flank, so we'll have to blind him. Oh, he's immune. Great. Well, in that case... %100% chance. That's weird. Is he flanked? Hang on. What statuses does he have? Burn. Oh, he's staggered. That's why I now have a 100% hit rate. Well, there he goes. So we'll have him wait. Have him guard. Character gains a weakened debuff and attack power is halved while occupying this hex. Null beasts receive an evasion buff. Okay. So we're going to have her go over here and guard. Oh, we can't have him wait, huh? Okay, so he'll just guard 2 for now. Yeah, forget it. I'm not walking into that. You come to me, idiots. Got him! Thanks for walking right into a flank. Later, loser. Oh, and you know what else we can do? We can put one of these traps here and aim it into that pit. Nice. And knock him into the pit when he tries to move. And since he's stunned, we can just hit him for free and have 100% accuracy. Very good. Very good indeed. Deadly contraptions. Blast it. Okay, traps deal double damage. That's fine. We just have to avoid traps. And we can use this health potion. And everybody else is fine. Exterminate the beasts in the cave. You stop for a moment, overcome by a feeling that someone or something is watching you. Yeah, let's check the area. I don't trust this. Party fans out with eyes peeled, but a quick search of the area turns up nothing and clears your mind of any worries you might have had. Mind playing tricks on you, huh, boss? Still doesn't hurt to be careful. Yep, no, that's fine. I'm glad to spend 2 time units on that. Okay, and now is a good time probably to camp. This is not the best place for it, but... Mend wounds, restore mind, restore stamina. Well, what do we have? Restore vitality, restore stamina. And... cover HP by 10%. We'll go restore mind. Alright, and we got away with that. Well, his downfall was attacking me, Chopin, but I mean... you know. Okay. The path forward is impeded by a wall of dirt, bones, and stone rubble from the crypt's crumbling foundations. The depth of the blockage appears to be extensive, but there also does seem to be a way through, provided you can reach the top. Might take some time, but I reckon there's enough material around here to fashion a ramp. How about we just use tools? Taking a coil of rope from your pack, Hillen is able to loop it around something stable at the top of the pile, allowing your crew to quickly climb up and over and continue on your way. Yes, good. This is almost certainly a loop. Oh, but there's some treasure. Slumped up against the base of a wall, you find the bloodied body of a man not long deceased by all appearances. He seems to possess little value. Closer inspection may reveal otherwise. We'll take one. Time you to... oh, and we got a health potion and a bandage. Good. Nothing over there. Misplaced provisions. Well, we lost the bandage. But that's fine as long as we didn't lose our tools. I would much rather deal with misplaced provisions than something really nasty. Uh-oh. Okay, what do we have here? You move through the corridor, keeping a watchful eye on your surroundings. Helen suddenly stops in front and signals your party to halt. They bend down, their hand tracing a small tripwire stretched out across the floor, barely visible to the naked eye. Okay. We've got some tools that should help with this. Use tools to disarm the trap. With great care and expertise, Helen manages to disable the trap, allowing your party to safely continue onward. Get wrecked, trap. Treasure and a battle. A lone satchel catches your eye on the ground. Though small, it doesn't appear empty and may contain something of worth. A small health potion. All right. All right, what are we dealing with? 5 enemies. Oh, a woodsman hanging out with a bunch of null beasts. Oh, and of course, the woodsman... wait, is that an archer? Shoot a single target within 5 cells. Okay. He is an archer. Bloody hell. Well, we are definitely going to have to consolidate then. You know what? We'll move him over here and guard. Whoops, no. Okay, that guy is going to be a problem. We'll have him wait so that I can act safely once everything is... Alright, there we go. Well, thanks for walking right into a flank. I appreciate that. Yeah, holy hell, this guy is no joke. We definitely need to focus him down ASAP. Sheesh. And we'll put a trap here facing into the pit, because he's going to want to probably sneak through there. I'll have her there. These things are immune to blind, right? Yes, they are. So there's no point using Blinding Strike. 56% chance to hit? You know... let's move her over here so that we can get the flank. Oh, no, you didn't go for the trap. All right. So much the better. Damaging and pushing them back. Yeah, okay, actually... yes, okay, so we'll move over here, and we'll push him onto the trap. Oh, it didn't work! He didn't get sent flying. Well, that sucks. Maybe if we move him over here, we can bait this guy into, coming to attack. 64% chance. I don't like those odds. This is a guarantee, though. And you know, we can hit them both with this. Who is this here who's hurting? Her, okay. Alright, you know what? We're gonna move her over here. Oh, we can't. But we can still reach her from here with healing. Okay, that's fine then. Ah! Blast it! That was stupid of me. And I wasn't paying attention. Walk right onto my own trap. Brilliant, Franz. Okay, we'll heal him. Actually, can we just do this without skewer? Yes, we can. Good. And that will just flat out kill this guy. We'll move him here. And then to protect our charging unit, we will put this here. Because I think this Null Beast is going to Yeah, it's going to either attack him or it's going to go for that trap. We'll have her oh, we can't? Now we can. And we'll heal him. Because he is on point now, and... This is Valkyrie. So we'll move her over here, and I'm pretty sure we can get a skewer. We sure can. Ah, okay, it pulls him onto the trap. I see. Interesting. And that's it, we've done it. No, we need that. Oh, we get some reprieve. Excellent. We don't get a penalty this round. Right, we've got 3 healing potions. We will give them to the 3 people who most need them. Stroke of luck on our... Oh, this is a boss. We'd better save. I'm really surprised and also quite glad that you can save in dungeons. Okay, let's do this. So around the bend, you hear rustling up ahead. You raise your torch to find a man scrambling for his weapon, groaning through the effort. His panic subsides when he realizes you're not one of those creatures, and he calls out to you. Hello, have you come from Hastenhold? Did my wife send you? He tries to stand, but every part of his body protests, and he falls back to the ground with a whimper. She did. Looks like we found you just in time. The man looks down at his wound and chuckles, immediately followed by a wince of pain. I reckon you're right. Leg's broken, I think. Probably more than that, too. I can't go anywhere on my own, that's for sure. Ah, some fool I am, thinking I could best these creatures. He sighs. You think you could help me out? Gustin leans in beside you and whispers, He'll slow us down, boss. Not sure if it's a good idea with the creature about. Yes, let's get you home. Not everyone liked that. Bunch of jerks. Relief washes over the man's face. Dago steps forward and offers out their hand to grab, gently pulling him upright. An arm slung around Dago. The man gives you a subtle nod, ready to move out. As you turn to leave, more of the creatures appear out of the shadows around you. They must have our scent. I suppose there's no other way out of this. So it appears. But they didn't ambush us. On the other hand, there is a boss, and my god! Nullbeast Prime, 800 HP. So we want to definitely stay away from him for a turn. Move everyone as far over as we can. Okay, so nothing over here will be able to reach us on turn 1. Vulnerable to holy and slashing, so the Guardians are going to be doing the most damage here, or the Guardian, I should say. All right. Good, okay. That one will be able to reach us, but not before we take this one out. I should have moved him before attacking, though, because he's on a space that gives a damage penalty. Okay, good. One null beast down. And I don't think this one should be able to reach us yet. Yeah, okay. Very good. Blunt damage seems really good against those guys. There we go. No more damage penalty for me. Okay. So we're going to move our frontliners up and have them guard. Oh, all right. That's fine. We'll have him wait. Actually, we'll have him wait. Yeah, we'll have him apply the burn. Oh, I guess it's immune. Blast it. Okay, well, we need to dogpile this boss here. Yeah, okay. Vulnerable to slashing and holy. Will this do any more? No, it actually looks like it will do less. A while longer, maybe, Elron. 7 hours is a brief stream for me. Push single adjacent targets. Goodness sake. All right. Oh, but he's bound. Well, guess what? %. You know what? Oh, blast it. He's not going to make it to that attack. All right, we'll have to just take the chance. Come on. Yes, good, okay. It paid off. Not a moment too soon. 2 HP, huh? Yeah, we're just going to have him hang out here and guard. He's done his part. We're not going to be able to... But we'll have him wait then. Let him come over here. Oh, he is immune to burn. Damn it. Well, we're getting the damage in. And the taunt did work. That's a one spacer, though. I don't dare move him in for fear of having him get killed. So Oh, nice! A crit! Which means, now that we have the upper hand, there it is. Well, that got a little hairy, but not terrible. Scroll of Lethality. Critical chance plus 1.5%. Fantastic. With the last of the Null Beasts killed, Jocelyn walks over to you, wiping fresh blood from her face, which is thankfully not her own. The wording here is a little awkward. It makes it sound like the face is not her own. It should say, wiping fresh blood, which is thankfully not her own, from her face. Welcome back, All Salt. I finished one request, one dungeon, in the time that you were gone. Thank you, guys. Wasn't easy, but that should be the last of them. We should return to that woman's farmstead and get our reward. They look back at the slaughtered creatures behind. Would rather not stick around for much longer if it's all the same to you. This place reeks of death. The sooner we leave, the better her husband's chances of surviving. Yeah, let's leave. We got 14 gold. Amazing. And another 54 just from the loot that we didn't use, which is... okay. And how is everyone doing? Alright, well, nobody has any major injuries. So my next question is... oh, but they're no longer looking for food there. 100% market coin, gold, gems, and crystals. Sale prices. Roads are active with trade. Increased gear quantity. Okay. Plus 10% sell prices. Reduced trade goods quantity. God, and that salary payment, that is gonna hurt. $154 for these. 110. Well, we're making a little profit anyway. Sale prices are slightly higher. For the time being, we can just transfer equipment back and forth. Oh God, Elron, I don't know how they would even do PvP in a game like this. So him I'm going to need to replace. The rest of this stuff I want to keep on hand. So... oof, 42 to rest at the inn. And that's just a little rest. 70 to buy a round. Geez, really lets you piss away money, doesn't it? Pyrolancer, Guardian, Pugilist, a Huntress. Fitness Freak. Increases health by 10% and adds an extra 5 years before their twilight years begin. Okay. Brave. Fortified Guard. Into push and pull while guarding. Insane. Unpredictable in most situations. Affects dialogue and choices. That sounds dangerous. Maybe not. Heavy-handed. Blasted accuracy and crit chance. 5% crit chance is not worth 10% accuracy. Alron, I'm not sure about keeping someone who is actually insane on the team. They might try to stab everybody. It has a lot of elements from Darkest Dungeon, Salt, as well as from a lot of other games. The easiest and simplest thing I can do because I've never played and am not otherwise familiar with most of the games that influence this, is for me to just give you a link to the Steam page, because they do a better job there of describing it than I can. Yeah, Alron, the consequences of becoming pariahs are generally not worth it to me, depending on the game. Some games punish you for it less than others. And I don't really need another Pyrolancer or Guardian. Although, we could go with an offensive Guardian. Honorable, stubborn... 15 more morale, 25 loyalty. This one's not bad. Health, power, and speed. Yeah, this one might be more useful as an offensive unit. Especially since we seem to be spending a fair amount of time dealing with enemies that have holy weaknesses, but are resistant to other abilities. And she also comes with a light elemental attack. So, okay, yeah, she has a couple of good traits. And no negative ones. More to the point. So, I guess we could take... We could take on another Guardian. And this guy, as much as I would like to keep him around a little longer, let's dismiss him. We'll buy out his contract at 26 gold. And that's fine. Then we won't screw him over. Oh, you're in FTL? Nice, nobleman. Modded FTL, it adds over 200 ships, new species. Wow. You should tell Monotone about that, nobleman. I'm sure he'd really appreciate knowing. Oh, good, and we did get the equipment of the unit I dismissed. I totally forgot to unequip him before dismissing him. I'm really glad this game automatically does that, because older games from the past, like Final Fantasy Tactics, don't. Okay, that's another Valkyrie. No, that's a Pyrolancer. This one is a Guardian. And this one is also a Guardian. Alright. Well, we could get a Boar Spear. It's a lot of money. Iron Lamellar is heavy. Leather Scale is medium. Okay, we'll grab that shield. Oh, we need to sell some stuff to get the shield. Alright, alright. I'm gonna hold off until we can maybe get a suit of plate. I cannot believe we found an initiate staff already. The tribal staff also has higher attack power, so... What, this is 77... 390. Purchase price 468? Freaking yikes. Yeah, I'd maybe like to avoid buying any more equipment here if I could. I should have checked. Well, All Salt, it is still in early access, but for a game that is in early access, yeah, it really isn't bad. It definitely is lacking in areas and needs polish, but my hope is that that will come once it's fully developed. And I've looked at the roadmap for it, I've looked at what the devs are doing and at the prior previous updates. And it looks like they are working on it regularly and continuously. Which is good, that's what I like to see. Alright, what's going on over here? Sale price for pelts, cloth, and wood. Reduced trade goods quantity. A terrible blizzard has blanketed the area. 15% buy price. Ah, but they're more willing to buy. And it looks like we could sell there at a 20% markup. 25% even. So, yeah, we'll just do the remainder of our business in Hasten Hold. With eyes focused on the horizon ahead, a horn blast suddenly pierces the quiet. You swivel around at the source of it just as a group of horror-wolves crest a nearby ridge, howling and growling fiercely as they charge downhill towards you. Alaric rushes to your side, hardly fitting their armor. They're surrounded, Commander. It seems you somehow stumbled into their territory. Well, freaking great. Okay. Let's see. Fatigued 2 days. Okay, we can swap him out for a Pyrolancer. And you know what? We can even give the Pyrolancer his slightly better gear. Oh yeah, it's significantly better, in fact. Okay, Wildfire and Blazing Lance. Burn is inflicted every round, 20% of the attacker's power. Okay. Keen Eye, Survival Instinct. All right. Well, that evasion's not doing him a hell of a lot of good. Oh, but even this isn't doing him a hell of a lot of good. No evasion. So why does it say... I wonder if it's just not reflected in his stats. Because there isn't even a blue arrow indicating that he's receiving an evasion bonus. Well, if that's the case, he's not benefiting from evasion at all. We might as well just give him the better armor. All right. One, two, three, four. Hang on a minute. Oh, I see the problem. I dismissed one of my regulars, so now I only have 4 regulars. I was thinking I had 5. Barrage. Alright, well... we'll have to make do with what we've got for now. Yeah, Salt, it's not terribly expensive. And you can always refund it before 2 hours if you're not sure that you're enjoying it. Oh, great, there's a freaking archer. And look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I sure do love being outnumbered. Okay, so she's the one who actually has equipment. Alright. I need to get a sense for who's who here. And everyone else is, protected. Alright. Well, this is going to be rough. But at least we're behind cover, so that jerk with the bow can't do anything to us for now. What are these? These are Horwolves. Oh, they're vulnerable to fire, so actually it's a good thing I brought a second Pyrolancer to this. Diseased Horwolf. Okay, so they're all still weak against fire. Alright, we'll switch places with her then. Five turns. Alright, in that case, we'll punish anyone who tries to walk past that to, and then we'll put a trap here pointing into the rock. And we'll just turtle it out. And have everyone else guard. Oh wow, that fire did not last long at all. I thought it was 5 rounds, not 5 turns. Bloody hell. Oh, he's gonna take the shot, huh? Well, we'll wait for the other units to take their moves. Or take their turns, rather. Yeah, it is 5 turns, not 5 rounds. Blast it. So using it now would be a waste. Unless... Oh, okay, that does burn them. Oh, come on! How did I not see that there? Alright, fine. Whoops, no. We'll have her guard. We'll have her pass her turn so she can heal when necessary. And you know what? Let's hit these guys with another stack of burn. Oh, did they both resist it? Or did it say stacked? I thought it said stacked. We'll have her wait then. And we'll have her switch places with him. And we can skewer these guys. Oh, they leave behind ice. Interesting. Well, it's a damn good thing we've got plenty of healing. No, you know what? We'll have her wait. Oh, she can't. That's the last one left. And he also waited, I see. These are not resistant to blind. Okay, so... Yep, he's blinded. That won't do a lot of damage, but... we can keep her healed up, because, yeah, she's gonna be doing the majority of the tanking at this point. Really? Just frozen, huh? I don't have any wildfire charges left. Okay, we'll move him up here. Wait a minute, hang on. Oh, we can't, okay. So we'll move him here. Really wish I could see which direction this was facing. Okay, we'll put that there. One of them is sure to walk into it. That's a 76% chance. So we'll just have to keep him blinded. Oh, for goodness sake, really? Ha! Excellent, got him anyway. This constant freezing nonsense is ridiculous. Alright, I need to send somebody after that archer. Ah! Later, idiot! Have her wait, because I need to do something about that wolf near her, or she's going to get an attack of opportunity. Frankly, with half my team frozen, this is not my favorite situation here. %66% chance. Not a lot I could do about that. That will kill him, which is good. That's our first kill this whole battle. Jeez. He needs to heal big time. Sheesh, about time. We'll have to eat an attack of opportunity there because it is the only way that enough damage is going to happen here for us to have a chance. not looking good. 85%. Okay. He's gone. That jerk-ass archer. You know, she's out of heals. She's gonna go over here and lock this idiot down. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, they're gonna need some support. And that wolf should die on the next turn from burn. Jesus, this poison. Ugh. Bloody hell. Even that wasn't enough to kill it. Sheesh. Finish him. He died from burn. Okay, yep, she's down. God, this was just the worst situation. Whoops. We have to... We have to kill this. And then we'll get her off her feet. That one's gone. Goodness sake. Well, she's dead. Nothing I could have done. Okay, Elrond, have a good one. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. That really pisses me off. There was nothing I could do to prevent that. So I'll put this here. I would have been just a turn or two away, in fact, from being able to switch places with her. God, that's vexing. Alright, well, time to go kill this guy. Oh, and he walked right on top of her corpse, where I couldn't put a trap. Fantastic. Have to take another attack of opportunity. Oh, and now he gets a crit. Great. Okay. This guy's dead. She can't reach. He can't reach. Yeah, one thing I have to say, though, is that I feel like the battle balancing is still a little bit unnecessarily unforgiving. I mean, they give you the ability to change it. You can adjust it in the menus, but the default balancing, even, is a little unforgiving. Especially given that units can just get permanently killed in a single battle. I mean, realistic, yes, but... it is pretty punishing. There we are. Whoops. Oh, and her equipment was destroyed, too. Fantastic. I don't have the scrap to repair it, and it actually cost more in materials to repair it than it originally cost me to buy the armor. Oh, it looks like she's leveled up. Freaking yikes. Well, what do we got then? That will do. We should definitely learn Cleansing Light. And what are we going to upgrade? I think, without question, Charge 1.